The date is the 27th of February 2026. And for most, it is a completely normal day. But for me, this was a very important day, as this was a day a game that I had been extremely excited for was going to drop. That game, of course, being Resident Evil Requiem. Now, after waking up, consuming my lunch, and a 10-hour play session later, I was left with a very profound realization. I beat Resident Evil Requiem, and I believe that it is the greatest Resident Evil game ever made. No, you're not with me? Alright, let me explain. Before we dive into Resident Evil Requiem, we kind of need to do a little bit of the backstory for the game, mainly to build the game up in the real world for what it actually meant for the series and even Capcom as a company. So if you're not in the know, Resident Evil released in 1996, more specifically the 22nd of March 1996. And throughout these 30 years, there have been many ups and many downs for the franchise, with it going from one of the biggest franchises in gaming, the most successful, making the most money, to then almost killing itself and then reviving itself. And now we find ourselves here after a few games that have been very well critically and commercially successful. And for argument's sake, Requiem is a game that was placed and is being positioned as a game to celebrate the 30th anniversary of this franchise. I'm sure if Capcom didn't want this game to be the 30th anniversary game, they would have pushed it to next year and then put an RE1 remake here instead, but they put Requiem here for a reason. Capcom themselves made it very apparent this game is a celebration of the franchise. Requiem, to me, is a game that you need to be a fan of Resident Evil to fully enjoy it. Yes, you can play it like a normal action / pure horror game like any other game, but to me, to fully understand, embrace, and love this game, you need to love the franchise as a whole. This isn't a new game that has no connections really to the wider franchise like something like RE7. Even from the first trailer, a character from Resident Evil Outbreak, a spin-off in the early 2000s, makes an appearance, that being Alyssa Ashcroft. But even if you don't look at that and say that's the reason you need to understand it, the subtitle, Requiem, legitimately means a token or act of remembrance. This game is a game that needs not only to push the franchise forward to brand new and greater heights, but also pay respect and honor the past of what games came before it. It needs to embody each major predecessor from the franchise. So to me, when I first heard the title, I thought that this game was going to be basically a Resident Evil All-Stars. It takes the best parts from every game, puts them together, blends them in one, and makes the best Resident Evil game possible from what we've gotten so far. And for me, this was something that I didn't know if Requiem and the team at Capcom could do. Combine every aspect of the franchise under one title. The humble survival horror beginnings of RE1, 2, and 3, the more action-packed horror games of 4, 5, and 6, and then the visceral, atmospheric, and claustrophobic horror of 7 and 8. But also in 7 and 8, they started to lean more into telling a much more personal story, which we then saw that be applied to the more recent remakes in RE2, RE3, and RE4R, with the more psychological horror aspects starting to creep their way into these games. And this was Requiem's biggest hurdle. Requiem is a game that, in my eyes, needs to appeal to every fan of Resident Evil, no matter what part of the franchise they enjoy. If there's some of the new people on the block who prefer 7 and 8's first person claustrophobic horror, or the OGs who love 1, 2, and 3, or even people like me who fell in love with the franchise with 4, 5, and not really 6, but that was unfortunately the time when I was actually a functioning person and not a fucking fetus. We are at a point in RE's lifespan of its franchise where people aren't sick of the games that are full of action and over the top with cheesy one-liners. People aren't sick of the survival claustrophobic horror, and people want that OG RE to return. We're at an interesting time where there isn't a clear indication of where the franchise should go. After RE6, it was very clear the franchise should return to its roots and go back to being scary, and then RE8 obviously moved it more towards in line with something like RE4. But it's clear that Capcom have been trying to work out what really is a good RE experience with the remakes, and obviously the two new games in 7 and 8, sort of treading some new waters to figure out a good blend of what a game can be. And For context, I like every Resident Evil game that I've played, bar one, but I was very doubtful and a bit hesitant on Requiem at first, mainly for one reason, and I doubted it could pull off this feat of combining every aspect of the franchise into one game, mainly due to one reason, and that was Grace. Grace is a character who, by the dev's own words, were pointing the game much more in Resident Evil 7's direction, which to me is not an issue. I fucking love Resident Evil 7. I made a whole video on it if you haven't seen that video, which I dive into the whole game and its themes, and I love it. But to me, that game does not embody what Resident Evil actually is. In my eyes, you could completely separate Resident Evil 7 from Resident Evil and it could stand on its own. But it is something that Resident Evil has now. Resident Evil is a scary horror game that does focus on atmosphere, tension building, and making you feel very weak and terrified at all times. And the developers at Capcom kept mentioning that they wanted to make Requiem a scary horror game, not an over-the-top action game. They focused on horror with grace. And to me, if you want to bring in every aspect of Resident Evil, if you want to pull from Resident Evil 4 and 5 for the more action horror that is more fun, akin to something like Dead Space and obviously RE4, Grace can't do this because of how she's being presented. The scaredy cat archetype of character. And for a while, I genuinely did doubt this game. I was scared it was going to be a bit like RE8, which I was scared of. I was going to go in with the wrong expectations, expecting something very different and receiving something else that is still good, but not what I wanted, not the celebration of the whole franchise. But one reveal and one kept hope inside of me, and once it was finally revealed, I fully believed. Leon is a character that I have not really been able to talk about on my channel because I've only talked about Resident Evil 7 and 8, where I mainly talk about Chris. Chris is my second favourite Resident Evil character. Leon is one of my favourite gaming characters, full stop. I absolutely adore this man with everything in my heart. I love everything about him. But the thing I love most about him isn't his hair or really cool jackets, but his story that he has had throughout Resident Evil 2, 4, and now Requiem. In my opinion, Leon has the most interesting story with the most potential out of the big four for character depth and character writing. Him being brought back for this game told me this was going to be a game that looks back into his past and makes him reflect and face the horrors of his past. Again, Requiem. I myself have played many Resident Evil games, but my favorites are Resident Evil 2R and Resident Evil 4R. I am one of those people that prefer Resident Evil 4R because of what it does to Leon's character. It changed Resident Evil 4 in a way that actually made his character make way more sense and built upon what happened in Resident Evil 2. But enough of that. Let's actually dive into Requiem and make our trek back to Raccoon City to relive the horrors of our past and find out why Resident Evil Requiem is truly a modern masterpiece for Resident Evil. We open the game in front of the FBI Midwest field office, and we can see the hustle and bustle of the office workers and someone's rather cluttered workspace.
Grace! Grace! Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
Grace Ashcroft, a young FBI data analyst / agent, having only joined the Bureau in 2025. We are currently in 2026, so she has probably just completed her first year now, and she seems to be investigating something to do with Raccoon City, and something that links it to the government being involved with the incident that occurred. If you don't know, in Resident Evil 2, Raccoon City incident, why are you watching this video if you're not familiar with Resident Evil, by the way? Raccoon City, outbreak, government goes, shit, something's wrong, blow it up. The most American way. They blow up the whole city. But also what I find most interesting about this is it builds on the world and tells us that the US government, or the US as a whole, was withdrawing from a treaty that prohibits the usage and development of bioweapons. This is entirely what the US would do if bioweapons were real, mainly in the style of Resident Evil, because they are technically real, but it shows that the government is corrupt in some way, like in real life. But more interestingly, Raccoon City has been in a complete lockdown, and that lockdown has been extended to 2040, another 14 years from now. And I wonder why that is. Is there something super dangerous inside that we need to avoid and keep away from the people? Or is there something within it that is being hidden? Remember, underneath Raccoon City was the Nest, an entire facility that hid the secrets of Umbrella. But Grace needs to go to her boss's office to hand something into him.
My office.
Oh, coming.
And almost immediately, we can see Grace is not the most graceful character. She is rather clumsy. She trips over herself, misspeaks, stutters a lot that you'll notice. In my opinion, it's a kind of a cute character trait. It shows her as a scared character, which is fine. People are scared in real life. People are a klutz, a ditz. It's entirely setting the tone that Grace is not prepared for the horrors that Resident Evil has in store for her. I like this character setup entirely.
If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Renwood Hotel. Look, I know that's where your mother was murdered. And I know it'll be upsetting for you. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past. Confront that fear head on. Grace, I won't force you to go. But do you think you can do this for me? Investigate that crime scene and report back to me with your findings. That's all for now.
Grace is being sent to the Renwood Hotel, and clearly she is rather traumatized by the murder of her mother, like most of us would be, which took place within that hotel. Now her boss wants her to face the past and face the fear of those events head on, which does seem a bit odd, but to me it could be that either she knows the most of what happened in there and she knows the building well, or what I think is her boss wants to send her out to familiarize herself and make her comfortable with being out on her own. FBI, CIA, MI5, MI6, a lot of people when they learn someone works for these agencies get a very wrong impression. And unfortunately that's due to media. Think of MI6, you think James Bond, and the FBI, you think of badass cops kicking down doors and doing shit. CIA, the assassination of JFK. Joking. Most of the people that work for these agencies have really boring jobs. They're not that glamorous and not that extreme. A lot of them do just sit behind a desk and do basic data work. Some of them run files all over the place, going into secret parts of London to deliver them to people that need them. Well, I knew someone that did work for one of these agencies, and he was not a secret agent James Bond style. He was just a normal person, and he was someone that I was very close to. And I think that's what people get the wrong idea of. These people are normal people. They're not superhuman superheroes that are going to be able to fight off everyone. Yes, there is very few who work for these agencies who are those James Bonds, those secret CIA agents who will kill people in foreign countries. But most of them are not like this. Most of them are just people who are trying to make a bit of money to live off of. They're just like you and me, unless you are one of those secret agents. And I've seen this complaint made already. Why is Grace such a nervous character when she works for the FBI? She's just a data analyst. She's nothing that special. She is a normal human being like everyone else here. But her boss here makes it abundantly clear that he isn't going to force her to go to the hotel. But Grace agrees to, probably because she actually does want to face the horrors of her past. And maybe she actually wants to progress her career a bit, show that she can go out on assignments on her own and maybe get a promotion one day, which allows her to do much more within the bureau, not just be a data analyst. And I think this entire opening is a great tone setter for Requiem. It isn't a RE4 with a slightly light-hearted, fun little Spanish jingle that starts it. It's a dark, gritty, emotional journey that we will be going on with Grace. And now we take to these streets. And man, this is one of RE9's biggest strengths. Its visuals and atmosphere. Just walking the streets here, it's amazing. And doing it in first person, it's unlike anything else I've played. Resident Evil 9 might be in contention for one of the prettiest games I've ever played. It's up there with Death Stranding 2, Red Dead Redemption 2, and many of the other like eye candy games. But this game just has a certain look to it, and RE games always have done because the RE engine is fucking wizardry. It makes these absolutely gorgeous environments. Also, it can make a really good looking burger. But this is honestly one of the prettiest looking games I've ever played, and also one of the most detailed games as well. This is one of the best games to just get immersed in, especially in first person. Walking down this street, you can hear all the conversations on your left, on your right, about people's days, about these workers who are doing the billboard about their wives and whatever else they're yapping about, and some guy on the phone talking about something that doesn't matter, but you can hear it all, and I love that. It just drags you in and immerses you so much more, and doing this early, especially at the start of a long play session like I was doing, it makes the game that much better. This is something that no one else will praise, most likely, but I will, because of how much it matters to me. Being able to drag you in and immerse you in that world and surround you in it. It makes sure that you're in, and then once you're in, you stay in the world. It's honestly outstanding, and for future reference, this will allow and create some of the best horror environments to be built up in. It's clear that the team that have been working on the Resident Evil games, because I'm pretty sure this is the same team that worked on RE8, are elevating and significantly jumping forward with how they design areas, how they build up that atmosphere and everything. This is a significant upgrade from 8 and a significant upgrade from 7. It's crazy to say the least. But now, eventually down the road, we will reach the crime scene that we are heading to.
Hey, that's a restricted area. You can't go in there.
Why?
It's an active crime scene.
Oh, right. Sorry. Just a sec.
Oh, you're FBI?
Yeah.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It's the 5th one now, right? I heard they all have the same weird bruises, so you think it's something infectious, or terrorism, or... Why else would the FBI be investigating, right? Hey, are you with me?
Oh, there might be answers inside.
Yeah, sure, right. Be careful in there. Whole building's condemned. Word is they're finally gonna bring the whole place down.
Yeah, thanks.
I think these first few cutscenes are super important to understand Grace's character. It clearly outlines she is not comfortable doing what she's doing right now. This is something outside of her boundaries. Maybe she's shut down since the death of her mother and hasn't really been getting out there as much. Maybe she just does her job, goes home over and over again. She doesn't really go out and try to take initiative. But now she is doing that here. She is going out on her own and taking the initiative to collect evidence, figure out what happened with the murder of this person that we are investigating. But she also might remind you of other characters from the past of RE. So obviously, to me, the first impression I got of Grace was she really reminded me of how Ashley was set up in RE4. She was someone who was thrown into the horrors of RE without any question about it. She was just kind of flung into it. But unlike Ashley, where she has a bit of snark and a bit of attitude towards her, she is completely consumed by her past and the trauma that she has. And it makes her, in my eyes, one of the most vulnerable RE characters we have ever had despite her being an FBI agent. She is terrified. She is even more vulnerable than the fucking no-name random gooner off the street Ethan Winters, who just stumbled upon the house of his wife's crazy adopted family. But I love Grace. She is a very unique character and unlike anything we've gotten in RE up to this point. And look at this alley. Amazing, absolutely gorgeous. 10 out of 10 would visit this in real life because it reminds me of walking down a back alley in fucking London. But entering the hotel, it is extremely dark, so we need to turn on our flashlight. And man, this is a weird compliment, but I really like the flashlight in this game. It feels real, like it's actually there in the world and not an external light that just appears in first person. You can actually see Grace's hand holding it, and when you turn, her wrist slightly moves with you, which makes sense because that's how you turn in real life. It just immerses you so much more, and it's great. I'm going to keep glazing this game, so expect that the rest of the video. But it just immerses you so much, and perspective is something that I think is important to talk about now. This game can be both played in first and third person for all parts of it. And that means that if you're a fan of the first person games or just the third person games, you can choose which ones you want. For me, I played the way that Capcom recommends, playing the Grace sections in first person and the Leon sections in third person. And seeing this recommendation showed to me that RE9 wasn't trying to be RE7 or RE8, it was trying to be a bit of all over, a bit of RE7, a bit of RE8, a bit of RE4, a bit of RE2. It was trying to be all of them in one game, which again is a very risky move, but immediately just from this opening, we can see the influence and what the team learned from RE7, which is a rich, detailed environment that just sucks you in and makes you feel like you're going to choke on the atmosphere. You can hear the creaks of floorboards, the pitter-patter of rain on the outside, and later, the cracking of thunder, the stomps of a zombie, and many other noises that will make you uncomfortable. Now, something else you'll notice about Grace is not only is she very clumsy, but she's very jumpy as well.
Brother Croc.
She is scared of everything, and honestly, it's just fun. Again, people have had a complaint about her being too scared and annoyingly scared. Again, I'm going to make this statement again. She's a data analyst. She is a normal person. I'm sure if you were in her shoes in real life, you would be shitting yourself because fucking hell, I would be shitting myself if I had to deal with this shit. It's again, a funny misconception about these agencies that media has done complete damage to, that characters who have these jobs should be almost invincible. Now you might ask, why was Grace the one chosen to be sent out? Surely it wasn't just to get her out in the world or help her move up in the bureau. Well, a lot of these bureaus, people are kind of worked as jack of all trades. They can do almost anything. But you have to remember, Grace is the person that handles the data. She investigates leads, figures out where they go to, and then gives them to someone else who can then follow it up. If you have a crime scene where you need to find evidence and figure out what could lead to the answer, who better to send out than a data analyst who knows exactly what to look for, who knows what's important to look for and what could be a clue that could lead to the culprit. It makes sense in my eyes. I'm not sure if I'm just stupid or something, and I'm completely wrong about how these agencies work, but it makes sense. And it allows for Grace's story to be set up about facing her past and trying to move on from it. Not happy about what happened, whatever happened in her past, but being able to move on from it.
I can't. That's too much. Come on, Grace.
Now in this main room, we can also have a look at our investigation report that details the crime with some basic information so we can know exactly what's been happening. But the key point is that this death and the condition of the body it was found in match that of multiple other deaths that were spread throughout the entirety of the United States, with the only link between all these people who died are all of them are survivors of the Raccoon City incident back in '98. with the current theory is that they're being targeted by some serial killer person trying to kill them all off for some reason. But the hotel itself, what do I think of Renwood as the starter location and the opening horror area of the game? It's really good. It is honestly peak Resident Evil. RE9 also follows the trend of Resident Evil games having the best area immediately. To make it clear that RE9 is going to have RE7 levels of horror is just this area. It's unnerving, it's tension filled, and it's also disgusting. You can find maggots in the toilet, but you can find a photo of Grace taped to the wall, and then flipping it over, there's a message for us on the backside inviting us to go to room 204. It's almost just Silent Hilly in its vibe. You open a door and it's just the most fucking run down, moldy, damp hallway you've ever seen, and you think, God damn, what kind of shithole am I walking into? But that invitation to room 204 seems that someone has taken an interest in us being here.
Who's there? What do I do?
The simple fact that Grace not only had her gun in her bag and not a holster shows her inexperience in the field. This is something I feel like you would never do, is not having it in a holster. And then once she draws said gun, she puts her finger on the trigger immediately. She was going to shoot anything that walks around that corner. And that again shows that she's very inexperienced, because this is something that you don't do. It's basic trigger discipline. You only put your finger on the trigger when you've acquired a target and you want to shoot them. It shows that she was going to shoot whatever was going to come around that corner. The police officer from earlier, a cat, or maybe a zombie. And then her looking at herself, taking her finger off and then shaking her head is her knowing what she did was stupid. She was thinking emotionally, being scared and reacting and not thinking. And her next question further reinforces this. She isn't used to doing what she is currently doing. I'm pretty sure the correct thing to do here is not ask, what do I do? Should I go? Should I leave? It would be to back out and call for backup if you think someone's there in a crime scene when they're not meant to be. But Grace doesn't think clearly. She reacts, she impulsively does something, and she starts to move forward and continue on because she believes she needs to do this. So we make our way now to room 204, and I did check to see if you could leave. You can't, you're locked in here. But entering the reception area, we can hear someone upstairs. And we can also find notes about the closure of the hotel, mainly due to the damage of the building, so all the workers had to be let go and laid off. But we can also find a bucket filled with medical syringes. That normally isn't found in a hotel, because you normally don't do drugs in a hotel unless you're doing it illegally. Then don't tell me. Also find some very interesting decor that is scattered all over the place and mainly on the floor.
Where the fuck would you hang that here? Like, that'd be way too overbearing.
But also even more medical supplies out, which, why are they here? But continuing on, we will find a locked door, and grabbing some wire cutters, we can snip the wires and move forward into the Silent Hill ass hallway, eventually into room 204, and we can find a rather interesting sight.
What? Who?
The entire bed is covered in photos of Grace and her mother, Alyssa Ashcroft. Yes, the one from Resident Evil Outbreak, reference, Pogface, Point, whatever. But with Grace seeing these photos, we now cut 8 years back and we see that fateful night in the Renwood Hotel.
Hey, Ann.
Hi, Mom.
You have been on that thing all day.
Well, if you're gonna work so late.
Get some sleep, eh?
I'm almost done, just a sec.
What am I gonna do with you?
What you always do? Nag at me until I go to bed?
Wow, it's really coming down hard.
Mom, phone. Mom.
It's right beside you.
Hello?
Miss Ashcroft?
Yes.
Who was it?
Dunno. They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me. Rude. What the?
They're coming. Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry!
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
Tell me what's going on.
Now is not the time.
Well, it seems some shit is about to hit the fan, and with Alyssa, we start to head out of the building, and she means business, pulling out her gun and racking around in the chamber. But we are interrupted by the building manager as we try to escape.
Oh, who's that? Oh, I'm so sorry about the power outage.
What happened?
Oh, it's probably the electrical panel. It's 40 years old, so it doesn't take much to trip it. It's really no excuse, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah, don't worry.
I should have it fixed soon. I just need to find my...
What the hell,
No, Grace! No!
Oh shit, seems like the evil resident has come out to play. But now we need to get out of here as fast as possible, and with Alyssa putting a couple rounds in the resident, we make a break for the exit. But interestingly enough, she hides something behind this painting. But after she does this, we quickly make our way out of the building.
Come on in, Grace.
I'm calling the police.
No, don't go.
Hello? Yes, I want to report a murder. No murders.
Grace.
Yes. The Renwood Hotel. Yes. Hurry, please. The police are on their way. Oh, God. Oh, I feel like I'm going to throw up.
Grace. Grace, look at me. Grab my hands. Okay, look at me. Look at me. In. And out. Breathe in. And out. Oh, Grace. I promise you, I will explain this all to you one of these days. Grace. Please know that you are my hope. Never forget that.
What are you talking about?
Just... I love you.
I love you too.
Okay.
Mom, I'm scared.
No. We need to find a way out of here now.
But we don't have any of our stuff,
We
Mom.
can come back for it later, Grace.
I don't
Found you.
And thus we see the source of all of this trauma, the thing that haunts Grace. And
Jesus.
wait, emotion? What the fuck is this? Silent Hill fucking story? What are we playing here? Jokes aside of me saying that Resident Evil never really has deep stories, this one scene made me really like Grace as a character. She honestly might be one of the most complex and well-written characters that we've ever gotten in Resident Evil yet. Obviously, the future could be a better one. But just from these first few scenes, we have learnt so much about her, and the actress behind her, Angela Sant Albano, I think that's right. She does an absolutely stellar job with the performance. Like, honestly 10 out of 10. If she doesn't win Performance of the Year at the Game Awards, fuck me, what are we getting in GTA 6? That's all I'll say. And let me tell you a secret already, I'm going to spoil it. Grace is my favourite part of this game, hands down. And that's crazy for me, because I'm such a big Leon fan, but I think that just tells you how well done Grace is, not only as a character in her writing, her story, but also her performance. It's so good, man. And I know some people might think I'm crazy because people love Leon and I love Leon, and I think Leon is great in this game, but I think Grace is actually just a slight step above Leon in terms of the quality in her writing and the story and everything, and especially the performance she gives. It is one of the best I've seen in a good while in a game. Like, to me, this reminds me of like playing Claire Obscure and the performances that they gave in that game, or Baldur's Gate, or fucking any game of great performance. Arthur Morgan in Red Dead Redemption, like, it's insanely good. But I think Grace as a character, I was scared that maybe she would be overshadowed by Leon and maybe not as important. Maybe she's like, maybe in the first 2 hours and then she disappears for the rest of the game. But no, she is, in my opinion, the brightest light in this game. If anything, she overshadows Leon at times. But now returning to the present, we still see those memories completely haunt Grace.
I'm so sorry. No. This is not my fault.
But the telephone rings. Wrong phone. Looks like someone left their phone under the covers. Bit stupid. But Grace, having to figuratively dig through her past, move the past out of the way, the photos are physically embodying that. She finds the phone deep under those memories, under everything. And this tells us that once she picks this phone up, she's going to start digging much deeper into her memories and past the ones that even she knows about. She's going to dig into the dark past of her family. But once she grabs this phone, it reminds her of the past and she has a revelation.
Something important. I'll explain later.
What did you hide behind that painting?
What did her mother hide behind that painting? So of course we go to investigate what is behind the painting.
Moody.
And we can see that someone is definitely in here. And I love this entire set. I'm gonna gush about it again. My entire Resident Evil 7 video, I had like a 20-minute section where I gushed about the atmosphere and the presence of other beings in the building, where you could hear them like walking above you. This game does that masterfully, not only in this section, which you can hear now, but in later parts of the game as well. It's done so well, especially with a certain Stalker type enemy. But looking behind the painting, we find what Alyssa hid, a journal which details Alyssa's life, having being hunted by someone and having to move around the country with Grace, not allowing her to have the childhood that she probably needed to have, but also a mini disc. And obtaining it, the police officer disturbs us before we can actually really look into it and figure out what's on it.
Sorry, officer. What's wrong?
Something stung me.
Are you okay? What do I do?
Well, with the police officer turning into a zombie and trying to do some police brutality, we fend him off and immediately we lose our jacket. Like every great Resident Evil protagonist, you have a cool jacket, you must lose it. And honestly, again, it's really well done. It shows that Grace isn't that well suited to combat. She very quickly gets overwhelmed and overpowered by one single zombie, and once she thinks she's killed it, she completely drops her guard and gets bitten immediately. She is nowhere near the level of the other Resident Evil protagonists that we've met in the series. But after much fighting, we land what we believe is a fatal blow. It isn't, and now Grace has to make a run for the emergency exit with the key she just obtained from the officer. But of course, it doesn't go too well. She does get a bit of a scrap, but she does throw it out the window. But she can also hear some faint music being played in the background, and heading towards it and investigating what's going on upstairs, she finds a man just chilling out on his chair listening to some tunes.
Hello?
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
Who are you?
I'm the one who planted that body. I'm the one that brought you here. I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Rest now, Grace. We have so much to do.
Well, don't do that to girls you don't know, lads and lasses. But with Grace being knocked out, we now cut out and join who will be our other main protagonist for this game.
Talk to me. Is this one like the others?
Well, same black blotches.
And it's not post-mortem lividity.
No. No, this is different. That's 6 now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good.
No. No, it's not.
But I have something for you. The team has settled on a person of interest. Someone with ties to Umbrella. Victor Gideon.
Who is he?
A former T-virus researcher. Hey, I just got a report of a missing police officer. It might be unrelated, but he disappeared near where the 5th body was found. You there, Leon?
Immediately when we meet Leon, we are given a very different tone. He is dark, he is gritty, he's a bit gloomy, and he has a bit of an edge to him now. He's not that smart, slick dickhead that we knew in RE4. He's a bit more old, I guess. Gone is the plucky rookie trying to make a difference in the world, or the man turned into a weapon with a bit of snark to him. He's getting old. He's clearly getting sick of this shit and wants to be done and finished. But following Leon in his Porsche, yes, this was a big marketing thing for this game, he has a Porsche, he catches a glimpse of a very tall man carrying an unconscious body.
You've got to be shitting me.
The man that he is after, Victor Gideon, a T-virus researcher for Umbrella. But Gideon isn't going to let Leon get in his way. By the way, before I move on, I really like Victor Gideon and Anthony Byrne. I swear it's a joke at this point to try and make me just sound stupid with name pronunciations because of the amount of names that I just can't pronounce. You'll probably very quickly learn that about me. I can't speak very well when reading. I think his performance is really good as Gideon, and I think not a lot of people are giving him the praise he deserves. A lot of people say this game has a weak antagonist. I think Gideon's a great antagonist. He's, in my opinion, the perfect antagonist for this game, and you'll find out why later on. But also, again, Leon's voice actor and actor, Nick... Oh, fucking hell, lad, I'm really not in it today. Apostolides, I think. I'm really bad with names, guys, I'll be honest. He does a great performance. He's the same one that's voiced Leon in RE2, RE4, and now obviously RE9. he does a great job, honestly. This whole cast does a really good job, and it's been really interesting to watch Nick evolve with Leon as a character and become the character almost. I actually think he is Leon's voice now. I think if they recast him, it's done. You've ruined it. To me, he is honestly a great actor, and he's done a stellar job with Leon, evolving him over these 3 games. But with Leon now on the streets, we now try to give chase to Victor, but Victor, he engages with a little bit of bioterrorism.
What's going on? Is she okay?
Oh, she's fine. I'm just taking her home.
And starts a new outbreak, which is done to try slow Leon down, which, hey, you might think, let's run these guys shit real quick, but surprise, these fuckers have hands. Context, for anyone that wants to know, I was playing on the classic difficulty, the hardest difficulty you get before you unlock insanity. And at first, I actually found it a bit more challenging than I expected. Not hard, these boys took a few more shots to the head than I expected for them to go down.
Whoa. Hey, what the hell, lady?
Help me!
You okay? What are you doing?
I'm very used in RE where you put 1 or 2 rounds in a zombie's head and they're immediately stunned, mainly due to RE2. But in this, they can take 5, 6, sometimes 7 shots to the head before they either die or even allow you to kick them. But combat is what we're going to be engaging with now, and mainly Leon's combat, so let's talk about it. What do I think of it? It's fucking goated, man. It is amazing. This is RE4R's combat better. That's it. I didn't think it would be possible to improve RE4 combat, but this one has done it. Leon's movements and the way he handles a gun also is stupid satisfying. If you're close up to a zombie and you aim and shoot really quick, he does an execute move. If you quickly shoot, he shoots from the hip. If you're close, he pulls the gun in closer to himself. The way he fucking reloads a gun, like, man, when he reloads the shotgun later in the game and he does the double load, man, that shit makes me hard.
Wait, what?
It is stupid satisfying, and the animations make it that more fun to play with. But not only do you have these fun animations of him pulling the gun and moving it around in different angles and stuff, parrying in this game is way better. For context, the hatchet here is your new knife. I think they should have kept the knife that Marvin gave him. It makes sense. But he has a hatchet now. And the hatchet is fun because you can parry everything in this game. And I mean everything. Bosses, normal enemies, objects that are thrown at you, gunshot, everything. You can parry anything in this game. And the parry makes it stupid fun. And we beat the game just using melee. Which, hey, maybe I might do that as a challenge for myself. Don't know. It depends if I have enough time, that is. But not only do you have access to your guns and this hatchet, you of course can kick a zombie. It's one of the most fun shooters I've played in a long time. But not only that, occasionally zombies will have items in their hand, be it a pipe, an axe, a bit of rebar, maybe a certain electronic saw, but these items you can interact with. Mainly the pipes, axes you can throw at zombies, or if they're close you hit them with it, and the rebar you can swing at them. This will instantly kill zombies, and using these will save you so much ammo, especially in harder difficulties, because a lot of these items will either down them immediately, set them up for an execute with the hatchet, or insta-kill. It makes quick thinking and thinking on the fly and using the stuff in your environment that much more important, and it's so good. It is so fucking good. I want mercenaries so bad, man. I really want mercenaries, man. It is that good. Leon's combat is outstanding. It's insanely fun, and it has this really cool flow to it that I just enjoy. It really does make you feel like the Leon that was in the movie where he's shooting dogs on his bike, or doing the fucking hallway scene where he kills hundreds of zombies with just his handgun and just basically parries them constantly. He's quick, he's clean, and he is deadly efficient, and I like that. And this is what Resident Evil 9 is. I love the fact that we both get the terrifying, unnerving horror parts with Grace, with the focus on puzzles, map exploration, and making you shit yourself, and then you get the Leon parts, which obviously have some puzzles, but are mainly focused on really fun combat engagements and just throwing shit at you just to kill shit. In my eyes, Leon has the better combat parts and Grace has the better puzzle parts. This makes the game feel so much more varied, especially because we keep jumping back and forth, because they could have done like a Resident Evil 2 where you had the Grace scenario and the Leon scenario where you only play as Grace in one and Leon in the other, but no, they blended them together to make the experience that much more varied and that much more enjoyable. Now, a worry that I personally had was that Leon would be like a 20-minute section at the end of the game like Chris was in RE8, and he's not. Grace and Leon's gameplay is masterfully blended together. You are constantly jumping back and forth in the first few hours between these two throughout the entire game. As the game goes on, you start to get, say, an hour section with Grace, then an hour section with Leon, then a 2-hour section with Grace, and then like a 2-hour section with Leon. But at the beginning, it's like, here's 10 minutes with Grace, here's 10 minutes with Leon, here's 20 minutes with Grace, here's 20 minutes with Leon. It jumps back and forth quite a lot, and I like that. It means that if you start to get bored of a certain section, like for me personally, I will be honest, I do get bored sometimes of the RE puzzle sections. Like if you do them too many back to back to back to back, it's like, come on, I kind of want to fight something for a minute. It does help break it up. It makes the game always feel enjoyable. The fact I was able to play this all in one 10-hour sitting tells me that I loved it all the way through. I enjoyed every minute of the game. I didn't feel any fatigue or any issues I have felt like previously when I played Silent Hill F last week, where I was struggling my arse off to actually get through that game. That is a video for another day. I loved it all the way through. The pacing is masterful, it's blended perfectly, and it is just done so well. It means that you never get bored, to make a long story short, but this setup is a massive double-edged sword. While it can allow for the player to never get bored, it always allows for a constantly changing tone of the game to always be fresh, and it's always engaging and always something new, because it allows that older mechanics that were introduced, say, an hour earlier to feel fresh again once they're brought back to you when you go back to Grace or go back to Leon. The wrong blend means that maybe the player might start to dislike one or the other part of the game. So the target for this game was to make sure that each section is just as engaging as the other. I'm going to use a coffee analogy to explain a Resident Evil 9 now. Having too much of one or too little of the other, or too much of something that people don't like, can completely throw the entire taste of the drink off. Your target is to not do what something like Spider-Man PS4 did. You have this great section of great gameplay with Spider-Man, but then it's bogged down by these stealth sections that you're forced to play, which just are bad. The idea is like someone putting too much or too little sugar in your coffee that makes it just taste a bit off. It ruins the overall taste of it. You don't want to add shit that you don't need in the game. That's the idea. So the Grace and the Leon sections, if we had to give an idea, maybe they're the water in the coffee or the water in the milk. You have to make sure that you have a good balance of both of them to make sure you get a satisfying but unique blend for a good taste. And once you start bringing in multiple different aspects, different mechanics, different gameplay styles, you start to make a more complex thing. It has more ingredients to it. And RE9 is dealing with all of them. And the thing is, RE is no stranger to making mistakes, bogging a game down with one small issue. RE7, great first part of the game. It has a great base layer. The coffee tastes amazing. But then you get to, say, the boat section at the end of the game, and it's like someone just spat in the coffee. It's like, why the fuck would you do that, man? RE8, same story. Most people don't like the factory sequence. It starts out amazing with Castle, but it just gets worse and worse. It's like someone didn't let the coffee brew long enough. It just doesn't taste right. And then you have obviously the Chris section, which is just out of place. It's like someone gave you a stale biscuit on the side. It's just not good. It ruins the overall experience. Most RE games have this issue of not being able to balance the game, even with one type of gameplay. In RE7, RE8, even some people will say with RE4 and RE2 have a section that's just a bit worse than the rest. For me, I love RE2, but I think the science section, the lab and the nest, is significantly weaker than the rest of the game in what it did before in terms of its horror and everything else. It just bogs it down a bit, and to me, I think it lasts a bit too long. So RE9 had a massive task to deal with this, not only with just one type of gameplay, but it has two types of gameplay that it needs to mix together and do well. And does it do it well? I mean, I think it does it really well. I think if I had to describe RE9 as a coffee, in my eyes, it would be an extra strong black Americano. No sugar. It's the most disgusting drink to most people. It is super strong, super bitter, but to me, it's my coffee of choice. It embodies wholly what coffee should taste like. And it is completely true to itself. It doesn't try to hide its taste with sugar or milk or anything else. And to me, that is what RE9 is. It is entirely itself. It wants to be a true Resident Evil game unlike any other. And when you balance a Americano with some decent coffee beans that taste good, you get a great drink that is the most complex coffee you can have. It is not one note sweetness, it is deep and rich. And I think that is entirely what RE9 is to me. It embodies entirely what Resident Evil is in the most complex form. It has every part of the franchise in one game and merges them together in one great experience that is paced extremely well. Is it perfect? No. It still has what I'm going to call the Resident Evil curse, which is the end part of the game is a bit bogged down with some issues which we'll talk about later. But the first 8 hours of my playthrough, I loved it. Every minute of this game I adore. I enjoy the whole game. I will spoil that now. Even the part that people have problems with, I enjoyed. But I will highlight them as issues later on. But this is what I love about the game, mainly. It blends the two gameplay systems, the horror stealth parts and the action horror parts, together so well that I think now that this game has been made, Capcom cannot go back. They cannot just do a game like RE7 or a game like RE4. I think each Resident Evil game is probably going to need both these aspects in it now. You're going to have a mercenaries mode that has the fun combat in it, or have two different scenarios that have one that's horror and one that's action, or one story that is blended two together. I think if you do just an RE7 kind of game now where it's just the horror, or like another RE4 game that is just the action, I think people will definitely have complaints about it feeling like a downgrade to RE9. And that's my hope for RE10. It will be the same game, kind of, with even better balance. So wait, where were we again? Oh yeah, Leon clearing the streets. With him now moving forward, we are now introduced to the name title, the Requiem, the magnum of this game. And the Requiem is a pretty satisfying weapon. It's fun, it's just the magnum. But Gideon does escape, so we lose our objective, but our handler gives us a new lead.
Leon, have you located Victor?
No, I lost him. Back to square one.
Not necessarily. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center. I'll send you the address. Leon, we're running out of time.
But it's clear that Leon and his handler, whoever that might be, are running out of time, with the infection slowly affecting and killing more and more survivors of Raccoon City, Leon and his handler included. But now we rejoin with Grace, and she seems to be in a bit of a predicament. Victor Gideon has now kidnapped her and strapped her upside down. How fun. And is extracting her blood for some reason. But Grace, calming herself down and showing that she actually is able to be pretty smart in a pinch, is able to free herself from her current restraints. But escaping, we can investigate the room to find a note with a mistranslation, maybe, on it, because I don't think the doctor was injecting Dexafil, because that shit is used in some jackets as the insulation part of it, so I don't think he'll be injecting that. This is either a mistranslation of the real drug, Dexafil, or it's just a made-up drug, because Dexafil is actually copyrighted as a company name, so maybe it's just a made-up drug, but it could be a mistranslation, who knows. But now we can actually explore our surroundings, finding ourselves in the hospital, the Rhodes Medical Center, with the lights themselves barely working in this part of it. And man, I'm gonna start gushing again. Look at this shit, man. It is moody. It is just, chef's kiss. This shit is absolute, the top grade shit that Resident Evil can produce. But at one end of the corridor, once we've walked down it, we can hear an announcement. This announcement urges staff to initiate all emergency protocols, which might explain why we are locked in here behind these bars. But what has caused this emergency protocol? What kind of patients are kept here? Are they normal medical patients, or are they slightly the more Resident Evil kind? Spoiler alert, it's the more Resident Evil kind. But within this little side table, or this hallway cabinet thing, we can find a cherub key within the drawer, and that cherub key allows us to go back to the cherub door that we saw about a minute ago, and we can actually open it up, and inside we find our first safe room thing. But in here we can grab an ink ribbon, and yes, they return, but only if you play on the classic difficulty. And this is something also I like that Resident Evil 9 has done. All Resident Evil games have difficulty options within them, but a lot of the time they're not that different. Resident Evil has always implemented a dynamic difficulty system. The best way I can use to describe it, it is basically the same thing as Left 4 Dead's director. If you really struggle in a section in Resident Evil, the difficulty will start to drop. You'll start getting more items that are of higher quality, so you'll start getting better ammo out of crates, you might get even more effective healing items, and enemies will actually be less aggressive with you. But on the flip side, if you're blasting through the game, you're not getting touched, you're killing everything you see, the difficulty will actually start to ramp up. This normally happens as the game goes on, the more time you spend in it. If you don't either take damage or die, the difficulty will increase. This leads to an extremely engaging and often fair feeling game, because if you do die to something, the game will quickly help you out in a way. Now you might think, oh, this makes the game way too easy. Don't worry, there is a difficulty mode called Insanity, which is insane. Honestly, even me who's played this game a shit ton, it's still like, holy shit, this game can be difficult. And that's what I like. The game allows you to pick the difficulty you want. You can either play casual, which is the easiest difficulty. This is like, you will not struggle at all. Then there's regular, which is, I think, what is the intended way to play Requiem, which is harder than casual, but it's still somewhat easy. It's not too hard. And then you have the regular classic version, which is one little bit above the regular one, because A, the difficulty can scale higher, and B, ink ribbons are now required for saving in Grace's sections, which makes her sections feel way more, I guess, dangerous because saves aren't guaranteed. My one complaint though is ink ribbons are way too common. There is too many of them. There's normally an ink ribbon at every single typewriter, and you can probably find, I think I collected about 20 empty ink ribbon cartridges, which you can then craft into regular ink ribbons. This is way too many. If you're putting one at every save station, you completely remove the purpose of ink ribbons. Ink ribbons should not be easy to find, and I'm sure an Insanity is even harder. I'm still playing through Insanity. Well, I've now finished Insanity. They're still just as common. They might be a little bit less common, but they still feel way too common in my opinion. So I never felt like I was running out of them at any point, and I still could save at every typewriter when I needed to. So that's kind of a big complaint that I have. But I feel like it's too much, and I feel this is a really nitpicky thing, but I wish they were more rare and made the Grace sections harder. But again, even this item on the lower difficulties is completely pointless. I think you can see them, but you just don't need them, which I think takes away a lot from the game. What my suggestion? Play on Classic. It's the best way to play this game. But also we can grab a lighter, which will allow us to see in the dark. And seems like we have woken up the resident. But now with this lighter, we can actually explore some of the rooms that had broken lights with them that were completely pitch black. And within one room, we find what is a child's room, and inside we can find a storybook, which tells a story about a monster that is scared of the light. And the final page gives us a warning: stay within the light. This is telling us what to do once we start getting chased by a certain monster. It tells us to remain in the light. But now investigating the area we couldn't go into earlier, we can move ahead and into this staff area to grab some important items.
Fucking hell.
I'm sorry, I had to do one. But this man is very clearly dead.
He's dead.
No shit.
Killed by what though? Who actually knows? But he has been infected by whatever was infecting those people earlier.
Infected.
In one of the best reveals I have ever seen in a horror game, we are actually introduced to this game's main Stalker enemy, the Hag, or the Girl as it's called. But like that book said, getting into the light will allow us to escape. And man, I really do like this Stalker enemy. I think again, it's not as good as Mr. X and RE2, but it's really good. It's creepy, it's done really well, and especially on your first playthrough, it's actually intimidating, and on Insanity, it's intimidating as well. It's one of the most just creepy ones we've ever gotten, like extremely creepy just visually, and I think that's one of the biggest benefits this game has. It was not scared to go with some more intimidating and scary looking monsters for these moments, and I think the Girl is really well done. I think the moments she pops up, and especially the intro here, is insanely good. But moving back to the doctor's office after we escape, we can go inside and retrieve the screwdriver. Yes. We use the screwdriver to then go back to where we found the lighter to grab a fuse, and then once we get the fuse, the Hag will return and then chase us around. While doing this whole objective, she will occasionally pop up, mainly due to the noises that you make, and it's this really fun cat and mouse, and it's a great introduction to this Stalker enemy. It's not a big complaint I have, but it is very scripted, but I think that's purposeful. The game needs to introduce how the Girl works, and it needs to show the player that she can be very easily avoided if you think quick and you hide. That is what a good Stalker enemy should do. Mr. X is a very different Stalker. He was one that you just had to keep moving away from. But the Hag is a slightly different Stalker. You can't fight back. You can stun her at some points, but you shouldn't rely on it. You should learn how to just avoid her entirely. And I think the opening here with her displays that in the best way possible. You cannot fight this thing as Grace. But the one thing about this Stalker enemy is she's not really a proper Stalker enemy akin to Mr. X. Mr. X, I think, is the only really well done Stalker enemy, but that's because he follows you what feels like the entire goddamn game. In every game since that, well, even before that, RE7, RE8, and now RE9, the Stalker enemies have felt slightly more muted and less important. And that's either because they don't want you to constantly be having to worry about it, but also RE9 has quite a few patrolling enemies within it. I think she's really good, but she's not as constant as Mr. X, and you'll quickly realize what I mean by that. But again, the thing that stands out with this one is the noises it makes, its visuals, how it presents itself. It's just great. Genuinely, it is great, and I will keep gushing about the designs in this game because, man, I think they've done another step up with the designs for this game. But now with the fuse, we can escape from the Hag.
Come on!
And Grace is unfortunately grabbed and taken away by the monster again. Another great horror section. Honestly, the fact that the game has opened up with 2 of these sections shows you really what it's putting up first and foremost, is this just great horror that just makes you want to shit yourself. But like I said in the beginning, pacing is great in this game, and right after we hit a high with Grace in that horror, we are now pulled back and rejoin Leon to see what he got up to. Leon in his fancy Porsche has now pulled up to the location of the ops, the facility our handler mentioned that Victor Gideon had acquired from Umbrella once they went under, the Rhodes Hill Medical Center.
God, he looks so cool, man.
And Leon, upon entering, is given a rather warm welcome by the nurse here, and I actually think this is well done as well.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Dr. Gideon has been expecting you.
Funny. I don't remember getting an invitation.
Well, he's waiting for you.
Can't have that, can we?
It's slightly creepy and a bit unnerving, like it's unnaturally done and she doesn't feel real. And he is now guided by the nice nurse while she explains a lot of the history about this facility.
So how long have you worked for, Dr. Gideon?
Not long. I just recently joined the team. We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing
It's all very interesting, and it seems that this facility has been kept on the low due to its more experimental treatment and research that's being done within it. Definitely not suspicious that a previous Umbrella scientist has a medical facility where they're doing research in. I'm sure they're not doing anything illegal. But while waiting, Leon does a little bit of snooping and he finds a photo of the people in the facility, including Victor Gideon, and fuck me, that is a nice watch. Leon's watch is a modified khaki auto-filled chronograph, which, wait a minute, why is this in real life? Yes, this is my one. This is my watch. I actually purchased it. Why did I purchase it? Because I'm a fucking watch nerd and this really hurt my fucking wallet. So yes, you get to see my hands in all their disgusting glory and all the cuts and bruises that I have on them because of my job. But yes, this is Leon's watch and I did purchase it, and yes, if you want proof, there is the engraving, and on the back side you have the other unique engraving, which obviously says limited edition, if it'll focus, and that it doesn't say anything else. So it's not very Resident Evil-y, but it is the actual watch, and it is a very nice watch. Now, I did have a fucking, another recording of this, which was like 10 minutes, also ignore my dirty ass desk. I had like a 10-minute rant about me talking about this watch and like the history of hammer-earn, why this watch was worth it, and like why you should not really see this as a scam. I've cut all of that because I'm sure most of you do not give a fuck about watches, but obviously I do because I really enjoy watches. I find them really cool. I like their history, everything like that. But we're just going to talk about this watch specifically. If you want to know more about watches, if there's any interest in it, hey, I might do a whole watch reveal and show off all my watches because I spend way too much money on them. Yeah, I love watches. I love what this watch is inside. I think it's a really cool watch, like mechanically and everything. But what actually is it? Okay, so if you don't know, watches normally come in one of two types. You either get mechanical watches or quartz watches. Quartz watches are powered by a battery and they often have a very, I guess, tell sign of a very ticking motion. So it goes like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mechanical watches, which is what this is, are slightly different depending on where they come from. Japanese watches are slightly similar. They have a significant tick to them, but this is a Swiss watch. So I will start the timer. And you can see how it moves. It has this almost constant ticking motion where it's moving constantly. This is something unique to Swiss watches. Well, kind of. There is other watches that from Japan and stuff that have a similar look to them in how they move, but it's something that is known for Swiss watches. So what is this watch? Why is it cool? Well, this is a fully automatic mechanical chronograph day-date watch. That's a mouthful. But let me explain. So, watches have different things in them, and this watch has a chronograph, which is the stopwatch timer, which I can activate with this little button here, which sets this hand off, the little red one that is now going, as you can see. Now, many people would think that is the second hand. It is not. The chronograph watches often don't have a second hand. This is normally just to clean them up a bit and remove a lot of the fluff, but that is the timer, the second, for the stopwatch. That is the minute for the timer. As you can see, it goes all the way up to 30. And then you have an hour one here, which has 30-minute intervals. So it can go half an hour, because obviously 30 minutes, it will reset once it's 30 minutes. And then this one down here will tick over. Obviously, I can't show that, but you should be able to see once that ticks over, this one will move and count your minute. Next up, you have the day date function, which, as you can see, says Sunday 15th. It is not Sunday the 15th. It's actually Wednesday the 18th today. So this watch has been dead a few days and I forgot to wind it up. I know, I'm terrible, sue me. They're fine, they'll live, you can let them die for a couple days. But to set this, obviously you just pull out, you unscrew the crown here, which takes a while, and then you can pull it out completely and then fiddle with it. I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to be wearing this watch today because I have work later. So we're not going to be doing that. Okay, I actually just fucking almost broke it. Don't do what I just did, which is activate the chronograph, then pull the crown out because I fucking almost broke it. I did just fix it. We're fine. Right. So yeah. Ignore it. I've lost my fucking train of thought. Let's just go into what it means for Leon as a character. Leon obviously is a field operative. He needs a watch that is 1, durable, and 2, can do everything he needs it to. So what does he need a watch to do? Well, 1, tell the time, obviously, and 2, be able to track things in time. Stopwatch does that for him. He can turn it on. Boom, he tracks the time now. He can see how long has passed. That is very helpful. But being able to track the actual time is very, very useful. Day date as well will allow him to keep track of the days and everything as his mission is going on. How cool. But what is normally used for chronographs is often you can what is called sync them up very quickly just by doing that. So if say he had an hour to do something, he could just start the stopwatch and just sync it like that. Obviously there is another way you sync watches, which is by setting the time to 12 o'clock and then letting them go at the same time. But obviously Leon doesn't do that. It also has the DSO symbol, which is the wing, as you can see there. That is a pretty cool engraving. It's nice, it's very clean, and obviously it reflects Leon's character and everything of what he's lost. And it's also on the backside, which I'll be honest, I don't like this. I think this looks shit. I would rather something more unique, but hey ho, you get what you give him. But obviously, being a field operative, your watch needs to be durable, and this is a field watch. A field watch is normally, I guess, characterized by being more durable and more weather resistant. Basically, these watches, they're meant more for either hiking or like physical outdoor activities. So you often see a lot of militaries will invest in field watches, or like the GOAT kind of watches that just don't break, like a G-Shock, like so. Like this is my fucking beta watch that I wear basically every day. But this is a very expensive field watch, but they still do the job. They're still durable, they're still very weather resistant and everything. They have a bit of a water resistance as well, so you can go underwater with them. But I think up to 100 meters this one can take. Maybe a bit less, it might be like 50. I can't actually remember exactly. But yeah, but also field watches are often defined by having quite a unique strap, this sort of durable, it's not leather. It's sort of like, I don't even know what this is. I remember it was called something. It's like a nylon type thing, but then it has like a leather underlay. This leads to them being extremely durable. If you have a leather strap watch, you probably know the pain of once you start wearing it too much, you get these creases. You can probably see them where I set the watch. There is one up here. So that's where I put it in the box and let it sit. But often these will get completely creased, and on the outside as well, it will get completely creased. But you'll notice this watch doesn't have any creases to it because it is so durable, it doesn't crease easily. And that's why it's quite a thick strap. It's quite spongy. But also you have the double clamp, which allows it to be way more durable and means that if one of these break, it will still be secured on your watch. I've had a couple of watch straps already break on me. If you can't tell, I'm quite a big man. Again, this is a 42mm watch, and look how small it is on me. But having a nice durable watch like this is so nice. And also, it's a nice heavy watch, which I like. I like heavy watches personally because, again, I'm a big man. I am 6'4", very nice. But this watch is very durable and obviously is what Leon would need. It does almost everything you possibly need a watch to do, and it's very durable. It's sleek, it's clean, and it does everything very well. It can time well, it can keep track of time well, because again, it's a fucking Swiss watch, and also keep track of the days and everything. And it is also a memory of those who he has lost. That's what watches are. They should reflect memories and they should be reminders of stuff in the past. That's why watches often are passed down throughout families, is why I will pass my watches down when I have kids to them, because they will represent things to me. I have multiple watches that represent different points of my life. And this one is one that I just liked and I bought, and I thought, hey, it can represent my success on YouTube, because again, it kind of represents me now that I have to almost be a master at everything, but not stand out too much. I don't really do anything super well. That's what this watch is to me. It's a good watch. It does everything really well, but it isn't like a flashy watch. And I like that. It's very clean. It's sleek. I love it. But that also reflects Leon as a character. Leon is someone that can do almost anything and everything that is needed of him. And he looks good doing it, but he doesn't really stand out that much. That's what this watch is. It just perfectly encapsulates his character. If you want more talk about watches, let me know. I have plenty of watches I can talk about for hours on end. But let's get back to the video now, because this isn't important. But if you, one more thing actually, before we move on, these watches, they are older versions, they're older models of the Hamilton watches. So this is like the same watch as something else. The Grace one is the same. So this one is based on legitimately the khaki field auto chrono, which I think was maybe 2018, 2019 it was made. Same price point, same everything, but Hamilton don't make it anymore. But I've seen on eBay, people are selling those versions of this watch, so the one that isn't Resident Evil, as the Resident Evil watches, and slightly underpricing them, and people will buy them. Those watches aren't worth retail price. Rule of thumb with watches, most watches, once you buy them, their retail price normally halves, and then you just lose that value basically forever. This is unique because it's a limited edition, so its value has only gone up since it released. It probably will go down once the hype dies down over Resident Evil and everything, but these watches are being sold, and other ones are being sold as it. So if you're going to out of your way to buy this watch specifically secondhand, be really careful, because there has been a lot of scamming going on. So it's just my word to you, just be careful. And honestly, the watch isn't worth what it's being sold on secondhand market now. Just buy a nice watch. Find yourself a decent watch and just buy that, because that is what I'd recommend. Anyway, let's get back to the video now.
6, code 6, all staff initiate emergency protocols.
Mr. Kennedy, we need to leave immediately.
What's going on?
I don't know what's happening. Some kind of mass hysteria. The hospital is on lockdown. Doctor.
I think I want a second opinion.
Seems Leon was a bit slow to reacting here, which is kind of a funny thing because it takes him about 15 seconds to pull his gun out. But with the nurse here being assaulted and killed, we do have a problem. With it, I mean being the man with the chainsaw. I think the guy here with the chainsaw death was just shown for them to be intimidating. Yes, I think it's a bit stupid, but Resident Evil has always been stupid. Jill Sandwich, it's always been stupid, guys. Like, let's be real. But we can now scrap with this boy with the chainsaw, and this is where I realised the game is actually pretty difficult even on classic. The chainsaw wielding zombies are actually extremely hard to predict and manage when they're on the field. If you knock them down, the chainsaw will drop to the floor and just start spinning out of control, and a zombie will just go to grab it. You have to try keep them off of it until it stops spinning so you can grab it. And what's fun about the chainsaw is if you get hit by it, you insta die. And sometimes if you impale a zombie with it, they will just grab you and impale you on it with them. The chainsaw is one of the most annoying things to deal with, but it's purposeful. Again, it's like the Ganado chainsaw guy in RE4, but the fun thing about this one is that any zombie can become a chainsaw guy. So it makes the chainsaw even more oppressive, and it means you have to keep an eye on where it is at all times and who has it. But also, a fun thing about RE is my aim really sucked. I've always prided myself of having fairly decent aim. I play Counter-Strike for like 2,000 hours, so my aim is pretty good. But man, I beg Capcom, can we not do the thing where you ADS? It slows down the fucking aiming sense, because my god, my aim is completely muscle-based now. I know exactly how far I have to move my mouse to target things. And when games do this, they slow down the movement of your mouse when you're aiming. It makes it a pain in the arse for me to adapt. So the best way I found to actually aim in this game was to aim before I ADS and then bring the gun up and shoot, because then I'd have the basic sense. I think these games need to have more sense options. This is such a big nitpick, but like, especially in the early hours, I found it a massive issue and it was throwing me off like hell. Also, can we have aim assist off by default? Why the fuck is there aim assist on a mouse? I don't want my mouse being dragged towards something I'm not trying to aim at. If I'm trying to aim at a guy's legs, let me shoot his legs, not his chest. I don't want to shoot it. But upon making the chainsaw drop to the floor, we can pick it up. And what is the chainsaw combat actually like? Is it any good? I mean, you swing it and they die. That's all there is to it. It just feels very basic. I often didn't want to use the chainsaw when it popped up, and on my multiple playthroughs, I just didn't pick it up because I find it kind of boring to use. Yeah, it's cool to use for like the first 3 times, But by the fourth time and you realize that there's like 2 animations for swinging this thing, I don't know, man. I feel like they could have added way more and made it a way more interesting weapon to use. But it is just very much a use this weapon to kill the thing in front of you immediately. And the thing is, Leon, I think either the 3rd or 4th zombie you kill will basically do a removal animation where you will lose the chainsaw and you'll have to do the whole process of making it drop to the floor, watch it spin around, and then pick it back up to get it again, which I don't like. It just makes the chainsaw feel like more of a nuisance sometimes than it is actually a boon to you. But maybe that's the point. Maybe it is meant to just be this annoying thing you have to deal with. But with Leon clearing the room now, he has to utilize the chainsaw to cut his way out of the room, and now we can enter the facility properly. And here we can find our first main collectible, the Mr. Raccoon figures, who will wiggle all over the place to alert you to their position. And all Ori games have these collectibles, and this one's no different. They're scattered throughout the entire game, and they're fun enough to collect. But upon reaching a certain gate, we can see a certain someone trying to run away from the girl.
Come on, come on, come on!
Hey, over here. You okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
Leon Kennedy, DSO.
CSO. I'm Grace. Ashcroft. FBI.
FBI? What are you doing here?
Someone kidnapped me.
Victor Gideon.
I don't know.
Well, we should leave. What does Victor want with you?
What?
Grace.
What do you mean?
He grabbed you for a reason.
Wait, you're DSO. That's the counter bioterrorism agency, right?
Take this.
You sure?
He might need it. Now go. Get out of here.
Well, shit. It seems that Victor doesn't want the pair leaving that easily, and Leon gifts Grace the Requiem to keep her safe. But Leon is currently going to be in quite a predicament with a rather large man.
She won't get away, you know.
Dr. Gideon.
So nice to finally meet you, Leon. Why don't we have a little talk?
Too slow. I see you're exhibiting symptoms too. Umbrella's curse.
Gideon is very clearly quite strong, and restraining Leon and knocking him out this easily without much issue confirms that either Leon is suffering significantly from this infection and it's actually draining his ability, or Victor, just from his appearance, is maybe something a bit more modified. He's a bit stronger. Leon as a character has always been extremely strong, and his feats have been pretty insane from what he can do physically, so him being restrained and knocked out this easily is surprising to say the least. But Victor is clearly modified in some way. He almost looks a bit like a tyrant/nemesis type character, with the grey skin, the patched up looking skin on his face and stuff. He just looks a bit monstrous, if you will. We now rejoin with Grace as Leon is currently going night-night.
I'll be fine. I hope.
And for this part, we now enter the first major section of the game, which is of course the Rhodes Medical Center with its main puzzle, being this door here and requiring 3 different objects to unlock it. And thus we start our adventure in the medical center. But first of all, we need to find our way into one of the 2 wings, and we need to find a key card to do that. And the only direction that you can go to is through this door, the second cherub door, into our first safe room. Now, what do I think of the safe room? It's nice. They're quite nice looking a lot of the time, but there's often, I feel like the music is either too quiet or just isn't there. I don't know if I'm crazy, but I thought it was playing in this first section I played here, but it wasn't. I'll probably have the music playing now. But this is something I find really odd about new Resident Evil games, is they don't have a lot of the stuff that was like almost a tradition for the games. Like this game again has no announcer for when you press start on it, which just feels odd to me. But the save theme I think plays on the subsequent times you enter this room, and it is a nice song, I do like it, but I actually didn't realise, and I don't think I ever really heard it for very long, because I don't think I really return to this save room that often, because I just don't in Resident Evil games. They feel like they're being less and less needed in the newer games, which I think is a big shame. But a little nitpick from me, I just want to hear more of this music because it's always really good. And this is, again, nitpick, but I like Resident Evil save theme musics. Please bring it back. Just put nice music in these again because it always sounds so nice. But in this room, we do get our hint about the objective for this puzzle, with Victor's 3 main partners seemingly having the same symbols that the door had. So we probably have to hunt down these guys or their office or something associated with them to find these keys to the outside. But now we can head down into this dark room and we can find something a bit different than the rest of the facility.
Oh, God. What on earth? Who's there? Is someone there? Oh, I'm sorry if I surprised you. Cataracts. You can't see, can you? Who are you? Was there someone in the other cell? Why are you in there? Everyone's gone.
Stay away from me!
Are you all right?
Get away! Get away!
No, hold on. No.
Well, it's a bit weird. We find a young girl who is blind and an empty jail cell and a man that's dead on the floor screaming to not go near the little girl. I wonder if the little girl is related to the big mutated thing that is called the girl. Who knows? But the doctor here provides us with our keycard that we were searching for the West Wing. So now we can head on over to the West Wing and we start to engage with a long extended sequence, and I'm not going to go over all of this in detail because man, it is great. Play it on your own. But I will highlight some things that I do and don't like about it. So first of all of the Rhodes Medical Center is really well made. It is honestly one of the best Resident Evil areas I think we've ever gotten. It has some really great enemy designs within it. And here, immediately in the West Wing, we meet this big chef boy who is just this big intimidating presence. And he will act as kind of a stalker, but more of a patrolling enemy that you just can't deal with. You can kill him, But at this point in the game, especially if it's your first playthrough, you just won't have the ammo. You need, I think, 2 or 3 Requiem shots to kill him, and you only have 1. So you can't kill him at this moment. But what I like about not only him, but many of the basic enemies, they're all unique in some way. Some are nurses, some are men in suits who are obviously the higher ranked doctors. Some of them are patients in varying different conditions of damage. Some have bandaged heads that blind them, but then they have this massive staff with a IV on them that they can swing around and one-shot you with. And some are even bigger, like this big boy, Chunk, who I really like. I really like Chunk as a character. Chunk, I think, is meant to be the Stalker enemy for this section, but what makes him fun is he's so big, he's actually only able to move in certain parts, so he's way more avoidable than other Stalker enemies are, like Mr. X, but he still is a threat because he will just eat you if you let him grab you. But fun thing again, he is killable. If you use one of the new items, you can kill him, or if you shoot him enough, because you can just shoot him enough times with the Requiem, it will kill him. But also the layout of this area is really fun and varied. For it being a hospital slash medical center, it has a lot of different areas to it, from a kitchen, the bar and lounge area, offices, a dining hall. It's not just a hospital, it's also a lot more than that. It's clear that this was almost a, I guess, high living place that a lot of more influential doctors would come to have meetings at, which explains why there's a lot of bars, a roulette table, as well as the basic medical areas. But not only is it just like the variety of areas in this building, but it's also how they're laid out and the pace of them all. It makes really good use of all these different areas, and it makes sense where they're placed. You go from a kitchen into a hallway, which then leads into the dining room, and then from that dining room you can then go into another hallway, which then leads into like a little storage room, and then into the back sort of freezer area where organs and other bits are stored. It makes sense, and it means that each area isn't connected with something that is completely disconnected or something that's similar. They're all different, but then they make sense where they are, because the kitchen would have to be close to the dining room and the lounge so that food could be taken to them. But then the storage area where files are stored, if you go up the stairs, you'll be in the office area immediately. It makes sense why these all are where they are. It just flows really well, in my opinion, and I think it's one of the most fun areas to play through in Resident Evil. I think a lot of recent games, mainly 7 and 8 I'm going to point out here, their areas, while great, I think the Baker House is amazing, the castle is amazing as well, they often don't feel right in some way, and I think the Baker House was the worst example of this. The layout just made no sense as a house, with all the secret passages you could go through. And the castle, it didn't feel like a castle inside to me. It felt more like just a big house, which I know is a weird complaint because some castles are just basically that. But just the layout of it all just, I don't know, it just didn't flow to me, and it didn't feel like I was in a grand castle. It just felt like I was in another house. But this one, it does feel like a big like medical facility that's been kind of converted into a big meeting area for research and stuff. I think this is honestly one of the better laid out areas and one of the most well designed areas we've ever gotten in a Resident Evil game. And the fact that, again, the game opens with this, it keeps up the tradition of the opening area being the best area in the game. But within that, of course, there is a bunch of puzzles that we have to engage with all of them being varied and fairly interesting. And what do I think of them? I think they're all right. I think they're fine. I think they're good, some of them. But a lot of them, I think, rely way too much on certain items. I don't know how to explain it. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of puzzles that you can actually, say, use something that isn't a key item to solve. I think one of my favorite puzzles from like RE8 was in the castle with the bells. You had to shoot them all and like look around and stuff. RE9 has a couple of them, but especially in this first area, the main puzzles are all associated with key items, and some of them make not a lot of sense. This is my one complaint. There's 2 puzzles in this area that make 0 sense why we have to do the events that we do to do them. I think I should really expand upon this point, to be honest. I'm not saying the puzzles are bad. They are simple, don't get me wrong. You just find the key item associated with said puzzle and it allows you to figure out the next part of the puzzle. But to me, it feels like Resident Evil is now way too reliant on this setup for puzzles. Like, you find key item and then use said key item to get something that then allows you to unlock something else that gives you another key item. I feel like mainly because I played Silent Hill F, like the week before playing this, one of the biggest strengths of that game is its puzzles and how unique they are. The puzzles in Silent Hill F, they don't only just use key items and having to find key like codes or messages that allow you to figure it out, but also they rely on things like riddles and just using the actual world as the puzzle itself. One of my favorite puzzles in that game is what I'm going to call the Scarecrow puzzle. It's really well done, and I think it is one of the best puzzles in a horror game in a while. I would like Resident Evil to really try something different with the puzzles, because they are kind of just the same thing that we've gotten since RE1. You look around, you find a key item, that key item then allows you to unlock something else that gives you another key item, and you just kind of go around the map doing that until you get out of the building. There's nothing wrong with it, of course, like it's fine, but it's just, you know, this is the 9th mainline entry, and we still see the same sort of puzzles that kind of been done to death now at this point, and the same methods of how they've been done. And if anything, they feel way simpler. I feel like RE2R had the best puzzle stuff to do in it, with like how it used all the items and everything. And then each game after that, it kind of felt more dumber and dumber, which I think is a big shame, because one of my favorite things about RE2R is its puzzles and how they're used in the RPD. Again, this is kind of a big nitpick from me, and I feel like I'll probably get shit for it, but it's kind of hard to explain my issue with it without just saying that, yeah, these puzzles are simple and sometimes don't make sense. It's not a problem that they don't make sense, by the way. I just find it a bit silly, and it does pull you out a bit of the immersion of the game that has been doing so well setting up, to then just kind of make you step back and go, why the fuck are we doing this? It's a small issue. Overall though, the puzzles are fine. They work, they do their job, and at the end of the day, their only objective is to make you think and explore the map more, and they do that just fine. But within this area, I think we should now talk about the kit that Grace gets access to play through this area. So of course we get access to the Requiem revolver, which will act as your oh shit get away from me shot, but it's very limited in ammo, so it's not going to be the gun that you're going to be using the most. The guns that you'll be using the most are the 2 handguns that Grace gets access to. Yes, Grace only gets 2 guns. One of them being the B934 handgun, and it is the weakest gun in the entire game, but it will serve you well in the beginning. It isn't the only gun you get, but it's very weak, and it's used mainly to stun enemies so you can run around them. And I would say on your first playthrough, use this for the first part of the game. Don't try to find the other gun. You can find it, but I think it ruins the game a bit and definitely takes a lot of the horror away, because this gun is a piece of shit, but it's intentionally a piece of shit. But if you are brave enough and you want to grab the other gun, and you're willing to make your way to the bar and lounge area past some Zeds and the new singer type zombie, you can retrieve Grace's handgun that she had in the hotel area, the S&S M232, and it is a much better pistol, and not only can it stun more consistently, it also kills way faster. This is the gun that you're going to be relying on for all of Grace's sections, and I'm going to make this a bit of a complaint on my side. Grace does not get a lot of tools to play with, and I'm not talking about I want her to get a shotgun, an SMG, a sniper. You'll very quickly realize that a lot of her kit isn't that useful. For example, if you want to do some stabby stabs, you can get access to 2 types of knives. The makeshift knife, which is a shiv that has been made by probably one of the patients, and a proper hunting knife. Both of these will be mainly used to escape quickly when you get grabbed or grabbed by a boss. But for actually stabbing zombies, they're useless. On classic difficulty, it takes so long to kill them with the knife after they're pushed on the ground that it's actually better for your time just to put 3 rounds in their head to kill them after you've put 2 to stun them. But later in the game, Grace will get access to a glass bottle, which we've already have gotten access to, which you can use to distract enemies, and then Molotovs and a bottle of acid. Now, these sound interesting, but the Molotov and bottle of acid are basically the same thing, but the acid is used more on a specific type of enemy. And I think this is my complaint. There just is not a lot of stuff that Grace really gets to play with and use. She gets a new item, the blood collector, but all that's used for is making ammo and healing items and stat boosters like steroids and stabilizers, which either increase your health or your aiming ability. The blood collector itself will allow you to pick up blood from the ground and then combine that with other stuff to create items. And at first I thought it was a really cool system, but I just think it was a bit half-baked, and I kind of wish Leon got access to it as well. I understand why Grace has it a different way to make stuff, but what I find is that it's just sort of the same system as gunpowder, and that's it. Yeah, it can create other items like Molotovs and the med injector, but it basically just replaces gunpowder for the ammo, and then it kind of just gives you some more options for healing items, and that's it. There isn't really anything else interesting you can make other than the one other offensive item that is new to this game. But I kind of just wish that more could be made with it, more could be done with it maybe. But I don't really know what you could do, because obviously if you give more items, the game gets less scary. But I would have loved maybe another way to distract zombies, because it feels very much like there's only one real way to distract them, and that is either with an environmental distraction. Like the zombies, you'll notice they keep flicking the lights on and off, so if you turn a light on it will distract them, or by throwing a glass bottle, and that's the only way. So I think I would have liked more ways to sort of mess with the zombies. I don't know, give us a fucking rock that we can just pelt at a zombie just to knock them over for a second so we can run past them. Or, you know, let us use the coins Hitman style to throw a coin out that makes a noise that you can then go pick up once you go back to it. I just feel like we never really got the ability to really distract them as much as I liked, because a lot of the time some of the zombies are just placed in positions where you can't walk past them without alerting them, or you just have to wait for them to walk away. Unfortunately, that game design is just boring. Forcing the player to wait in stealth is always boring. I don't know, I feel like it's a massive nitpick. I do like her sections, but especially on repeat playthroughs, I noticed that just the sheer lack of stuff you get to play with means that there is one way to do a lot of these engagements that is the correct way, or you just kill them. And that's the only ways you can really do it without smart thinking. Because like even in the game, there is a lot of things you can interact with, which I found really odd. So just an example I'm going to give. In the bathroom, you can find a zombie that constantly complains about having to clean stuff up and stuff being dirty. What if with the buckets of blood, you could knock one over, which would then make a sound, and then drag the zombie out of the room, and then she would be sitting there trying to clean that up. So that allows you to then go into the room to deal with it, or you could throw a bottle to drag her out, or shoot her in the head. It just gives you more ways to deal with a zombie and just deal with a situation that I think would make the stealth and the, I guess we're going to call it the horror sections of RE, more engaging to replay through. I just think, especially in the next game, if they're going to bring back the horror sections, there needs to be way more ways to deal with these sections to make it more fun on repeat playthroughs. And on Insanity, by the way, this is after my Insanity playthrough, a bit later. This is made even worse, in my opinion. There is like one way often that is scripted for you to deal with these zombies. Like the example I gave, after you leave the kitchen, the zombie in the hallway, you can flick the light on and off so you can move him out of the way so you can get past him without taking damage. The problem I have with these stealth sections, what they are stealth sections they're meant to be, is there's one way to do them and that's it. Unfortunately, stealth in games it's just gotten worse. Like, long gone are the days of Splinter Cell and Metal Gear where like they were the greatest stealth we've ever had. But I really wish Resident Evil would learn from Alien Isolation. I think Alien Isolation has the best horror stealth. Honestly, probably in modern horror games. Holy fuck, I just realized Alien Isolation came out in 2014. That game is 12 years old, and I'm still holding it above other games that try to do similar stuff to it. Holy fuck, man. I should probably do an Alien Isolation video, shouldn't I? God, that's mental. I'm fucking old, man. Better than things like Outlast and even the newer Resident Evil games. But that's the problem, I think. I think these sections are made to be played in a specific way, and you're meant to do certain things to distract the zombies so you get around them. But that means on repeat playthroughs, you just do the same order of events. And when the later sections, the more combat sections, the Leon sections, the just freedom of how you can approach situations, what guns you want to use, and how you actually fight them makes it way more fun to replay. In my 5 playthroughs of this game, I did the stealth sections almost the same way every time. I did 1 playthrough with unlimited ammo, and that actually made it more fun to play through than the other 3 replay throughs. But the Leon sections, I used all the different guns. I used pistol only. In Insanity, I used shotgun and rifle only. It made it way more unique And I think this is what RE10 needs to improve on. I understand my point's very weak because obviously I'm not a fucking game designer. I don't really understand what would be the best steps to take to fix this issue, but I think what needs to be done is the zombies either need to be more dynamic, or we need a way to mess with them more and be able to move them around more, either through using items to distract them or move them, or being able to interact with the world more in some way. I think the biggest problem I had was how uncommon or how expensive the glass bottles were to make. I think I would have used them a lot more if they were either more common, cheaper, or if they were more consistent. I often would throw them and either the zombie would look at them but not move, or would just ignore them. So I stopped using them for distractions and would only save them to make Molotovs and the acid later on. I think this is like kind of just showing how this system needs to be improved badly. And for me, someone who is a big fan of like the old Splinter Cell and Metal Gear games, I just want more. I think that's kind of what I'm trying to say here. I just want more from them, and replaying the game, it just gets worse and worse with each playthrough. And I think definitely as I've been playing the game more and more to 100% it, it's soured my taste of these sections, because I know that if they do it again in the next game, the same thing's going to happen. That happened in Resident Evil 7, but because of how that game was structured and how oppressive Jack Baker was, it felt like stealth was way less of an option and was way more scary because of how little you could hide or fight back against him. I don't know. It feels like a big nitpick by me, or that I'm waffling, but if any of you had the same problems that I had, let me know. And how would you improve it? Because I'm not smart enough, honestly, to improve games. I know that for a fact, but I just wanted to see it made better in some way. But the new item that we get access to is the hemolytic injector, which allows us to sneak up behind a zombie and inject them with it, killing them instantly. I like this item. It's a good item, but it doesn't feel game-changing in a way. It just feels kind of like this is what the knife should have been, but it's just a different item now. You do get a lot of stuff with Grace, like quite a few different items: the knife, the guns, the hemolytic injector, the Molotov, the acid bottles. And while I like how a lot of these are implemented, I just feel like it's not enough, and they wanted way more to focus on the horror. Again, that's fine if they want to focus on it, but to me, I still think there needs to be just a little bit more, just a tad more in my eyes. And I think honestly it would be perfect, but that is my one complaint. Overall though, it's really fun, especially my first playthrough. I had a lot of fun, and my initial script for this part, it was way more positive, but upon playing the game 3 more times now, I started to notice the issues with these sections. But I feel like that's the issue with all of the Resident Evil games. Even RE7 has the same issues for me as well once you replay it, is how the first sections are played out, like mainly the Baker House, how good that section is. It's the same problems again. You just don't really get a lot of stuff that can just make the engagements and make the start of the game more varied. But now exploring this area and finding a couple of key items and one of the quartz that we are after, we will find ourselves heading upstairs to find one of the main doctor's offices. But instead of finding the doctor, we meet a different kind of enemy. This is Chunk. I like Chunk. Chunk is a really cool design, and in my opinion, he is one of the best enemies in this game. He is meant to be the Stalker enemy in this area. He physically takes up the entire hallway as he moves through them, and it means that you just have to avoid him. And I just think he's a fun design. I really like him, but don't be too intimidated by him. The big lad here, if you sneak up behind him, once you go through one of the doorways he can't get through, you can inject him with the injectors and inject enough into him, he will go pop. Or you can just shoot him, or you can just avoid him entirely. My first playthrough, I just avoided him entirely, and I found that way more fun than killing him, because once you kill him, I like Chunk, and then once he's gone, you've lost him forever, and it's kind of sad. But getting past him, we can retrieve more of the items that we will need to fulfill these puzzles. And something you might have noticed about these zombies as well, that I found really interesting, is that they are far more intelligent, speaking and continuing on with their jobs. For example, the maids are actually trying to clean stuff in the bathroom, but the way they're cleaning it is by slamming their head into the mirror. The chef obviously is cutting up some meat, trying to obviously make a dish, but he's not doing a very good job at it. But also they speak as well, and obviously some of them sing and scream at you. Resident Evil has had smart zombie-like characters in the past, of course. The Ganados in RE4, the zombies in RE5. But I think this is the first time we've had like actual proper zombies. I mean, they're not technically zombies. They are technically still infected because they didn't die then turn. They turned from being injected or infected by something. But it makes them way more scary now, especially compared to what the zombies were in like RE2. It's no secret now, I think, in the general media that normal zombies are just not that scary anymore. The RE1, 2, and 3 T-virus zombies are just not that intimidating anymore. And even if we are playing as a character like Grace, they're not that scary, but give them this level of intelligence, allow them to continue doing their job, use the items that they once had, like their big meat cleavers and knives and stuff. It makes them way more intimidating and more threatening than the former type. And I love it. Not only does it enhance the horror, but for Leon's sections, it actually allows for way more varied enemy types, with them all still being just zombies, which is great. You don't need to have fucking snakes and spiders and stuff to immediately make it more dynamic in how these enemies attack you. Just them having more varied weapons, builds, behaviors, and how they fight you. Some scream at you, some will obviously swing their shit at you, some of them will just try to grab you. It just makes it more engaging overall, in my opinion, when you have to deal with them all in different ways. And speaking of ones that continue their job, once you head into the garage area, there is one that still is doing his job fairly well.
What the fuck?
There is a zombie driving a bulldozer. Don't ask me where the bulldozer came from, but it came in. But shooting the guy in the bulldozer, he will eventually fall over and die, and then we can escape from it. But here we also grab a cooler, which you will then unlock, and it will contain an organ that we need for a puzzle. But heading back to the big cooler freezer area, we can find the second organ that we are after. But using both of these organs, we can then put them into a body. But just before you do this part of the puzzle, one of the zombies will come back to life as a blister head, a new type of zombie. In RE1, zombies would actually get back up after you killed them if you didn't burn them, and it would result in them being faster and doing more damage. And blister heads are basically the same thing. If you don't use the hemolytic injector on them, they will revive themselves and be way more aggressive and do way more damage. And on insanity, they can just one-shot you. It's obviously a callback to the older RE games, especially RE1 and its infamous use of these reviving zombies. And I think they're really fun. I think they're a fun addition and a great enemy type, because what it means, especially for Grace's sections, is that if you kill certain zombies with just shooting them, the threat is never gone, because I think every zombie can turn into a blister head. Some of them are scripted to turn into a blister head if you kill them, especially like when I played with unlimited ammo on a playthrough and I killed all of them. I wanted to see how many would turn, and over time different ones would turn at different points. Some would turn really quickly, some would turn 10 minutes later after I returned to the area. It's a fun way to make sure the game is always threatening and always somewhat challenging at times, but still, they are a zombie. Shoot them enough times in the head and they will go down. And eliminating this threat, we can then put the organs into this cut open man and revive him. And then killing him, we can get a wristband off of him that we use to open up locked areas that are restricted. And this is one of the puzzles that I just don't understand. Why did we have to put the organs in this guy to get a wristband off of him? Why don't we just take the wristband off of him? Like, it makes no sense to me. It just feels like one of the most convoluted ways and a cheap way to do like a jump scare moment. That just doesn't make sense to me. But killing this guy, it will give us the wristband that he had, which was a level 2 one. We did have a level 1 one earlier, but it didn't really unlock anything of importance. This one does though. It unlocks the isolation ward, which heading in there, we can find another one of the puzzles that we've been doing with these symbols on them, the sun, star, and the moon. But this one doesn't have the symbols on it. It's just the braille. And Grace realizes that she can't possibly solve it in any way. There is no way she can solve the puzzle. Ignore the fact that you can read what these brailles mean, because you can just process of elimination figure out what each braille sequence means. But of course, there is a reason this puzzle needs to be as convoluted as possible. We need to have the little girl brought into the game as a proper character now.
Braille. These girls, they look just like... I'm gonna borrow this.
The little blind girl will be our key to solving this problem, and would you look at that, the doctor here is the one that locked the girl away. He has the level 3 clearance wristband. So taking his wristband, and we can head back to the little girl to go say hello to her again.
Hey. Why did they put you in there?
I don't know. I've always been here.
Do you mind if I come in?
I don't mind.
Sorry. I'm with the police.
Police?
Yes. I'd like you to come with me.
Why?
I'm Grace. What's your name?
Emily?
Emily. You like reading?
Yeah.
Do you think you could read something for me? Please, I really need your help.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll take you there. There are steps. How about I carry you?
So Emily here is the innocent blind little girl that has been experimented on by Victor and his cronies. I'm sure she's not a monster at all, foreshadowing here. But her presence in the game now makes the game a hell of a lot more interesting, because Grace needs to now move around and do certain objectives, but if she's holding her, she can't shoot or even crouch, which limits your movement a hell of a lot, because crouching means that a lot of the zombies you can sneak past them fairly easily, but standing, they can spot you very quickly. Now, I thought Emily was going to be a really fun addition to the game, and this really interesting addition that would really, I guess, spice it up in a way, make it very difficult to navigate the hospital. But the thing is, she's just Zoe from the RE7 DLC. You can pick her up and then you can put her down on a sofa and then you can do the part of the game that you need to do. Go back, grab her, move her along. I hate that I know that this is the reused mechanic of that. And I wish they used her a bit more in you having to carry her through situations and make sure to keep her safe and stuff. But what do I think of Emily as a character in this game? I actually really like her inclusion. Due to her condition, her being blind, she is extremely vulnerable. We can see that. We know that. We see that when she got off her bed, she could barely walk to the door. If we let her just out and basically told her to fend for herself, she would be dead within 3 minutes. And her being not only blind, but also a young girl, a child, if you have any semblance of a heart, you will want to help her out and you'll want to keep her safe. And this adds another layer to the horror that the game could have. It makes you scared of getting into conflict because you know it's now not just you in danger as Grace, but also Emily. And on my first playthrough, this was really well done because I didn't kill any of the zombies in the first part. So I had to dodge and slowly take my time just weaving my way through them all. And it was really fun. Second playthrough, with the infinite ammo, because I wanted to see what would happen in the game if I killed everything. The game has no semblance of horror now. It's just a very annoying, almost check mark you need to have to do certain puzzles. I think she's great and a great inclusion, but again, Resident Evil needs to find a way to make repeat playthroughs where you have infinite ammo or where you have more knowledge of how to deal with these situations, more engaging and more fun to do again and again and again. But now taking her to the puzzle, we can set her down to do the puzzle for us, but someone or a couple of people have come to fight and Grace has to bravely fight back these zombies, just like her mother Alyssa did all those years back in the Renwood Hotel. And this is a big moment for Grace in terms of character. She might be scared of what's happening, but she is completely ready to fight them off. And this is actually a combat section with Grace. You have to kill all the zombies that come to attack you. It's showing this character development in her character where she's becoming more acclimatized to the zombies and that she is willing to fight to protect someone. She might be scared of what's happening, but she is ready to fight them off to keep Emily safe. But eventually, killing all these Zeds in the area, Emily will call us back and we can head back to get the item that we are after.
I'm here. I found this. Well done, Emily. Thank you.
Well, shit, the girl, the monster one, has returned and has taken Emily with her, and has now disappeared down this dark hole, and yes...
This is all my fault. I can't just leave her. Oh, God.
The girl, the hag, survived the 5 rounds in the head from Leon's Requiem revolver and just regenerated. I remember people were terrified that this new enemy type was going to be killed off in like 10 minutes, and many people thought it was. This makes it even more intimidating that it can just tank these shots now. But now Grace will have to descend down the hole to save Emily from the monster despite her fear of what's happening. And hey, this kind of reminds me of another game. Character that is mentally tortured by their past jumps down a dark hole into the unknown. Kind of reminds me of Silent Hill 2, doesn't it? Maybe. No, I'll shut up now. But now we can rejoin Leon with him being interrogated by Victor Gideon.
Why are you here? Is it for me? Or for her? We can talk. Right. Or we can begin your treatment.
Silent treatment, I hope.
You're an investigator, right? I'll investigate. What do you want to know? Is this where I conduct my research? Yes. The answers to your disease here.
Yeah. You know, I do have a question. When's the last time you brushed your teeth?
You are an ignorant fool. Do you believe in human evolution? I have devoted my life to studying it, while you have devoted your life to failure.
Well, now Leon somehow overpowers Victor Gideon and Victor just runs away, even though 10 minutes ago Victor just picked him up and strangled him out. So we need to make chase to Victor to catch up to him, and we need to make our way to his office. But in the next room in the attic, we can find a medical record about two brothers who had an insatiable appetite, with one of them eating everything he could get his hands on, including things like infusion pumps, pacemakers, and other medical equipment, which, yeah, don't eat them. That's probably not safe. And it led him gaining extreme amounts of weight. I wonder if that's Chunk. But also the other brother is one that likes eating humans. He got a taste for human flesh. And moving into the next area, we find another Chunk. If you killed the Chunk earlier, this boss fight is still here. This is the brother of the Chunk from earlier, and the one that had a taste for human flesh. And now we get to have a boss fight against the Chunk brother, as Leon. And actually, it's a simple boss fight, but I really like it. It's this really like tight area where you have to kind of kite him around and keep shooting him. You keep shooting him, he gets stunned, you go up to him, you slap him with a hatchet, and eventually he will no longer be able to get back up and he'll just explode.
Oh, damn.
Sorry. But I'm not on the menu.
I like it. It's a simple boss fight, and it's the first boss fight, so it shouldn't be too complex. But with our big boy going big bang, we can move on past him. And of course, Leon has to have one cheeky one-liner. We get many of these throughout the game, and it's nice to see that Leon's charm still is there. But moving into the next area, a question I had about how this game would work was if we are repeating areas with two characters, how would items be done in this game? If I grab all the pistol ammo as Grace, will there be no ammo for Leon? Well, the way that they've done it is they have certain things that are only accessible to Grace and other things are accessible to Leon. The blood is exclusive to Grace because it allows her to craft items with that, and Leon gets access to certain cupboards that only he can open with his hatchet. These warped doors, which you can crack open to collect items, and in this first one, we can collect an attachment for our gun. You probably noticed as you were playing through as Grace, a lot of these popped up all over the place, and these are going to be where Leon can collect ammo for his pistol, healing items, and of course, ammo for his recently acquired shotgun, the Mossberg 500 Super Shorty, as I like to call it, because that's what it was called in Rainbow Six. This is the basic shotgun. It's nothing special about it. It's like fucking B tier, C tier maybe. But now with Leon, we can descend down this hidden staircase and enter the area we were just playing through as Grace. And again, this is really well done in my opinion. You get to have the whole horror section with Grace having to avoid all these enemies and be scared of them. But now we are able to go in and just tear shit up as Leon. It makes it extremely satisfying, especially if you are struggling in this area. Like being able to go to the kitchen and just mess up the bigger guy and kill him so easily is so satisfying. There's no two ways about it. It's such a fun gameplay section, but it's really short. It's either like 5 minutes short or it can be like 20-30 minutes short, depending on how long you take in it. There is a lot of stuff here that you can collect as Leon, and I recommend you definitely do a thorough job exploring and also kill everything, because when you come back here as Grace, there won't be any enemies left and it will make it way easier for you. But let's quickly dart our way on over to Victor's office.
You sure I found Victor's private office?
Nice work. Lock it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Bingo. I have the IP address. Just give me a minute. And I'm in.
Okay, hit me. Sherry. You're killing me.
Hey look, it's Leon's handler, and guess what? It's Sherry, the character that almost everyone predicted. I don't know why people thought it was Ashley. It was very clearly Sherry.
Our symptoms confirm a T-virus infection.
Oh, fuck. Wait, at least we're in it together, right? All right, what do we got? Help us. Grace, what's she got to do with this?
Sherry was the little girl that Leon and Claire helped to rescue in Resident Evil 2, the daughter of William and Annette Birkin, one of the main lead scientists of Umbrella. But the files found on Victor's computer confirm that the survivors of Raccoon City are experiencing a T-virus reactivation, as they're almost like the virus that was always in their bodies is now starting to mutate into something new. Everyone that was in Raccoon City or survived Raccoon City was exposed to the T-virus in one way or another, either through being bitten or by drinking the water. The way that the T-virus first spread was that it got into the water supply in Raccoon City. And unless you're a god gamer, Leon probably got bit at some point in your playthrough of RE2, and he even went into the sewers, which you cannot tell me that that guy did not get a bit of water in his mouth. But also, Sherry was directly injected. That was a big plot point of RE2. She was directly infected by the T-virus and turning, so you had to like cure her as Claire. But also all the other characters, Jill, Carlos, all the Outbreak survivors, all of them are infected and probably are suffering from the same condition as Leon and Sherry are. But what caused this to happen? Why did the virus change? Well, it's very common. It actually is. Some illnesses just remain in your body, and sometimes they'll mutate and they'll be almost reinvigorated. They'll start killing you again. But there's two theories of why this happened. Either that the people that haven't turned from the T-virus in the initial outbreak had a natural resistance to it, or they were completely immune to it, but either due to age or the virus mutating, they're now being affected by it. Now, Sherry is a bit younger than Leon. She's only 9 years younger. She's actually 40, which is fucking insane. I completely forgot how old Sherry is now at this point in the timeline. I always just thought she was like 20 for some reason, but man, maybe that means I'm just getting old. She's starting to show the same symptoms as a 50-year-old Leon. He's 49, but fuck it, round it up. It's clear that everyone, it's happened at the same time, so to me it tells me that the virus has mutated in some way. But something in the files captures the attention of Leon, something called Elpis, and somehow Grace is connected to Elpis in some way. But now, after all of that information and the revelation that Grace is connected to the wider Umbrella plot and what Gideon is actually searching for, Elpis, we cut back to Grace now finding herself in a rather bad situation. Well, this doesn't look too good, does it? But hey, look, it's Grace's watch, and it's quite a nice watch as well. And guess what? No, I didn't buy this one. I'm not made of money. I could not afford this one. But I do think this watch does build on Grace's character a bit as well. Maybe not as much as Leon's, but I still think it's a decent watch for her. Grace is a fairly interesting watch overall. Again, it's a Hamilton watch. All the watches in this game are Hamilton. Grace's watch to me it's a bit more boring in my eyes. It's not my kind of watch really. It's based again on the American classic Pan-Europe watch, a 70s style racing watch, which was fairly popular when it first came out. Both these watches again are just older models of watches, so if you really like these watches and you don't want to fork out the extortionate premium that they are now on the secondhand market, just buy the old versions of them. They're exactly the same. But what do I actually think about this watch? Visually, it's quite nice. It's quite a unique looking watch. It's a different shape than normal. But there is one problem I have with it. These are both men's watches, both of them. And both of them are 42 millimeters. They are fucking huge. And the fact that this is meant to be, in my eyes, for a woman, it just feels wrong. If you're not familiar, most watches are split between two things, men or women's. Men watches are way more popular. They just have always been. And they often range between the sizes of 38 to 42 being the most popular sizes. 42 is on the bigger side, and even for some men, it's way too big. Even me, who is a 6'4" guy, I sometimes find 42 mils a bit too big depending on their shape. Now the Pan-Europe is a very big watch, and a 42 millimeter feels way too big, and it is one of the reasons I actually did not even want to get this watch. I didn't even think about getting it because of the size. If it was a 34 to 38 millimeter, which is the more common size for women, I actually think this would have been a really nice little watch. I do like smaller watches as well. My favorite watch is a 38 millimeter. I have a 35 millimeter, and they look fine on my big arms. I'm big. But to me, it's just very odd that they made this watch for a female character, which is meant to be linked to her, and it's a men's watch because they knew that it would sell better. Even if it was still a men's watch, but a 38 millimeter, it's fine. I'm not saying you can't wear it as a woman, but women often do run a little bit smaller than men. And the watches, if they're too big, they look a bit silly and they're too heavy. But yeah, the only reason I don't like this one is it's too big. I would have liked it way more if it was a 38mm or even like a 36mm. Nice watch though. Overall, 8 out of 10. Leon's though, 10 out of 10. Love it. Now, for Grace's character, I actually find it quite an interesting watch. Initially, I thought it would have been like a watch that's passed down or maybe linked to her secret past. But what do Hamilton actually say about the watch? They call it a striking and refined watch, and it has been crafted for Grace herself. So it's not actually meant for another character. It seems that this watch was designed around Grace herself. With her being a forensic investigator, a FBI data analyst, she has a sharp eye for detail, and this watch does have a lot of fine details to it. A lot of gold markings, the little black indicators of the minutes, and it being almost a quite classy dress watch does reflect her more professional nature. And the crocodile black leather strap, which is very nice, has a gold line that goes all the way around it, creating a gold ring basically around the wrist, and that is a very unique thing that I can't think of any other watch having. I've never seen a leather strap have this sort of detailing. I've seen the in-betweens of crocodile leather be highlighted, I've seen the different scales be different colors, but I've never seen just a single strip all the way around. And while they don't really give anything on the Hamilton to describe her character, they just say it combines a practical functionality with a sort of distinctive style that mirrors Grace's intelligence, determination, and looks, I guess. To me, I think there actually could have been way more interesting narrative with the watch. The gold line could represent Grace as a person. She still has that hope inside of her, and the black leather that surrounds all the gold could reflect her dark past, almost enveloping and engulfing her hope and her happiness in life, if you will. It is a really unique watch, in my opinion, and it's kind of hard to figure out because it is just doesn't feel like the right watch you'd give to this character, but then it does work in a way. But overall, it's a watch that I think is meant to represent Grace and her darkness and how she still has that sort of flicker of hope for humanity, maybe, or maybe she represents hope for others in some way. If you know the ending, you know what I'm on about. I think the watch does reflect her character. I just think it's the wrong watch type, but I don't really know what other Hamilton watch they would have picked from. It's just too big, man. I will keep harping on this. It's too big. Anyway, let's get back to the game now. With Grace here, now we enter another large puzzle area, which is beneath the hospital, this cave system that is almost like a prison area. And it all centers on us having to save Emily, the girl that was just snatched by the big monster. But in this safe room, we can find an operation that was left here, an operation from some military or elite task force that was focused on eliminating the girl. And I wonder if this girl, the monster that kind of looks a bit like Emily, just monstrous, was that other girl in the photo, the one that would have been in the other prison cell, the one next to Emily. And if you do return to Emily's cell before doing the objective or just after doing the first part of the first puzzle area, there is actually another cutscene where she does state that the other girl was given the same medication that made her turn blind, but she was taken away for some reason. And I think she had a much more drastic change to the medication. But who knows, maybe my theory is completely wrong. It isn't. That monster is the other girl. But if we see that, what does that mean Emily is? This puzzle area is pretty much more of the same. It's a lot more creepy, very eerie, atmospheric, and claustrophobic, and I do like it. It's a good section, but again, there's not a lot for me to talk about because it's just a lot of gameplay stuff. Visually, it looks gorgeous, and I do really enjoy it. We have to navigate to find 3 electrical plugs to then open the gate doors because Emily has been trapped inside one of them in a room filled with dolls. The dolls like the one we found in the other cell. So we do a lot more of these puzzles with these plugs, having to open up other doors around the area to find more items to allow us to go deeper and find the other plugs, all while avoiding the big scary monster that sometimes pops up to come grab us. But also there is a fun combat encounter here. One thing I was worried about with Grace was how they were going to do the combat stuff for her sections. And this one here in the processing area with the conveyor belt, I think is really well done. It encourages you to stun, kneecap, push over zombies instead of actually killing them. And I find it really fun. It's one of the better combat engagements in this game, I find. and I think it's Grace's best section for the actual combat part. Also, it is an essential area to the final puzzle for this game, and it has a very weird, I guess, use in the puzzle. But within this section, what I find most interesting is we start to see Grace is building herself up. She's starting to become quite a strong and brave individual. She's still scared, but she faces that fear with bravery. She still chooses to act. And she starts to become quite a strong character. She's able to deal with multiple zombies at once, unlike the time in the hotel where that one single zombie overpowered her and almost killed her right there and then. But even now, she's outsmarting and outmaneuvering the monster, unlike at the beginning, which it was basically manhandling her. She's very quickly adapted and learned to deal with the situation effectively, and I think it shows that Grace as a character is actually really smart. She adapts really quickly and she knows how to think on the fly quite well. Yeah, she's a bit of a klutz and a bit scared, but she still is able to think clearly and think logically, which I think is one of her biggest strengths and the reason why she's able to survive all the events in Requiem. But after a lot of puzzle solving later, we eventually are able to rescue Emily from the jail cell.
It's me! It's me! It's Grace! It's Grace! Calm down. Grace? Yeah. We gotta get out of here.
But also in this cell, we can find another doll on the floor that has the name Marie on the bottom of its foot. If you are familiar with Toy Story, you often write your name somewhere on the toy, often on the underside of the foot, to label it as yours. Marie is the other girl, and she was for some reason put down here, and I think she turned into a monster after whatever experimentations Gideon did on her, or his crony, the guy that we found the level 3 bracelet off of, injected her with whatever they gave him. The thing that led to Emily being blind, because she does state that she wasn't always blind, and I think led to Marie here completely changing into the monster. But also you might question why the monster didn't kill Emily. I think it's more to do with the fact that she either wants to collect these dolls, we see a lot of these dolls, and maybe she sees Emily as a doll, and that's why she doesn't kill her, because she views her as something that she wants to keep and almost possess in a way. But with Emily now, we go through a quick little chase sequence, being chased by a bunch of zombies and the hag eventually, and we then have to use this elevator to escape to safety. But of course, it's an elevator in a horror game, it doesn't go well. The girl does not want us getting away, and she very easily starts breaking her way into the elevator. With shit now hitting the fan, Grace, surprisingly in a moment of despair, has some quick thinking and almost does get completely away with Emily and herself. But the girl is always able, seemingly, to grab Grace at the worst possible moment, just as she's about to get away. Oh, and it speaks as well. But this whole cutscene is really good in my eyes. Not only do we see that the girl, the hag monster, is somewhat intelligent, telling us that it's like the T-virus zombies we've been facing, it is mentally still there. The leg cut off fake out is really well done, because not only alongside the acting done by the voice actress for Grace, but also the way that the cutscene is framed, it really does give this big moment of tension and just like holy shit moment that I think's really well done. Is it a bit corny and a bit campy? Sure, but I still think it's a good moment that really does show just how high the stakes are and how one small mistake and an extra second taking too long could have resulted in Grace dying here. But because of how fast she's thinking on her feet now and how good she is at it, she's able to keep herself and Emily safe relatively harm-free. But even then, the second half of this cutscene does show that this is getting too much for Grace, even though she is someone that is showing she has a great level of bravery and is definitely adapting to the situation. It is getting too much for her. She is starting to lose it completely and almost breaks down here. But because Emily is there, she has to bring herself back and realizes that she has to take care of Emily. She has an objective to make sure she doesn't lose her way, and she keeps going. But Emily and Grace, what I find most interesting them as a pair of characters is it's meant to reflect multiple other characters in Resident Evil. Grace and Emily, obviously you will think immediately to like 2 hours ago with Alyssa and Grace, how similar their relationship is, with Grace acting almost as Alyssa, thinking quick on her feet and almost becoming her mother in a way. But also, if you played RE2R, you'll think of Claire and Sherry. And I think this comparison has been made a lot, and many people have stated it's a lazy reuse of the story. It's a bit different. Emily is nothing like Sherry. Sherry was actually surviving on her own and was doing okay, but obviously Claire then helped her out and eventually needed to cure her. But Emily is a bit different. Emily is completely vulnerable. She would have been dead if we didn't help her, and she completely needs Grace. And I find that relationship so much more interesting because, again, Emily clearly has not been socialized with normal kids. She's always lived in this hospital, so she's a very different character. And I find it way more interesting for Grace as a character as well, because she is not only not prepared to take on the horrors of this medical center, but also take care of a child as well at the same time. I find it really good. I think the relationship between Emily and Grace is extremely well done, and again is one of the highlights of this game to me. But what makes it even more sad in my eyes is Grace asks Emily if she wants to escape the facility with her, and she almost doesn't sound like she knows what she's meant to do. She sounds hesitant, like she's scared of leaving the facility, even though the facility has led to her being in all this danger and harm. And I think it's because, again, Emily hasn't interacted with normal people. Grace is probably the first person that's treated her kindly and tried to protect her and not harm her, experiment on her, or treat her like a subject, not a person. It makes her character a lot more tragic in my eyes. But now with Emily, she gives us the quartz that we secured with the help of her, and this is the second quartz that we can plug into the door. Yes, we need to find one more quartz, which is located in the third office, so we can now go put Emily down and now can re-enter the facility after Leon tore shit up and explore it more thoroughly as Grace. You can get the third quartz, as I'll call it, before you enter the underground section, but I think what's most likely is you'll probably find the one that I found first, the second one, and then go underground on your first playthrough, unless you just ignore it or ignore the isolation ward entirely. But what's fun when you return to it as Grace, even if you killed everything as Leon, there is a few new enemies that are sprinkled throughout the area to make it a bit more challenging, and I really like this third run of the area. You might think it will get boring at this point considering it is our third time exploring this, but because of how the area has changed, how we can see what Leon did literally like 10 minutes ago, and the new enemies that are sprinkled in, it keeps it interesting, but also it allows Grace to actually properly explore. Because if Leon kills everything, there is no more threats in a lot of the areas. So, for example, if you didn't get the gun in the bar and lounge, you can actually go easily get it now after Leon has dealt with them. But now quickly grabbing that third quartz, because it is just a simple puzzle of having to retrieve some acid and then take that acid to the puzzle and then burn it off, we can now head outside and finally escape the facility. But now we actually need to escape the area. So we head down and immediately you will see a helicopter.
Oh my god.
Hey! Stay right there!
Hey, it's okay. We're not infected.
So you're normal?
I think so.
Thank fuck. Those things still running around?
Who are you?
You don't need to worry about me.
I'm tired.
I know.
That your kid?
What's...
This? Old war wound. I can't run away even if I wanted to.
Can you fly this?
Sure can. My bastard boss took the key. You know, I could fly us all out of here. If you go get it for me. It's in there. I'd go myself, but I can't outrun those things, not with this leg.
Are you lying to me?
What? Have you seen the same shit I've seen? Look, lady, we're out of options here. How much longer do you think any of us can survive?
Can I go back to my room now?
It's not safe.
Hey, we can help each other. I'll protect her. If you get the key, I'll keep her safe. I promise.
It's a deal. Come on. I got you. Ready? No. Come on. Gotta strap you in. Oh, I'm Grace, by the way. This is Emily.
Harry.
Thank you, Harry.
Harry here is honestly a interesting character that I was intrigued by. He's an older gentleman who is a helicopter pilot and he works for someone at the facility. But what I find really good about this scene is Grace again shows quick thinking. I haven't mentioned it, but there is optional cutscenes in this game. And one of them that a lot of people highlighted as a good moment for Grace is where she runs into Gideon in one of the lead researcher's offices. She actually baits Gideon by opening a door and then hiding in the room, which I think is really well done and shows she's really smart. And here she does it again. She asks Harry if she can trust him, which Harry is just like Grace. He's a normal guy. He's not a scientist or anything. He's just a pilot who was hired to fly some person around. And he's seen all the zombies and he's freaking out, but he can't escape because he doesn't have the key for the heli. But again, Grace knows she can't trust anyone at the moment because the lead doctor at a medical facility is doing experimentations that are the same, if not worse, than what Umbrella was doing back in the 90s. But now Harry here basically makes a request. If we want to escape with Harry on the helicopter, we need to find the key for the heli, but we can't take Emily with us because it's too dangerous. So he offers to keep Emily safe while we go search for the keys in his boss's place. So we now head into another area of the medical facility, the main researcher's office, Gideon's office. And immediately heading in, we can actually find a visitor journal with Gideon meeting with a Z about something, some plan, some development of something new that was of interest to Z and Gideon as well. Now, heading into his office, it looks fairly normal. On the desk in his office, we can find a journal that actually outlines a meeting they had with someone talking about the lack of results in the search for Elpis, but they have granted them the extension on the Raccoon City lockdown to 2040, telling us that whoever called and made the lockdown extension happen is in bed with Gideon and whoever else they are working with. But fiddling with some items, you'll quickly realize there is a puzzle here, and figuring out the puzzle, the entire goddamn room becomes an elevator. Fucking Team Rocket R villain. But eventually getting to the bottom of the elevator, we can fully find the extent of Gideon's research into whatever he's been researching, the monsters, zombies, or most likely, blood. We see that he's been extracting and studying blood, and maybe that explains why he extracted Grace's blood. He's been subjecting and injecting loads of patients with modified blood, viruses, whatever he has been researching to try figure something out. But very quickly, after having a little bit of a nosy around, you will quickly find the helicopter keys, and we'll find we can't go out the way we came because all the security locks locked behind us. So we have to unlock the one in front of us, and heading this way.
Yes, Zeno, that's correct. All tests have come back positive. I can confirm that she is indeed the one that we've been searching for. If all goes as planned, Elpis will soon be in our hands. Of course. But First, I must initiate the protocol. I've done it. I've done it. I've done it.
The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff will be tested.
Well, shit. Seems he figured something out. Apparently Grace is the one he has been searching for. The key to Elpis, whatever that is. And he initiates the self-destruction sequence because he no longer needs this facility, as he no longer needs to research the blood, as he found the one he is after. So we now need to escape, but guess what? Gideon went up his elevator, and we can't follow him up because there is no elevator. So we have to go out the emergency exit route, and now all of his subjects are now up and about walking around. So we have to fight our way through, heading towards the fire exit that we saw a minute ago, and what I like is the fire exit sign lights up green, so it naturally guides you over there. This is just smart game design 101, it's just well done. But fighting through the zombies, you will struggle if you just try to shoot them, but on the walls you can find this gas, which spraying them will make them explode like you injected them with a hemolytic injector. I think it's the same substance, but it shows that this stuff is really deadly to them and either does something to the virus or just to living tissue. If I had to guess, it's probably to the T-virus. But eventually fighting our way through and heading up some stairs with a hell of a lot of blood pouring down them, because fuck me, who's giving all this blood? We can escape and eventually get back to Harry and give him the keys, making it out of the area, but these zombies aren't letting us go that easily. And unfortunately, due to the zombies being everywhere, Harry does not get a lot of time to get the helicopter up and running. And it really doesn't go too well for Harry and his passengers. I sure hope everyone survived the crash. Harry's dead. He's dead. And Emily is also heavily injured. Kind of a shame. I thought Harry could be an interesting character, but I guess they needed someone to die. But with Emily heavily injured, we now cut back to Leon as he watches our friendly pilot have a bit of a bumpy landing.
Grace, what's she got to do with this?
And now with Leon, with the help of a beloved hunting rifle, he realizes that Grace is going to need some Overwatch support as she tries to escape with a little girl. And we enter a sniper section as Leon covering Grace as she tries to escape the incoming horde into safety. I really like this section. I was a bit iffy on it at first, but the more times I've played it, I really enjoy it. It first of all starts with us having to defend Grace as she tries to break down the door to get into the church, and you have zombies that come from the floor, out of the wreckage, from the building that you're standing on, from the woods, all over the place, and even one of the chef boys makes an appearance. And you have to keep providing sniper cover until she can get through the doors into the church. But of course, with her no longer being able to be seen via Overwatch sniper, we have to then go down to the floor and now start clearing them out on the ground, leading to this really fun just transition into a completely different section, which is more CQB tight engagement that is just fun. And then once we clear all the zombies in the front, we can then head into the church to meet with Grace.
Stay with me.
Grace.
Leon!
Who is she?
Oh, this is Emily. Help me, I can't stop the bleeding.
Hey, look at me. We're gonna be okay. Yeah? Can't stay here. That should be the way to the water treatment plant. It's our way out. Let's go. They just don't give up. Take her. Get her safe. Go. Now.
Emily really isn't doing too well. It's clear that she is heavily injured and probably dying because Grace talks about not being able to stop the bleeding. But the infected aren't letting up that easily, and Leon has to let them two go ahead while he fights them off to keep them away. And this section is, again, very tight, very compact, very claustrophobic, but it allows you to engage with really close combat and really learn how to deal with zombies. Kneecapping them, double tapping them in the head to drop them to the floor, kicking them, throwing shit at them. But of course, an engagement like this needs something new, and a new type of zombie comes to play. A big boy. And what's fun about these big boys is that not only are they big, tanky, just fuckers that take a lot of damage, these big red zits on their body, if you pop them, and you have to pop all of them to kill them, by the way, this will reawaken dead infected that you killed or even alive infected, turning them instantly into blister heads. This makes the fight actually really fun, and on harder difficulties like Insanity, this is a really hard fight because of just how tight the environment is and how tanky and how hard these enemies hit. Blister heads, by the way, on Insanity can insta-kill you. If they grab you, you're dead. This big boy, if he grabs you, you're dead on Insanity. So it makes the engagement way more fun and really hard at times as well. But after that scrap, Leon heads off to catch up with Grace and Emily, and now we swap back to Grace to see what she got up to while Leon was fighting. But now it's very clear that Emily is heavily injured from the crash and she's not doing too sharp. But we need to find a way to get up to the surface. But first of all, we need to set Emily down somewhere so we can actually do our job to open up the hatch above us so we can get out. But also keep her safe somewhere, because we can't have the girl getting back to her as she has returned. But with us laying Emily down, we now head back out and have to find a way to get the power back on so we can open the hatch up. But of course, the girl won't make it easy, and this is another stealth slash kind of stalker section, and this is the one area of the game that I have a big complaint on. When I first played it, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really, really good, and I thought it was well done. But on subsequent playthroughs, when you know how to get to each point that you need to get to, the 3 switches that you need to use, this area breaks. The girl, unfortunately, is heavily scripted. A lot of the moments where she like busts through a door, busts out of the ceiling, they're scripted. So even if you know exactly where she is on the map and you just dart straight to them, she teleports instantly to that location to jump scare you. The best example of this I can think of is, think of the opening area in the doctor's office, the first area you play as Grace in the hospital. If you guide the hag to the back corner of that room and then you move towards that door, she will always bust through it. She will never not bust through it. She just teleports instantly to it, and it kind of breaks the immersion a bit. Here it's actually really bad. Each switch, she has a kind of disruption moment. She either busts through the window of one of them, busts through the ceiling of another, or she just kind of comes out of nowhere through something. To me, it ruins this area a lot on subsequent playthroughs. First time, it's amazingly well done because you're not going to know where these areas are, and it means that you're more at a constant threat of the girl, and after a time of wandering about, she will just disappear. She'll go up into the ceiling and just not attack you. So when she does just appear out of nowhere, it makes more sense. But when you're moving so fast that she can't reset, she can't go into the vents and disappear, you can literally watch her despawn and respawn on your screen in a matter of seconds, and it's just not fun. I understand Capcom wants to make her threatening, and I don't think they've developed the AI really yet to make her threatening or make these stalkers threatening, but I feel like a game like Alien Isolation kind of makes a lot of these stalker enemies feel way less interesting at times, and I think now playing the game 5 times now, these sections, in my opinion, are some of the weakest of the game. I think they're great on the first time through, don't get me wrong, but on your second, third, fourth, and eventually fifth, especially on Insanity, these sections are really annoying. There's not a lot you can do to not trigger these things. You have to play these sections the way the developers want you. You have to trigger her and get her aggroed on you, and then use a feature in the area like these lights to stun her to then move past her. Even on Insanity, by the way, some of these sections, if you use the Requiem, it won't stun her in one shot. The underground section, you can't stun her with the Requiem. I think it's 5 shots to stun her, but if you're not doing an infinite ammo run, you either won't have the ammo for it, or you don't have the spacing and time to get all the 5 shots off. I genuinely don't think you can stun her in that section, and in this section, you can stun her in 2 shots, which is more manageable, I think, but it still feels a bit much in my opinion. But also on Insanity, by the way, the Hag and a couple of the other enemies as well, I think most of them move faster, and the Hag moves extremely quick. So like if you messed up a turning or whatever, you die. But it makes these sections even more annoying to play through in my opinion, because the Hag will just one-shot you. If it grabs you, it just kills you. In this specific section, I think you can take 2 grabs from it from full health, but it's just annoying. Like the way the Hag works, I think is not really that well done in my opinion. It's fine on the first playthrough, but subsequent playthroughs it just gets worse in my opinion, and I really do think that Capcom need to improve the Stalker AI in some way. Again, Alien Isolation's one is so much better that these ones just stand out, and the Hag is no better in my opinion than something like Jack Baker from RE7. It's like the same thing, but she can move around the map in a more fast manner, if you will. Luckily, she doesn't one-shot you in this section if she grabs you, which has been kind of a big issue I had with my Insanity run, is the 2 previous sections with her. If she grabs you, she just insta-kills you, which I think is, I'll be honest, I always hate that with any game. If an enemy touches you, you just insta-die because it's, again, meant to be threatening. It's more annoying in my eyes. It's a real shame, in my opinion. It's a really good area, and it's like actually really good horror as well, because like you feel like she could come out of nowhere when you're playing it the way they intended. But as soon as you fucking do anything more, like you start moving faster, it breaks completely. I really do hope when Capcom do another Stalker enemy that is like Mr. X, they really do take inspiration from something like Alien Isolation, which, remember, that came out, what, 10 years ago, Alien Isolation? You can definitely make an AI like that again. And I feel like Capcom as a company are definitely capable of doing this. They've shown that they're very willing and able to evolve and constantly improve the Resident Evil formula. But hey, this is like a massive nitpick by me personally. Like, I am kind of just moaning for the sake of moaning. But it is kind of like the one thing that I didn't really like about Requiem, especially on follow-up playthroughs of the game. But with us now activating all of the cranks, we can now head back upstairs to open up the hatch to allow the sunlight in to escape.
Come on, open.
And now putting one final round into the girl, we can end her for good. And she melts into a massive pile of sludge, completely eliminating the girl and removing her from the game at this point. And if you want to know, yes, this was Marie. It is revealed later in some notes, but I'm not going to go into all the notes because I'm not here to explain the lore and everything. I want to dive into what the game is as a story. But if you see that Marie, this other girl, turned into a monster, you might question, what does that mean for Emily? Does that mean Emily also has the potential to turn into this monster? Well, heading back to get Emily, we very quickly get that answer.
Emily? Oh no! Wake up! Come on! Oh shit! Oh no! Oh, Emily! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Oh, come on, Emily. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wake up, Emily! Come on! 1, 2, 3, 4, 30. Come on. Emily. I failed you. Ellie. Hi. It's me. I'm right here. You okay? You okay?
Sorry.
I wanted to save her!
You don't understand it.
No, I never would have escaped without her. This is all my fault. Again.
Look, I get it. Trust me, I get it. But we're still alive. We have to keep going.
No.
Grace.
Alpus is within reach, Grace. I'd like you to come with me.
Come with you.
Well, you feel lost, but you're not. You're exactly where you need to be.
I've been waiting for you, Grace.
Who are you?
Raccoon City. You're the reason for its destruction, but you're also the key to building a brave new world. You're the final piece. Let us show you your true purpose.
I absolutely love this scene so much. And I've seen a couple of people complain about it, saying how it's stupid, how Grace is being childish, whatever. But to me, it comes down to the fundamental point that people just do not understand how to read games and stories specifically. This scene itself, not only to me, represents Grace seeing herself as a failure, not being able to save Emily, but also Leon sees his past within it. What is happening right in front of him happened to him. Think Kendo and his daughter, Marvin at the station, and how powerless he was to save those people. Grace sees Emily's death here as her failure, a death that she caused because she brought her into everything. She put her on that helicopter. The crash happened because she was too slow and she didn't do enough to save her. Her death only happened because Gideon wanted Grace for some reason, and the only reason Grace was in the hospital was because of Gideon. And if Grace wasn't there, she might not have caused her to be in all of these dangerous situations. Gideon might not have started the entire shutdown and destroy everything sequence that the hospital was. I think Gideon started the outbreak in the hospital, most likely to get rid of everything in there because he knew that he didn't need it anymore. He knew Grace most likely was the key to Elpis, what he is after, not whatever else he's been working on. And with Grace begging and pleading with Leon to not harm Emily, because she thinks that Emily could still be saved. She thinks that she is still in there and that she can be rescued somehow. But Leon himself has been dealing with BOWs for decades at this point now. He knows that Emily is too far gone. There is no way to save her. He has seen so many people turn into these monsters and cannot be reasoned with. On his first day as a rookie in the RPD, he had to face William Birkin, someone who was a loving father to his daughter, but the virus made him completely uncontrollable and led to him having to kill him. But not only that, other characters like Krauser and basically all the other bosses in RE4 are the same thing. Grace here in this moment is being unreasonable. She's not being realistic. If Leon didn't kill Emily, both of them would die. They both would be killed by her. He knows that if he doesn't do anything, everyone will die. He knows what he has to do to keep as many people safe. Leon is doing the reasonable thing here, and then in response to this, Grace throwing the Requiem back at him, many people, I think, read this scene wrong. Even the lines preceding it, I think, are very important to understanding its meaning. So I'm just going to play them again, and then I'll carry on with my explanation.
This is all my fault. Again.
Look, I get it. Trust me, I get it. But we're still alive. We have to keep going.
This scene isn't Grace rejecting Leon and saying that she doesn't want anything to do with him. He wants him to go away and is rejecting his help. That's not what it is. Requiem, again, the name of the gun is meant to be an act or token of remembrance. And Grace here states that she no longer wants to move forward. She doesn't want to keep going like Leon says. She wants to let the past consume her, and she wants to die right there. She throws the Requiem away because she rejects the future. She doesn't want to look back at her failures anymore. She doesn't want to honor them. She wants to just basically disappear. That is what this entire scene is. It's Grace believing that her life is a curse and that because she existed, she caused all these problems to happen. And her throwing the Requiem back is her basically saying to Leon that she's giving up. She's not going to keep moving forward and trying to fix the problems that are occurring. She's not angry at Leon. She's angry at herself. I think that's the key point that you need to understand. She believes that everything she tries to protect and everything that she cares about and anything that's close to her ends up dead, and maybe she might think the same will happen to Leon. And now at this point, she's completely lost without any guidance. Leon isn't really someone that I think is meant to be portrayed as emotionally intelligent. At the end of the day, he is just basically an agent who deals and fights BOWs. He's not someone that can really talk to these people and help them understand what's wrong and all the problems that they have. He himself is still plagued with so many issues. His past itself haunts him. We know this from RE4, and that's what this scene entirely represents. It's the moment where these two characters split and they need to grow by themselves and they can't grow together. Leon now obviously dealing with his sickness, It's what he has to deal with. He has to deal with his dark past because, hey, that's what the T-virus thing will represent. But Grace now wanders up these stairs into a new area and wanders into Gideon, the man who seemingly has all the answers that she is after. And we now get to meet Gideon's partner, Zeno.
Elpis is within reach, Grace. I'd like you to come with me.
Come with you.
Well, you feel lost, but you're not. You're exactly where you need to be.
I've been waiting for you, Grace.
Who are you?
Raccoon City. You're the reason for its destruction, but you're also the key to building a brave new world. You're the final piece. Let us show you your true purpose.
Who offers Grace a completely new path, a new direction, and a purpose for her to look into. Something new, something meaningful, apparently. Elpis, the thing that got Raccoon City destroyed. The reason it was bombed was to hide whatever this is, and this is the key to the future of Grace's life. And now, she heads off with Zeno and Gideon to Raccoon City to figure out what this Elpis exactly is. It's honestly one of the best moments in this game, and it's a great character moment, not only for Grace and Leon. And to see people say that it's a bad moment, I think is completely stupid. We see how much this single point in the story, the death of Emily, affects both Leon and Grace completely differently. They're both heartbroken by it, but we see how different they are. We see the same reaction that Leon had all those years back with Kendo in Grace again. But Leon has seen it all before. He knows how to bounce back from it and continue on. And he tried to tell Grace to do this, but he knows that she can't do that immediately. He couldn't do that immediately. He knows that it's going to take time for her to bounce back from this. But also, again, it's another reflection on the humanity of Resident Evil. And a kind of a question that's always been brought up is the humanity of what our characters are doing. We've seen that the zombies have some form of intelligence. They retain some form of their previous lives. And Grace here is looking at herself as some inhuman monster, and she might see Leon as someone that is ruthless and maybe inhuman. Technically, in her eyes, he did just kill a little girl, and maybe this makes Leon reflect. Maybe he does think, fuck, what am I doing? Like, who is this actually helping? And to bring it up again, go back to RE2 and the scene where he basically asks Kendo to let him kill his daughter right in front of him. He's always been like this. He's always been very quick to act and believes that he needs to keep everyone safe, not realizing the ramifications of these actions on his own humanity. In that moment, at the back of that gun shop, he was going to turn into a monster and make this man witness the most disturbing thing possible because he believed it was the right thing to do. I adore it. I love everything about this scene, and this scene here was the moment I absolutely fell in love with this game. The death of Emily, the Requiem revolver, each character, their relationship with each other, all of it have all these different symbolic uses within the story, and it's so well done. It's so well written, and I think it's such a shame that people are, I think, misinterpreting this entire game's story at points. But the sickness, Leon's sickness flares up here and he starts coughing up blood. And I think this is meant to show us that the darkness in Leon's past is starting to really build up inside of him. And he's starting to be unable to live with it. Again, it's almost like the Raccoon City disease is the physical embodiment of the survivor guilt or the survivors feel after the Raccoon City incident. The memories of those they lost and the ones they couldn't save. But now with Leon, he needs to chase after Grace and stop Gideon and Zeno from enacting whatever their plan will be. And he now heads off to a location with a hell of a lot of history, Raccoon City.
Hey, checking in.
Good timing. Did you find anything on Elpis?
the servers of the CIA or the Pentagon.
Maybe we need a higher clearance.
I requested one, and I was told to shut down the investigation.
What? Why?
They didn't say. Orders from on high.
Look, we don't need you taking a hit for this. I'll just go it alone.
We're in this together. Till the end. I've always been good at working in the shadows.
Just don't do anything too risky, yeah?
Me? Never.
I'm gonna find Grace. She definitely has something to do with Elvis.
Now, the most interesting thing from this cutscene is that Sherry's investigation into Elvis led to her being blocked by her higher-ups, being told to drop the investigation entirely, which probably tells us that whoever's in the DSO, the higher-ups that is, are a bit corrupt and maybe in bed with the big bads who are controlling the narrative around the Raccoon City incident. But Raccoon City itself. Leon himself returns to the city where it all began, and man, I love this section. It's really good. I've seen, again, quite a few people complain about this section, saying it's a bit bloated, a bit much, but I think it's really well done. This is the first time that we've been able to really explore and go back to Raccoon City after the incident and explore a large chunk of it. I've always wanted Capcom to return to Raccoon City in a more, I guess, meaningful way. Yes, we have Raccoon City in RE2 and RE3 as well with Raccoon City, and there's a couple spin-off games as well that have us in it, but I've always wanted to be able to explore the city more thoroughly, especially during the first hours of the outbreak, in a more, I guess, meaningful way, see what's happening on the streets, the response by the police, the military, everything, because that's always the most interesting thing to me and always leads to the best stories. But obviously the second most interesting story is returning to an area after everything has been said and done. Now here in Requiem, we actually get to explore a rather large chunk of the city. Obviously it's still a small part of it, but it's pretty big, and it's the first time we've really been able to explore the city as a city, going to shops, parking areas, the train system, a lot of it, and it makes it really fun to explore and really varied as well. The thing that I really like as well about it is we can still see evidence and history of what happened all those years back. We can see remnants of survivors' activities as they tried to escape or survive during the outbreak. And I think the most tragic part is in this area, I think if you have the deluxe edition, there are 5 sets of notes from a Merrill, which is revealed to be Marvin, the police sergeant who would be above Leon when he first joined, his daughter. And we see how she died during the outbreak, how she tried to find her father, but eventually just got caught out and probably a bit unlucky. It's a different kind of horror that Resident Evil has never stepped into. Resident Evil has always been more of what I call the physical horror. You have these big brutish enemies, these intimidating looking monsters that are there to physically scare you. But Requiem has gone out of its way to really go with a more psychological horror and show the horror of the past and the memories and how horrifying that truly is. And that's what this entire section is, in my eyes. It's really well done, in my opinion. From these notes that we can find, the newspapers about the outbreak and the writer of the newspaper wishing everyone the best of luck and try to stay alive, to even Sherry and Leon talking about the outbreak itself and their memories of it. This is something it does really well. It just tells these smaller stories that allow the world to be filled up more and more and fill in a lot of the gaps that we had. My one complaint about Resident Evil as a franchise has always been that the world feels way too small. Characters like Chris, Leon, Jill, all of them, they keep popping up. Chris, I think, is the worst one for this. He is constantly popping up everywhere and being mentioned, and everyone seems to know him. And this, to me, is one of the worst things that you can do for a universe world like this, is not expand it and have characters that are completely disconnected from one another. I understand most of the Resident Evil story is centered on Raccoon City. And that's kind of a mistake by Capcom. They've always had it be linked to the characters from RE1 and RE2, Wesker, Chris, Jill, Leon, and the others as well, Claire, Rebecca, you get the point. And I've always wanted them to expand further beyond and make something bigger than Umbrella. And they did do that with 7, and then they immediately connected it back to the wider Resident Evil world and made it feel even smaller again, which I think is a massive shame. But Requiem feels different. It feels like we're going back here to finally end it all, finally put a close to the Umbrella stuff and the Umbrella connection that the games have always had. But anyway, enough of me waffling about that. Let's keep moving forward to the next area, and massive arachnophobia warning. I know some people don't like them, so if you don't like spiders and have arachnophobia, if you feel the need, skip to this time on the screen, because this is definitely a big one, I will be honest. All right, cool. Where are we? Down under? We now enter the Titan Spider boss fight, and this is a cool boss fight. This is a really cool boss fight. It's kind of a callback to RE1 with its spiders and big animals like the big fucking snake. RE has always had big animal enemies, and I feel like they've gone missing for a little while. We did have the bugs and stuff in RE7 and obviously the werewolves and stuff at RE8, but I feel like actual animals like big spiders, snakes, and so on, and the others that have appeared throughout the franchise kind of have been missing for a very long time. And I do like the spider. I think it's a really fun boss fight. With us eventually putting enough bullets into it, we will fall down into the Raccoon City train tunnels. And now having to find our way back out, we head up these stairs and find ourselves right in front of the quarantine barricade that was most likely set up after the nuke to prevent people from getting back into Raccoon City, and more specifically the epicenter of the bomb. Finds an explosive device, be it a breaching charge or some form of C4, but it is missing the detonator, telling us that someone was trying to blow open the gate to get in. And we need to find a way to fix the detonator so we can continue on, because the entire epicenter, the point we're trying to head to, is surrounded by this wall. So we need to go through it. We cannot go around it. Ignore the fact that we could probably find a way to go over it, but we then have to walk and we can't take our really nice Porsche through. So probably find a way to go through it would be the best idea. But heading just west of the gate, we can find a BSAA camp which seems to be completely deserted.
Sure, there's an old BSAA camp here. Place is trashed. Looks like they left in a hurry.
What were the BSAA doing in Raccoon City?
Interesting.
What is it?
The computer's not locked. And they were also headed to the center of Raccoon City.
Interesting, too. That reminds me. I dug a little deeper in the Pentagon's database, and I noticed something's missing.
What's that?
There's no record of anyone ordering the missile strike on Raccoon City.
Well, if not them, then who?
Leon triggered the alarm. It looks like your campaign to make the DSO stand down really didn't work, Zeno.
We'll leave this matter to you, then.
Okay, so this is actually a really interesting cutscene, and I need to explain it a bit, I think. So first of all, the Pentagon has no records of any government order being made for the strike of Raccoon City. There is no record of who actually ordered it, telling us that it wasn't actually a properly sanctioned strike. It was done under the table and ordered by someone that probably wasn't within the government. But also here we can see that Zeno was trying to influence the DSO, the agency that Leon and Sherry work for, to basically back off of the entire investigation into Elpis, which would explain why when Sherry did go to the higher-ups, they told her to stop. Leon currently is working off the books. He's actually gone rogue, technically, and I'm sure any other DSO agent that isn't Leon would have just given up the investigation, just because they probably could see that shit's about to get real. But due to Zeno finding out that Leon hasn't given up, he orders Gideon to go and deal with Leon. So we are probably going to have to fight him in the near future. But we need to get back to our task at hand, which is to basically repair this detonator so we can blow up the gate. But within this section, we will finally get access to the tactical tracker, a device which will record combat data and will credit us money from tools, and then we can use this money we earn from killing stuff to buy new items from the supply box. And complaint, it's not a trader at all. There's no funny guy. And I know people will say like, oh, it doesn't make sense for the trader to be here. The Duke didn't make sense. The trader in RE4 didn't make sense. A lot of people do say that he was technically like a revolutionary that was going against the, I don't know, what were they? The government, the royal family, whatever they were in RE4. My brain's a bit rusty. Give me a break. Just put a new trader here, man. Like, I feel like it'd be so much more fun to have a new guy and have it be like a tradition. The box is boring. Like, just the box is so boring, and it reminds me of RE5. And to me, I feel like this is going to be the exact same system that RE5 remake, when that eventually does get made, will use. The supply box itself, it's decent enough. It's a simple trading mechanic. It's no different from the trader. It just doesn't have the fun, like, personality that the traders give it. So it's kind of just sort of, I guess, shooed in a way. I do like how the money is handled in RE9. A big problem I have with like RE8 and RE4 when you do like reruns of the game is having to like fucking fanny about trying to find like the treasures and the lay that is scattered about all over the place. And I just felt like if you streamlined it a bit more, you could have made it better. And I think that's what RE9 has actually done fairly well, is just streamline the game a bit and cut out a lot of fat that this franchise always had. Having money be not an item you pick up, but rewards from kills, encourages you in the Leon section to fight more. I think a lot of these sections you can just run through and ignore a lot of the fighting, but rewarding you directly with money will encourage you even more to fight. And that's always a good thing in my eyes, if you're encouraged to fight enemies. But also other mechanics like herbs. You might have only noticed there's only green herbs in this game. There is no red herb. There is no funny, funky other new herb that was introduced. It's only green herbs. And I think that's kind of for the best in my eyes. To me, the red herb always felt like kind of a pointless item in a way. I understand the point of it, that you don't have like so many of the same item, and having a red herb which you then can combine with a green herb to significantly enhance the healing ability of the herbs was like a cool like sort of pick and choosing on what you're using the items for, and if you want to use this herb now or this herb later. It was a cool idea, but I think in practice it actually made the herb system a bit too convoluted, when at the end of the day the herbs should just be the basic healing item. Because I remember when I used to play like the original RE4 or any other RE game that had the red herb, I would never use a green herb on its own. Even if I was low on health, I would always wait to find a red herb. But here, now you can just use a green herb if you desperately need it, and being able to combine it with another green herb, and then obviously a third one, you just get kind of the same thing, but in a smaller thing in your inventory, which is nice. And I think that's what Requiem has done really well. It's just streamlined the game, cut a lot of fat out of it. And I know a lot of people say it's been dumbed down, simplified, it's easier. You try to play this game on Insanity, this fucking thing ain't easy, I'll tell you that much. I think it's for the best. I think it does do a better job and just makes the game a lot less confusing in a way, especially for newcomers to the series. You shouldn't start with this one, but I understand if people do. You get excited about the new game and you want to jump into it. And I think they've done a great job at that. It's not confusing. The crafting system makes complete sense to me. And there isn't an item in the game that to me feels pointless. Everything has a purpose and is used in a good way, in my opinion. The red herb, in my opinion, in a lot of games, it always just felt kind of tacked on and pointless. And I know there's other herbs as well that are missing, the blue and yellow herb, which I think would have been cool to see brought back. But I think Capcom kind of wants to make a less complicated system. Remember, less is always more in games like this, and having something that is not as complex, that is meant to be a simple system, is always better. The healing system should not be as complicated as it was at some points in these games. I understand as well, it was like a classic feature. Don't get me wrong, I like it, but especially in 9, I think it's way better that it's like this. Mainly for two reasons. One reason is the two different gameplay sections, the Grace and Leon sections. If you have too many items in the areas, it gets way too complicated, and the question of should I leave this item in this area or take it with this character and use it and craft it and everything, it just complicates it. And in my opinion, like the red plus green herb debate, I never really understood the point of it. Yeah, I get the point of, oh, if you find this, you get a better healing item. But what if you just took 2 green herbs, put them together, and boom, you get a better healing item? I thought having 3 green herbs combined together basically is the same effect of using 3 green herbs individually. It's not. I think when you combine 2 of the green herbs together, it doesn't just give you like the 2 herb healing, it gives you a bit more. And the third one will fully heal you. So I think even though it is simpler, I think the way it's done is better, if that makes any sense. And then when you combine that with the fact that there's 2 separate gameplay systems in this game with Grace and Leon, having this be more simple and more universal means that newcomers to the series, because there's going to be newcomers, won't get as confused. And that means that other systems can be implemented that are more interesting. So Leon's parry mechanic and Grace's blood collector, which are their more unique aspects to their gameplay. But enough about the healing system and me going on a weird tangent. What can we get in the box? Well, in the box we can buy, of course, ammo, healing items, herbs, case upgrades, body armor to reduce the damage that we take, kind of boring stuff. The stuff that you kind of buy and is good, but it's not like holy shit. But let's talk about the exciting shit, the new guns. Let's rank them all, shall we? Because I haven't actually really talked about the guns. I'm also not really going to talk about Grace's weapons because they're really basic. The first pistol she gets is like a C tier weapon, and then the second one is like a B tier weapon. They're okay. They're just like basic handguns. But let's talk about Leon's kit because that's one that I think is way more important, especially on Insanity. I'm going to give my Insanity tips if you guys are doing Insanity runs. So first of all, the gun that we first receive is the Alligator Snapper. A really nice name, and it is a really nice handgun. It feels really clean and just nice to use, but it does suffer a bit because the other handgun that Leon gets access to is just a straight upgrade. It just is better. There's no thing about the Alligator Snapper, in my eyes, that is better. And it's a shame because it's based on the 6-hour P320, which is just a nice looking handgun, sounds nice, looks slick, and it just suits Leon a lot. It's just not that great. It's like a C tier weapon, and on Insanity, it's useless. Both the pistols, by the way, on Insanity are useless. I could not get them to work in a good way for me in Insanity. They're just not good. They're good at stunning, but even then, it takes a lot of shots to stun, and just parrying them with your hatchet is actually better to do earlier on. Obviously, the next gun, the Requiem revolver, is just the magnum of this game. Got a round in it, it will delete anything you point it at. It's a great weapon. It's used in a great way in the story as well. It's exactly the same as the other magnums in the franchise from RE2, RE4, but its look and the way it's used in the story elevate it again to, in my opinion, to be probably the best gun in the game overall. S tier weapon, love it. Next is the basic shotgun you get in the chunk boss fight, the Mossberg 500. It's the basic shotgun. It's nothing too flashy. It's the B tier classic weapon. It's decent. It can be used on Insanity for somewhat decent stunning potential, but it's not that great in my opinion. It does definitely suffer and is the weakest shotgun in the game. And with there being 3 shotguns and it not being the best at any one thing, makes it a significantly hard thing to warrant using. So it's like a B/C tier. The classic 70, the basic bolt action rifle, I love this gun. With this thing, and with the new modification system you get access to this point in the game, it makes the gun way stronger. You can reload it way faster, it does stupid damage, and if you put a certain charm on it, you can make this thing way stronger. A charm in this game allows you to increase the power of a rifle if you take the scope off of it. The Classic 70 is the strongest non-magnum based gun in the game. So take the scope off of it, this thing will one-shot any basic zombie you fire at. In Insanity, this thing would 3-shot blister heads in the head. This was my gun for the entire Insanity run. It's the one I found myself relying on, and I could actually stand and bang with zombies. You cannot use the pistol to do what you do in the basic normal difficulties in this game. They just have way too much health. But this thing, you could whip out and you could just fucking kill things. If you could have 5 basic zombies on your screen, and if you were trying to use the pistol to stun, axe execute them, it would take you like 10 minutes of fighting. But this thing, you can clear them in 10 seconds. It's my favorite gun in this game, and it's surprisingly is really strong. The bolt action weapons have always been really strong in Resident Evil games, but this one, for some reason, just hit way harder and just felt good to use. I don't know if it's because this is the first time I've played an RE game on PC first, so obviously I could aim a lot faster and better, but even like RE4, RE8, which I have played on PC, it wasn't the bolt action rifles I used more, it was more the semi-auto ones, which in this game, I was disappointed by the semi-auto sniper. I really like it. It's an S tier weapon, and I think it's the essential weapon that you should grab in Insanity mode. You need it, in my opinion, especially early on. Cop this and one of the shotguns, you'll fly through the game. But now let's move on to the guns we can actually buy from the box, starting with the Silencer 9, which is based on the Silencer Co. Maxim 9 in real life, and this is just the better alligator snapper. If you don't like the feeling of the alligator snapper, be it because it doesn't have enough power, it doesn't shoot fast enough, it feels like it doesn't target like center fast enough, this thing's better. It's better in every single stat, and it's just a good weapon. It also has a silencer, meaning you can sneak up and pop zombies that are right next to another one and they won't notice you, which is really fun. Sounds slick as well. Now, on a tier list, it's like on any other difficulty that isn't Insanity, it's A, but in Insanity, it's a D tier. I bought this thing thinking it would be a good upgrade to the Alligator Snapper in Insanity, and I couldn't make it work. It just did not hit hard enough. I feel like the game itself is lacking a third pistol, and I think this is going to be another complaint from me. The gun variety in this game, there isn't enough. You look at RE4R and you have the basic starter pistol, the 5.7, the then Sentinel 9, which has the fucking massive mag, the Mauser pistol, the Red 9 I think it's called, I can't really remember, but that was like the big heavy hitting pistol. But like you had multiple options, and you then had the Blacktail as well, which was like your light, high rate of fire, big mag pistol. You had like 5 and then plus another one which you could unlock, the Matilda, which you can in this game as well, but we won't count it because it's not a base gun. There's only 2 pistols you get access to with Leon. That is not enough in my opinion. There needs to be more. In my eyes, you have the basic pistol in the Alligator Snapper, which I think needs to do more damage. The Silencer Co, which should be the fast rate of fire Blacktail style pistol. And then I think we need one more. We need a heavy hitting pistol. Give us like a 1911 or something in a bigger caliber that can pop a zombie harder and stun them way quicker. Because that's what I liked in RE4. I liked using the 5.7 pistol because that would stun them significantly faster than anything else, allowing you to kick them. In this game, you don't really get that, and that's kind of something I realized very quickly when playing on harder difficulties. But moving up a tier, we can acquire our first SMG, the CZ Scorpion Evo 3A1, or the Styrie as I called it in game. A high rate of fire SMG, and it's okay. I've never really liked the high rate of fire weapons in RE games because they chew through ammo way too fast. In the normal difficulty modes like casual and classic, it's okay. In Insanity, it's actually not that good. It's decent. If you use it on certain hankier enemies later on, you can shred them a lot faster and give you a bit of breathing room. But just how fast it chews through that ammo, I can't recommend it. It's like C tier, B tier at best. In my second playthrough, which I did with like unlimited ammo and stuff, I found it good, but again, I had unlimited ammo and I could immediately see this thing needed a lot of ammo to kill stuff. So it's like B tier. It's decent, but not great. Next up though is my favorite weapon in the game off of style points, not performance, and that is the 990 TAC, or in real life, the Mossberg 990. A high cap, fast rate of fire shotgun that needs no racking. This shit just blasts stuff away. It's fun as hell. Going from the Mossberg 500, the short shit pump shotgun, to this is a massive upgrade. Because this thing not only hits just as hard, it shoots way faster, and it makes you feel like you're fucking John Wick in that one scene with his Benelli M4. It's just fun. And on Insanity, this was the second gun I used. One of the best ways to deal with the zombies in this game is to kneecap them. If you don't know what that means, aim at their knee and shoot them. They'll drop to the floor and it stuns them for a second. Sometimes you can kick them or execute them, but most of the time it will just slow them down. Now the fun thing about the 990 TAC is if you kneecap them, it will often either always put them in a point where you can kick them, or you can put a gun straight on their head and kill them in 2. Being able to kill consistently in 2 shells was a fucking lifesaver, especially in this section, considering how many you have to kill. And I would get into these flow states where I would just kneecap 4 zombies in a row and then go back over them, headshotting them back. And then that would be the whole tube gone, and I just reload all 8 rounds again. It was one of the most fun and satisfying weapons to use, and it is essential, in my opinion, kind of, in Insanity. There is another shotgun you can use, which does work, but not as good because its rate of fire is a bit slower. And those are the 3 weapons that we can buy from the box. The other ones that we can find are from a bit later on. So again, the box, it feels like you don't get a lot, and no other new weapons get added to the box. Like the trader in RE4 gets more weapons as you go on, and Duke as well gets a few more as you go later in the game. It's a decent system, but it feels very half-baked, and it was only added to add a trader system to please fans of the older games. Let us continue on, because we have no more guns to talk about. We'll talk about the other ones later, and continue with our objective to find the detonator. And thus we start the next extended part of the game, the Raccoon City search, with us diving into many varied locations throughout the city, from a storage warehouse to the sewer treatment plant, a petrol garage, and even a high-rise building. But here to slow us down are the T-virus zombies from RE2 and 3, who are still alive even after being bombed and burned and left under the rubble of that destruction. They have been waiting for someone to show back up. And this tells us that the missile itself, the objective was not to wipe out the virus that was in Raccoon City. It was done to destroy the city and then hide something within it. Because remember, we're not actually in the quarantine zone yet. We're still outside of it. And there's zombies here already. So it tells us that potentially the government or whoever ordered the missile strike was attempting to cover something up. Because fuck me, imagine if you just went back to Raccoon City as a normal person just to like see what's going on and see if like you can find anything interesting, and you walk in and find a massive fucking spider that just eats you alive. Seems kind of a big oversight by the government in my eyes, because this spider could just go walk about and walk somewhere to a new city if it wanted to. But clearing out the zombie, Liam reports his finding to Sherry, and even she is surprised that they are still there, telling us that the government has not allowed or revealed a lot that's been going on within the city boundaries. But here we can also find our first piece of the detonator and quickly return to the BSAA camp, and then move along to the next section. And this next section, we can find the people who most likely set up that camp dead on the floor.
Encountered 3 infected and eliminated them. That's correct, sir. Do we proceed?
So the rumors were true? What rumors? The missile wasn't just about stopping the spread. Don't be ridiculous.
Affirmative. Listen up! Our objective hasn't changed. We rendezvous with the advanced party in the center of Raccoon City, then head for ARC. Our mission is to retrieve Elpis. Move out!
The BSAA were also after Elpis.
Man down, man down! Oh. Jesus, fuck! Where is he? I'm fucking blind here! Oh, my fucking legs! Get cover! Get cover! Please help me! Holy shit!
He just have a really long revolver.
I thought I had a short fuse.
What are we doing here?
All in good time. You'll see.
Well, it seems that the BSAA were trying to make their way to the center of Raccoon City to find Elpis, but Zeno, the guy which we saw who is rather well dressed, wiped them out rather easily. But the soldier did mention about rumors which believed that the missile wasn't used to wipe out the infection but for something else, probably to hide something. But the BSAA, again, are after Elpis. whatever Elpis is. Remember, the BSAA are not against using bioweapons now in their missions. Whatever Elpis is, it's probably some sort of BOW or related to Umbrella, and it is extremely important. So much so that Zeno, a guy that is in partnership with Gideon, a previous Umbrella researcher, is after it, and also the BSAA are after it, who are like the counter-terrorism bioweapon group. But one of these BSA agents that we can investigate has a key for us, and this key will allow us to access multiple containers scattered throughout the city which belong to the BSAA. Now, we did see one earlier at the BSAA camp, but that's going to be more for the main objective. One of these containers, which I'm going to pull attention to though, holds a sniper rifle, or an EBR type rifle. It's a decent weapon, and I actually thought it was pretty good when I was doing my speed run for the game, because high damage, high mag cap, high rate of fire, good precision, good at headshotting things back to back. Decent weapon for that. Use it on Insanity though, it's kind of mid. Even me, I way prefer the classic 70 just for general gameplay. And I think this thing is only good in specifically doing speed runs of the game. If you want to go fast and complete the game in under 4 hours, pro tip, use this weapon. You will clear not only normal zombies, but you can kill bosses with it pretty quick as well. But overall, to me, it's like a B, maybe A tier weapon if you use it in the one case scenario, which I found it useful. We also, at some point, we will have found the Uzi, which is the slower rate of fire, higher damage SMG in the game. I like this one a lot more than the Scorpion. Still not good in my eyes, it's still just not a good weapon. I don't think I've ever used an SMG in a Resident Evil game and liked it. So it's like C tier in my eyes. It's just not good. It doesn't even have the benefit of the Scorpion, which is like high burst DPS for a boss, which you can just whip it out, spray the whole mag, and then put it back, and you do a shit ton of damage. It's way more for basic zombies and just dealing with them, but it just uses too much ammo to kill them. So yeah, it's not great. But now in these apartment blocks, we will search for our next piece, and we'll have to face off against the undead BSAA agents, who might shoot at you if you let them aim their guns at you.
What the fuck?
I actually, at first, didn't really like these guys. They've grown on me a lot. I like them. Again, the zombies remember their past lives and everything, and they can use items associated with it. We saw a guy with a big meat hatchet earlier, so the BSAA guys can shoot at you. The difference is they don't aim. They do these massive swinging motions that shoot everywhere. Now, these guys are a pain in the arse, and on Insanity, they can just end your run immediately, and they are fucking annoying, because a lot of the time they have helmets, meaning even with the classic 70, you need to double bang their head off. So if you want to save the rifle round, pop their head off with the pistol, switch to the rifle, one bang them. Easy as pie. But also you might find other kinds, like this guy with the grenade in his hand. Pro tip, if you see one with a red hand, shoot it, they go bang. Basic gaming design 101 that. But now clearing them out, we can grab Resident Evil's favorite key item, the crank, and we can crank the crank. I don't know why, but every Resident Evil game has a fucking crank in it. I don't know why. It's a really weird thing to always have. But with this key item, we can of course proceed further into other sections, and we enter a massive combat section with the BSAA zombies, with some of them still being on the mortars that they set up, shooting them at you. And surprisingly, this section in my Insanity run wasn't too hard. I think that's because I just knew all the placements and where all the zombies were, and just basically pre-aimed and pre-fired all of them. So that's my tip. Learn where all the mortars are and the angles. You can shoot the first mortar guy before you even enter the engagement and start fighting. It's a fun engagement that can be quite challenging if you don't keep on the move and you try to hide in a corner, because they will just start bombing you to shit. But quickly clearing them out, we can collect the second part that we were after and eliminate the reinforcements. And then from here, we can move on, making our way to the petrol garage to grab a container which we can fill with petrol, so we can refuel the generators that we need to in the area. But this petrol garage actually has a pretty fun engagement with it all catching on fire and having to like scrap the zombies and keep them off of you, and the area slightly gets smaller and smaller with the fire. And of course we have the chainsaw zombie, which we have to another fight with the chainsaw boy, but quickly killing them. We can go refill the generator we saw earlier, and now use a zip line to zip our way over to a fallen down building and ascend it to make our way into the next BSAA camp. And I really like this section as well. But it has some fun traversal, a cool combat encounter where the entire floor is glass windows, so you can shoot out the floor from beneath zombies or If you throw a grenade, blow up the entire floor, killing yourself as well. It's fun. And on insanity again, shoot the floor. It's way easier to deal with them. But moving on, we can grab the part that we need and then use this elevator. And of course, if there's an elevator, we have an elevator fight because Leon loves elevator fights. And eventually we will get to the point where there'll be too many guys and the elevator will decide it doesn't want to hold us anymore and it will just drop. But with this area, we just have to run out and we will now have the final part that we need for the detonator, and we can return to the gate and place the detonator on it after entering the other blue container and repairing the broken part that we got, and thus moving on to the next part of the game. Which is a bit divisive. The next section is the bike section with Leon. As Leon makes his way to the coordinates on this bike, it gets kind of crazy as a certain someone decides to join us.
Should make it there in no time.
Good to hear. How are the roads? Leon?
Just a few potholes. Stage just keeps getting better and better.
Gideon, now taking orders from Zeno, goes to eliminate Leon. And with the help of his pooches, the Garms, which I really like these designs, I fucking love them, this gets kind of crazy. It's a massive on-rails shooting section. Like, this is entirely inspired by that one movie where Leon's on a bike shooting the zombie dogs. It's just clearly a reference to that. You have like to dodge Gideon's RPG shots, to then you start driving over the rooftops, through the streets, blowing up the obstacles in your path with their very conveniently placed explosives, to even doing the most fucking ridiculous thing, which is drive up the side of a building and then doing this. It got kind of stupid and it's got that insane Michael Bay-esque action in it. But one of my biggest complaints about games like RE5 and RE6 is there's too much action. So do I have a big problem with this? No. Let me explain. I've seen a lot of people state that the praise RE9 has been getting is unfair when RE6 looked down and said it was shit for the same reasons. But again, I go back to the point of you have to make a good blend. A big issue I have seen raised in the gaming community every fucking year is when an old game that is bad critically, commercially, in the community, no one fucking likes these games. RE6 was only good commercially. Even then, Capcom saw it as somewhat of a failure because it didn't outsell 5. But we now see in the gaming community what I like to call gaming revisionism. And I think the best example of this is we see it in the COD community fucking constantly. The game comes out, the game is bad, the game is decent, the game is whatever. People call it the worst COD ever made. The next game comes out, people go, oh, this is worse than the last one. Maybe the last one wasn't that bad. Then 5 years later, that COD that was originally bad when it came out is now the best COD ever made. You see it all the time, and we still see it now. I can't believe there are people now who are either a bit younger than me or the same age as me or even older than me that say games like COD Ghosts or COD Advanced Warfare or fucking like something like Black Ops 4 was good. Are you high out of your mind? I understand that some franchises are getting worse as time goes on and COD is one of them, but man, stick to a standard that you believe in. And we've seen this in the Resident Evil games as well. And I think it's mainly when the youngsters, I'm going to call them the youngsters, the people that grew up with those games, start to get to an age where they start becoming a bit more opinionated. They start being able to speak online without being shat on instantly. Unfortunately, that is my generation now. The generation whose first RE game was probably 5, then 6. Yeah. Resident Evil has the same thing. I remember, I swear to God, I could be wrong, when the Revelation games, when they first came out, I swear to God, no one seemed to like them. But now, people love them, which is really odd to me. Like, I swear to God, I could either be crazy or I'm making it up. I'm probably making it up, but I swear people did not like those games. Another one, RE5. I remember seeing a lot of people who took a big issue with it. They said it was not a good RE game. I still, to this day, don't think RE5 is a good Resident Evil game, and I will stick by that. But there's a lot of people who now think it's a great RE game, one of the best. Huh? Like, in what world? What world? And I think it's because a lot of the people now that say this, they grew up with it. It was their first RE game. It was the game that they replayed. Like, what RE4 was for me, it was theirs, because they didn't get to RE at the same time I did. But now we have people saying this about RE6, saying it's not that bad of a game. It's actually pretty good. It's an underrated gem, if you will. I don't mind RE5, I can tolerate it. But RE6 I can't. It is just a bad game. Saying RE9 does the same things and it gets praised for it and not hate is completely wrong. There is no two ways to cut it. RE6 had so many more issues than the action. Again, action is completely against what horror is, but RE is unique that it can have both. That's what makes RE so unique. It can have both action and horror. Having action in the game, just this one section, this one insane section of action, doesn't mean the game is anything like RE6. RE6, from start to finish, for all 4 of the campaigns, is constant action. Leon, you have these stupid, fucking insane scenarios where everyone should be dead in 3 minutes. Chris Redfield's one is just this insane Call of Duty style shooter that just makes no sense. And then Jake and Sherry's and Ada's are pretty similar as well in terms of the action. I'm not going to dive into RE6. I do want to do a video on RE6, and it's kind of just me waiting until I can tolerate it. But as I've stated throughout this video, I think RE games are at their best when they have a good balance of horror and action. The coffee with the water, or the milk and the sugar. Too much sugar, you ruin the coffee. RE6 was that. This is the first piece of genuine, like, insane action that we've gotten in this game. It's 1 sugar cube. That's it. It doesn't ruin the experience. It is nothing like RE6. And I know some people will state that RE6 has one of the best mercenaries mode. Good for it. I don't give a fuck about the mercenaries mode. That is not the main part of RE. The campaign is. End of. Mercenaries is an addition, not the main course. If the biscuit that they give for you when you order a coffee at a restaurant is nice, but the coffee tastes like shit, it don't make the coffee better. That's all I'll say. I'm going to pull myself back together. I will do an RE6 video one day, and that is going to be like 2 hours of me just bitching, so I hope you look forward to that. But the thing that I think RE9 does well with this action is it learned from the mistakes of RE6. It knows when to use it. RE4, the legendary, the fucking favorite child of the franchise, is silly in terms of action. Remember the minecart section? That's pretty silly if you ask me. But people don't have an issue with that because it's paced well, because it's placed in a point which it builds up to, and then you have this release. That's what this is. It's the same thing. It's not as good maybe as the minecart section in terms of gameplay, but it's still the same kind of thing. RE has always been silly. It's always had silly action and silly one-liners. Even the first fucking game had it, and Requiem needs to pay homage to all of the franchise. It can't just exclude parts of it because apparently they're not true to what the franchise is. Love or hate RE6, RE5, if you don't like the originals, if you don't like the tank controls, they're all part of this game. They're all part of the franchise that's been built up over the last 30 years, and Requiem needs to find a way to honor and make sure that all those games fit in alongside it. And I think Requiem's done that perfectly. This section, while yes, is silly and campy and a bit too much in my opinion, it still works. It's well placed, it's a good payoff, and it's a good, I guess, hype moment that's now going to be brought down in the next section. It's perfectly placed in my opinion, and again, this is one of Requiem's biggest strengths. It's pacing. It's done so well. But now, after that insane ride and killing Gideon, we didn't kill him because we didn't get any money for it. We arrive at the coordinates that we set as our destination. And of course, that destination will lead the prodigal son to return home. The RPD.
It's on you now.
Walking into the RPD, I felt emotions I never thought that I would. Just like Leon, I started reflecting on past games and my life. Leon here reflects on the events that occurred in the RE2 remake, my favorite RE game ever. I've always liked RE, but I think I truly did fall in love with the games with the RE2 remake. I am young, I'm 22, I'm younger than the RE1 remake, to put that into perspective. I was also very late getting into games. I think I got my Xbox, 2012? 2011, maybe 2013. I remember the Xbox One was known about when I got my Xbox. So I was late getting into proper games. And I never really got into single player games. You're a kid, you can't really afford games that much. And the games that you do buy are the ones that you can play a hell of a lot with your friends. COD, GTA, whatever. But occasionally we did pick up games. And one of the games I did play a lot of was RE4. And then obviously when RE5 came out, I played that with my friend in co-op. I did play RE, but I was never super big on it when I was younger. But definitely as I got older into my later teen years, I remember when I finally picked up RE2 Remake, like I think a couple months after it came out. I think I was 15 at the time. Man, I fell in love with it. The RE2R has stuck with me for so long, and that is the game that made me truly fall in love with the franchise and go back and play a lot of the older games, play obviously all the new games again. More recently playing like 7, 8 again, is because how much I love this franchise, and it all stems from me playing 2 Remake. A lot of people will always state that the first game they play in the franchise is their favorite. For me, that like with the COD franchise, Black Ops 1 is my favorite game, and it was my first COD I properly did play seriously. But RE4 was my favorite, and then 5 was the second one I played, and then 6 was the third I played, and then I kind of stopped playing them until 2 Remake, which then got me completely back into the franchise. I'd always loved and enjoyed RE games when I played them, but I always kind of felt disappointed when I played them because they were always called horror games, scary games if you will. And unfortunately 4, 5, 6, and I didn't play 7 for quite a few years after it came out. I always felt disappointed with them, like they weren't really what I was after when I was playing a so-called scary game, and I kind of just stopped playing them. But RE2 was the first one that I played that I think genuinely did scare me. It's one that I fully fell in love with, and to this day I still love it. I think in total I don't even know how many times I've played RE2. I've probably played it 30 plus times now, and I love it. It's one of not only my most played RE games, it's my most replayed game probably ever. But it wasn't really that as well. RE2 was the first time that I really started to like the franchise for myself. In the past, I'd only really played the games to play them with my friend. RE5 obviously in co-op, and 6 in co-op, and 4 because it was one of his favorite games, so I wanted to play it, see what it's about. I never really fell in love with the games that much. They were always kind of just a bit, not meh, but just kind of not my thing at the time. But RE2 was like completely a game for me, I think. I loved everything about it. The story, the lore, the world building, the characters, the pacing, everything. I adore the RE2 remake. It just clicked for some reason, and I don't know why. And Leon is at the center of my love for the Resident Evil franchise. Not the RE4 Leon, the RE2 Leon. He is my favorite character in all of, honestly, in almost all of gaming, I would say. And returning to the RPD all these years later, because remember, Resident Evil 2 Remake came out in 2019, 7 years ago now, which is insane to think about that. That makes me feel way older than I actually am. And coming back to the RPD, which I see as one of my favorite areas in all of Resident Evil, it just reminds me of the past and heavily reminds me back and makes me think back to my first time playing the 2 remake. I think this section really wants us to do. It wants you to reflect on the past. This is going to be not only a moment of reflection for the player, but also for Leon. It wants Leon to reflect on the events of RE2R, but you to reflect on what each of these games meant to you and what it's done for you in your life. But with Leon reaching this point, he finds that Zeno and Grace are here already and we are given the objective to reach them. But if you're anything like me, you did a bit of exploring first and you can find a lot of things to reminisce about, and Leon does as well, and it clearly affects him a lot.
Hey, Lieutenant Brenna. Kennedy. Reporting for duty.
You can find Marvin's desk and find a diary on it, and in it, it details how him and the other officers were preparing for a welcome party for the new recruit, and they wanted to make him feel as welcomed as possible, even buying soft drinks in case he doesn't drink alcohol. This might seem like such a small thing to do, but it truly does show that the people of the RPD were good people. Marvin specifically was a very good man and wanted to make Leon feel as welcomed as possible. Leon is not a Raccoon City local. He's coming from outside the city and he knows that potentially this is a big change for Leon. So he wants to make sure that he welcomes Leon like he is just another officer. It makes the way that Marvin went out in RE2 even more tragic. It makes him that much better of a character in a way. You can even head upstairs to the STARS office and find items belonging to many of the STARS members, from hats, jackets, bags, and you can even find a scavenger hunt that Barry set up for his kids, with the reward being some tickets to the local zoo, which again makes it even more tragic in a way. Also, you can find some fun Easter eggs like Tofu, who appears, which is kind of fun. It seems like he survived the explosion somehow. And I fully encourage you to explore in detail the RPD, because this section is as long or as short as you want it to be. And the thing that I find the most fun is you can even find Wesker's prized photo collection of the best Resident Evil girl. Yep, that's my opinion. Let's move on. Let's go find Zeno and Grace by heading into the East offices now.
Covert military units from every country on Earth come to Raccoon City for one purpose: to find Elpis.
What is Elpis?
The power to upset the military balance of the world. The last virus, created by Spencer. Designed to control human consciousness.
Mind control?
They couldn't let it be stolen, so they launched the missile strike to hide it.
To hide a virus? Why do something so extreme?
Extreme? Is it? When the president tried to investigate, they had him assassinated. And you are the key to retrieving Elpis.
Emily.
In a way. But not the girl you met. So many attempts. So many failures. Such a waste.
What do you mean?
Copies. Crafted to duplicate you. All useless. All scrapped. They each have their own sad story.
Okay, so this section now follows Chloe. Zeno reveals that all the girls that look the same, Marie, Chloe, Emily, all of these different girls were actually attempts that Spencer did to try, he thinks, to replicate Grace, with Zeno believing that these girls, like Emily, were just trying to replicate the key that Grace actually is, the key to Elpis, because they thought that Spencer lost Grace at some point and has been trying to reproduce her, but all of them were failures, all having died in some way, some extremely violently, some probably just died of some issue with their body. You get the point. They all died horrible deaths. And this section following one of the girls, Chloe, in the 90s in the orphanage, is a fun little section. It's actually quite a good horror moment, and it's fun obviously revisiting the orphanage, which was a section in RE2. You have to avoid the other children who have gone completely sicko mode and are killing all of the doctors.
No, get back! Get back!
What are you doing?
It's a very basic hide and seek section, and you'll eventually reach a point where you'll find a bunch of coffins, and inside of them more kids are revealed, and then you have to escape from that and then go up the fucking ladder to escape them. But it reveals that all of these girls were failures in some kind. They were all discarded after them not being the key that they after, and Chloe here does escape from them, and you can go into an Umbrella facility, which is revealed to be the ARC facility, a new facility that was not known about before, and we can see some presentations revealing that these girls were all created by Umbrella for this very thing, including Chloe, Emily, all of them, and it might lead you to believe that Grace as well was created, not actually Alyssa's child, but a genetic creation, which technically is what a child is, but you get the point. A fake genetic creation that was not made the natural, beautiful, God-given way. But with Chloe here being knocked out after her realizing that she is also one of these creations by Umbrella, she is knocked out as she is apparently exhibiting symptoms and is discarded. They need to dispose of her.
We need to get rid of her.
And we cut back to Grace being completely horrified of this realization. She realizes that all of these girls died because they were trying to replicate her, the key to Spencer's final creation.
They weren't able to recreate Spencer's key. But now we have the original. We have you.
And she kind of starts to break down, realizing that everything technically, in a way, was because of her. Everything was her fault. Alyssa's death, all of those girls' deaths, Emily's death, all of it. All of them suffered because she was made by someone.
So it really was all my fault.
What was?
That mom was murdered and... Oh God, that Emily, she turned into that thing.
What's done is done. You need to focus on the future.
Was she even really my mother?
It's time to embrace your destiny.
But Zeno just tries to calm her down.
Grace!
What the?
Mr. Kennedy, I had a feeling you'd make an appearance. Sorry, but I don't have time to spare.
All right, let's do a quick pause before shit starts hitting the fan, and obviously there's too much to explain. Let's go over what we've just seen so far. Now, what do I think about the actual hide and seek section in the orphanage? I think it's good on the first playthrough. But again, like every Resident Evil game that has these more scripted sections, this shit is really annoying to do in repeat playthroughs. I think it's good. I'll end it at that. I'm not going to bitch about how it's like, you know, it breaks when you don't do it the way you want to, and you just sort of have to do it over and over again in repeat playthroughs. I've done it way too many times now, and everyone said the same thing. It's a scripted sequence that focuses on horror only, and once you replay these sections, they're not as good. It's still great, and I do think it does belong here, but I do think everyone has a point that we should be able to skip this part, because it is just technically a big cutscene in a way. But let's move along. Oh shit, time for round 2.
Have fun.
I remember you. Oh, God. I remember that, too.
Okay, a lot of talking to be done, but we'll have the tyrant chase in the background, which is the next section, with Leon running away from the tyrant. Xeno is very clearly either a recreation / replica or has been given the powers that Wesker had. Wesker had these fucking Neo-esque powers in RE5, and Xeno has the exact same ability. It's like the same sound effect and everything. And this would explain his T-virus illness, as Wesker was infected by said virus, and that virus gave him his powers. But Grace saying mum to Leon, what does that mean? I want to point this out. Well, Leon is not her mother, so it doesn't make sense, but Grace is being forced to fully unravel the past now and face all of it. And unfortunately, she never really moved on from her mother's death, because her mother wanted to tell her something and reveal all the answers to her before she died. With her being dead, the questions that Grace had cannot be answered. She's also calling out to Alyssa, her mother, in hysteria / legit about to pass out. She can't think straight. She's literally like losing it mentally completely, and she's reaching out to the only person that was ever there for her in her life. Remember, Alyssa had to move around a lot, so Grace didn't have friends. She probably didn't have any aunt or uncles, or she doesn't have a father that we know about. Alyssa was the only person in her life that she felt like she could rely on and actually hold on to when stuff got like tough for her. And at this moment, Grace kind of reverts back into the girl that we met at the hotel in the flashback sequence, asking all these questions, but she knows that she can't get them answers because her mother is dead. The one that had all the answers is gone. Many people say, myself included, I believe this, you can never really move on and get over grief. And when you experience a very profound moment of grief / emotional trauma to a death, that person you are in that moment will always be with you. You will always have that version of yourself, and you will sometimes revert to that person in moments of either extreme stress or sadness, or maybe even sometimes anger. And Grace is that. In this moment of stress, she reverts back because she never moved on from her mother's death because of all these unanswered questions. Her grief and trauma is all still there in her. She's just done a fairly decent job of hiding it in her professional life in the FBI and in the story up to this point, but with no Emily for her to focus on rescuing, and with this all being revealed in front of her that she's like this genetic creation and Alyssa maybe isn't her real mother, it all comes to a front. It all boils over and bubbles up, and it results in her completely just passing out because of just the stress and just the oh shit moment of what she's experiencing. It's a great moment that kind of brings everything back and kind of tells us that Alyssa would be the one that has all the answers. Alyssa, if you don't know and didn't play Resident Evil Outbreak, is a journalist. She would have all the answers that Grace was searching for, but Grace can't ask her. She's dead again. She's not technically calling Leon her mother. I think it's just like a split moment, and it's telling us that Alyssa has the answers. She was the one that knows everything. She knows what Grace really is. She knows what these girls are. She knows all of it. She has every answer that Grace needs. And that's why she called out to her, because I think deep down Grace knows that as well, that Alyssa had all the answers. But back to the present now. Leon here is in a bit of a pickle, and we have to run away from the tyrant. He isn't Mr. X. We did kill Mr. X, so this is a new boy, and I'm just going to give him my own name. This is Big Bazza. I'm just going to call him Bazza, it's easier for me. Bazza here will start chasing us through the RPD, and we have to escape from him, even with him using parts of the RPD helicopter that crashed all those years ago to try kill us through the walls. But eventually we seemingly slip past Bazza and he just gives up on the chase. Or is he avoiding the main room like Mr. X did for the first part of RE2?
Everything all right, Leon?
Yeah. I'm good.
So why'd you ask about the orphanage?
They're taking Grace to Ark. The orphanage is the entrance.
But now we need to head to the orphanage to find the Ark, escaping the RPD and actually heading out to the back streets of it. And now we get to head to our next location to remember the past, that being Kendo's gun shop.
Terminate. It's my fucking daughter. You're a cop. You're supposed to know something. How did this happen? Those fucking things outside. What they did to us.
I'm so sorry. Never again.
Fuck me, man, this is really good. One of the biggest benefits for these remake games has been the ability to rewrite and realign the narrative for Leon's character. It has helped tremendously to build up and make Leon have one of the greatest character arcs in the RE series. And here we see it fully come to its conclusion. Leon feels extreme amounts of survivor's guilt for all the people that he couldn't save in the events of RE2 Remake. He couldn't save Kendo and his daughter. At the time, he couldn't save Ada, and he felt extreme amounts of guilt for this. Marvin's daughter now at this point. He is incredibly apologetic to these people. He cannot forgive himself for failing these people because he was powerless at the time to stop the outbreak that happened in Raccoon City. Leon felt that he failed them and that he needs to apologize to him. He is legitimately apologizing right now to Kendo and his daughter. He is trying to atone for what he did. And the way he does that is he swears that it will never happen again. This is a line that was added in the 4 remake and is the one reason I prefer the 4 remake. This single part of Leon's story was completely absent in the OG RE4. You could almost replace Leon as a character in the OG RE4 and it would still make sense. But in the remake, they added sections. Ashley in RE4 meant to represent that Leon now can make a difference. It's proof he can save people. It wasn't only a job for duty or whatever. It was a job that he felt like he needed to do to prove to himself that life is worth continuing on and it's worth to keep trying. And if you want to know why Leon feels so guilty for not being able to save people, it's because on his first day at the RPD, he actually was late because he was hungover. He believes he might have been able to make a difference if he was actually on time to his first day at his job. He got drunk and hungover because he broke up with his girlfriend the night before. A childish reason which he probably looks back on with such disgust because of how almost stupid it is and how this one action and this one decision might have led to multiple people dying in the end. For people out there that are, say, veterans or new to Resident Evil franchise, the main problem I think Resident Evil has had now for many years is how splintered the actual story is. There are people that still look at the OG games to get info on what's going on in these remake games. The way I look at it, the remake games completely replace the story in the timeline for the OG games now. The fact that RE9 has stuff that links back to RE2 Remake completely makes the original RE2 non-canon. It means that we cannot really use stuff from those original games now in this story. It doesn't really make sense to do that. I'm not saying these games don't deserve to be played and respected. They do. But I think that these remake games, the reason they exist is because Capcom wants to clean up the story and, in my eyes, improve it. Throughout the entire game, Leon sees himself as a failure because he didn't save anyone. Technically, he didn't save Sherry and Claire. Claire saved Sherry. He just kind of helped towards the end. He failed Marvin, watching him die, failed Kendo and his daughter, and then failed obviously Ada at the very end, which was revealed to be a fake out in RE4. It's an amazing moment that to me feels so earned after playing RE2R and RE4R, and without the 4 remake, this moment would not work at all. Leon is haunted by the memories that happened in the Raccoon City incident, but he knows that he has to keep going because he knows that he can make a difference. Ashley in Resident Evil 4 was the person that embodied that entirely. She represents that he can make a difference. So he knows that if he gives up now and lets his past haunt him, he won't be able to save more people. People that are currently in danger, like Grace and many others who are currently suffering from the T-virus infection. But now Kendo gives us one last gift, his shotgun, which is the W870 police shotgun, a Remington 870 and the standard issue police shotgun at the time in America when Leon would have joined the force. And this is the strongest shotgun per shot, and overall, it's not as good, I think, as the 990 TAC. It feels older, it's clunkier, it doesn't feel as smooth to use, but that increase in damage actually makes it really effective, and it just feels right using it at this point in the game because it feels like a big circle moment coming back to his roots and using the equipment that he basically started this entire story with. But now as we head out the back, we can go fight the Tyrant again.
Fuck me. I couldn't save them. But I can stop bastards like you.
The Tyrant boss fight I think is actually really good. As he throws cars at you, he charges at you and you can parry him, and you just got to dump rounds into him. Resident Evil boss fights are either of two things, puzzle bosses or just sort of bullet sponges that you can play around with, and the Tyrant is just a bullet sponge. I think it's good fun, and I know a lot of people do state that it feels kind of a bit easy, but I think that's kind of the point. Remember, Leon struggled like hell to deal with just Mr. X in Resident Evil 2, but now after all these years growing and learning how to deal with BOWs more effectively, even in much older age and nowhere near his prime, he can still easily deal with a Tyrant type BOW, which just shows how skilled and how strong he actually is in fighting these things now. But also as well, he has better equipment that is better suited to dealing with these things. Case in point, his Requiem revolver, which I think is completely designed in actually just dealing with these types of enemies, these super tanky, super heavy BOWs. But quickly dealing with Bazahir,
I'll stop you as many times as I have to.
we can now head past him and head to the orphanage and start to head down into the depths of Raccoon City. And here we find this massive chasm, and we need to head through this train car, which is across the entire chasm. I'm sure nothing will go wrong as we maneuver through this decade-old train car. Fucking Central Line trains are a piece of shit, but the local wildlife decides that it wants to give Leon a bit of a scrap, and we enter an extended boss fight against Plant 43.
This is my stop.
The same plant that Leon faced all the way back in the nest all those years ago, but it has somehow spread and expanded and almost evolved into something even more deadly. And I actually really like this section as well. I like both these boss fights back to back. They're almost callbacks to both boss fights back in RE2. And I think the plant is way more interesting than the Mr. X twin boss fight, because the plant was something that could physically represent how Leon, back on that fateful day, didn't actually finish the job. He didn't actually save anything. He didn't clear out the zombies and stuff. And him coming back to kill Plant 43 could figurative and literally be him coming back to finish the job he never finished all those years back. His first assignment as the rookie of the RPD. Also, the plant growing and mutating to this insane size now could also represent how Leon not being able to completely get a hold and stop what Umbrella was doing shows that even after the plant left the facility, it still was able to grow and mutate into this massive thing, which could reflect that even after Umbrella has been gone for 20 plus years now, there still is this massive threat out there. The connections, the government, agencies using bioweapons. I think that's what the plant is trying to represent. Even without Umbrella, this thing still exists. But I like it. It's a fun boss fight, and it's more of a puzzle boss fight, which I think is fun. But clearing out the boss by we can actually find the entrance to the Ark and enter it. And the Ark is interesting, and I think this is the main and final Umbrella facility that we will be exploring in the timeline, probably for the foreseeable future. I mean, if we're still diving into Umbrella facilities in like RE10 and 11, like, this franchise is just never going to move on from Umbrella, and I really hope they move on from it. Which, hey, the Ark, Noah built an Ark to save the world and its inhabitants, 2 of every animal. So is that what this Ark is? A location where the thing that would save the world is stored, maybe? Who knows? The nest was where scientists of Umbrella developed and bred, basically, their BOWs. So if the Ark was to save things, does it mean this is where all of the data is stored for their BOWs? Or is it something that can kill the things that are grown in the nest? By actually heading through this extremely elaborate door, we can see 2 containers, one marked with Umbrella's logo, and the other Tricell, another pharmaceutical company in the Resident Evil universe that is also just as entrenched as Umbrella is, showing that these 2 companies were just as much to blame as each other because they were basically working together on all these things. But now actually in the Ark, we can start heading in and we can clearly see that Umbrella, or whoever is actually still running this facility, is still developing bioweapons, with Lickers making their triumphant return. But in the server room, we can find a map of the place and the security cameras.
Where is that? Okay.
With him finding Grace's location, he plots his course to get there, but someone knows that he is here, and they have come to stop him by force. An elite group of soldiers. Who do these soldiers belong to? Well, they can't be Umbrella because Umbrella have been defunct and bankrupt and gone for decades at this point now. So who could these private militia belong to? They don't look like the BSAA, and if you probably have been playing any of the recent games, these are the Connection soldiers. The Connections are a bioterrorist group that are extremely rich. So rich, in fact, that they somehow forced Umbrella into bankruptcy by playing the political game, and then acquired all of Umbrella's assets. And them being here makes complete sense. They have a very high interest in the development of bioweapons because they like to sell them to the highest bidder on the black market, and it kind of explains why all these problems have been happening. If you don't know, Resident Evil 7, the entire reason Evelyn happened was because the Connections were trying to move her, because they believed that another rival company was trying to steal her. And in RE8, we found the origins of the connections and their dealings with Mother Miranda. But the connections here are showing their power at this point. They're showing how much influence they have over the world, because they basically have just absorbed Umbrella. To make it clear of how big the connections actually are and how big they're going to be in the future of Resident Evil, they aren't smaller than Umbrella. They were significantly more powerful in the world, that they could force Umbrella into a corner and bankrupt them and then just absorb them, displaying how not only rich they are, but how powerful they are as well. Now, these human enemies, obviously, they shoot guns at you, and do I have a problem with this? If any of you have been long-time viewers of the channel and have watched multiple videos, and if you watched the Dead Space 3 video, I spoke about my huge dislike of when a horror game introduces human enemies that shoot guns at you. It basically just turns it into a third-person shooter akin to Gears of War. So what do I think of it here? Does it fit here? I don't like it. I will be honest. I do not like how this part of the game just turns into basically The Last of Us. But I understand why they're here. It makes sense in the story, and I do actually think it adds a more interesting gameplay style. With the human enemies, they actually do think way more. If you try to aim at them, they will just hide in cover, and if you do kill one of them, they will start to rejig their setup to make sure that they're all covering each other's back. They're actually really well designed, I think, and could actually be great in another game. Like, think the co-op shooter that I've always been saying that I think Capcom is working towards making. But here, I'll be honest, I don't like it. I don't think I will ever like a horror game that is focused on horror, then having like a military shooter section in it, because it just feels out of place to me. It's fine. It's fun to play through, don't get me wrong, but it kind of just takes away from the horror. Now, if these were the bioweapon creations, then BSAA soldiers that we saw at the end of Resident Evil 8, but these are just ones for the connection, I actually think I would like this a lot more, but I don't think they are. I think they are just normal guys, because you can hear them talk and comm with each other and try to make sure that they're all on the same page, and they will all communicate where you are if they spot you, which makes them more intimidating as an enemy. But I think making them bioweapons would actually make it more fun and actually a bit more horrifying. Imagine if you kill one of them, you watch him drop to the floor, and then you turn your back, but then all of a sudden he just gets back up because he has like a second phase. He like basically turns into a blister head again. I think it would make it more fun, and also make the connections way more scary, because they're able to develop these extremely intelligent soldier-like bioweapons that are just deadly as hell. But the one thing that is good about this section is you can actually release a licker on them, so at least there is a bit more interesting gameplay than just shooty constantly all the time. Fun gameplay, but it just feels out of place in my opinion. But I would expect the DLC, which I highly suspect is going to be with a certain boulder punching man, to be filled with these guys, so definitely get ready for that. But clearing them out, we can now move along and find a new room which has a product catalog which outlines the price of the many bioweapons that we have faced throughout the game. The Garm, the dog bioweapon, costs $30 million, a bit of a pricey dog. A Licker, $14 million. The Plant, $100 million. The Tyrant himself is $120 million, and an enemy that we haven't faced yet is a Nemesis strain type enemy, which is a negotiable price tag. And this is teasing what I think the final boss will be. No, not Nemesis himself, but what Nemesis led to. When Nemesis was created, they basically used his DNA, well, its DNA and its structure to then develop other types of bioweapons which are just as strong as it. Often, I think these are given the name Nemesis strain bioweapons, which are these disgustingly just mutated things I think are based on the G-Virus. My RE lore on the viruses and stuff is a bit rusty, but all I know is that there is like the Tyrants, which I think are based on the T-Virus, or maybe the G-Virus. Basically, the Nemesis stuff are way stronger and way more deadly and way more mutated than like the Tyrants. And these are the most deadly things that Umbrella has ever developed. These are the strongest ones they have. But hey, who cares? Let's make our way to the objective and actually save Grace from Xeno.
Backup is on the way.
Not necessary. I'll neutralize the target myself. We finally meet.
And now, Leon is face to face with Umbrella's most elite soldier, the Grim Reaper, Mr. Death himself, Hunk. I fully believe the commander is Hunk. In the credits, he is called the commander, but he has the same voice actor as Hunk. And also, he has a lot of similar aspects to Hunk. But let's actually talk about his fight first of all. First of all, yes, this is just a reuse of the Krauser boss fight from RE4. But I'll be honest, I still like it. It's a goated boss fight, and this extra little boss fight is fine. We've had enough unique boss fights that I think reusing one is completely fine. And the fact that this boss fight is recontextualized and is used to mean a completely different thing, I think it's fine. Now, the secret to this boss fight, especially if you're playing on Insanity, is you have to parry him like hell. Hunk attacks in a very swift and very baity manner, but learning his timings can allow you to just very easily counterattack him. He honestly is probably the easiest boss to beat, because if you can parry him consistently, you can kill him pretty quick. Even on Insanity, I think once I finally got the timings down, it took me probably about a minute to kill him. But what do I mean by this fight has a completely different meaning and story context than the Krauser boss fight? Krauser was more about Leon standing up for his morals and not letting authority change his morals. He was standing against Krauser because Krauser changed his morals and became someone different. So he rejected Krauser and no longer saw him as a higher up or a teacher, but an enemy. He chose to go on his own path and not follow him anymore. But Hunk represents what Leon could have become. After the events of the Raccoon City incident, certain individuals were seen as extremely skilled at dealing with BOWs. Hunk, of course, was one of them. Even before the Raccoon City incident, he was Umbrella's top guy. But Leon was also highlighted as someone that did have a lot of skill. That's why he got drafted into doing operations for the government and was under Krauser. It's why he then was sent in the RE4 mission and then RE6, so on and so forth. But despite Hunk and Leon being very similar people who will do this dirty work and are extremely skilled at it, there is one difference between them. One will do the work for the highest bidder, despite the morals and if it's a good or bad person asking this job to be done, i.e. Hunk has worked for Umbrella and now the connections. Leon does it because he feels a sense of purpose and responsibility, and most importantly, it's his duty. The reason he joined the force was to help people, not harm them. And I think this shows Leon's strong sense of duty and responsibility are completely unwavering. Even against someone who many people considered potentially could match Leon in physical ability, skill, tactics, everything, he still overcomes him because I think Leon's will and desire to fight is so much stronger. Also, Hunk is 60 years old at this point and Leon's 50, which might explain why he's so easily overpowered because, fuck me, his knees are probably going at this point. Yeah, that is a 60-year-old man, by the way. Hunk is what Leon could have become if he didn't have his morals, if he didn't have that desire to be a good cop, to help people. And that's why Leon beats Hunk, because Hunk is only there for a paycheck. He's not there for any real reason. He won't keep fighting until he dies. He will give up at some point if he knows he can either save himself or save his team. Hunk in the original games, I think, is very different to the Hunk we've gotten now. In RE2, we saw that he would send his team away to save them from the Raccoon City incident, even though he had the objective on him, the samples. He would fail the mission so he could save his team over potentially him getting out and the mission being a success. The only way Hunk could have succeeded during the Raccoon City incident and retrieving these samples was if the Nighthawk, his pilot, waited for him, but that risked the pilot dying. At the end of the day, I think all he really cares about is his paycheck, not pleasing his higher-ups and bosses, because he knows, probably, that he is the best out of all of them and they can't get rid of him. But why do I think this is Hunk? First of all, his fighting style. This is something that is often either taught or passed down or is unique to characters in games. His fighting style is almost identical. He tries to do his signature neck snap. The weapon that he has the exact same description as him, the Mortal Edge. And once you defeat him, one of his gloves comes off and reveals that he is also infected by the Raccoon City T-virus illness. So he was at Raccoon City at some point. He was infected by the T-virus. And he is also voiced by Keith Silverstein, as I mentioned, the voice actor of Hunk. To me, this is Hunk. There is way too much evidence that points him towards Hunk, and there's nothing that points him away. Some people would say, oh, it's just coincidence and like it's meant to be a reference, but I ask this, why would you make all these references to Hunk, bring back the same voice actor, give him a very similar design, for it not to be Hunk? Also, if you return to the boss after his fight, he will disappear. There is no enemy in this area that disappears after you kill it. They will all stay on the floor. Him moving and being removed from the boss arena tells us that he's still alive. I fully believe Hunk is still alive. Some people point out that the strike we got on his neck did not let enough blood out, or maybe Hunk is enhanced in some way that we don't know of, or maybe he just gave up. He just sort of took a dive and waited for Leon to fuck off, and then he got up and ran away knowing that he could not beat Leon. I do fully believe that Hunk is going to return either in a DLC for this game or in his own game. Hunk is a character that is extremely interesting and would allow the developers to dive in a very different way into the lore and story of this world, because we could see what it's like to be someone that is a part of the bad side of Umbrella, of the connections, of the evil side of this world. And we could see that a lot of these people that are a part of these corporations are just probably normal people looking to make money for their families, so on and so forth. And I'd love to see that. I know there has been a game like that, Operation Raccoon City, but that's not what I want. It's a bit too silly in my opinion, and I would love to see a more grounded game. Think something like Spec Ops: The Line. Imagine that, but you're Hunk in a team that is with Umbrella and you have to like see your team just die and lose it. I'd love to see that. By the way, the body despawning is a massive scripting error by the devs, which obviously they despawn bodies as you move forward to help the game with how it runs, or it's intentional. I say it's a scripting error because nowhere else in this game you can trigger a despawn of a body by moving to a certain point without being locked out from it. So I think it's intentional entirely, because Capcom don't normally make these sort of big mistakes. Also, this game has one of the most convoluted puzzles, which is all tied to in-game scripting triggers and events. So him despawning is entirely intentional. There is no way that they put this much effort into making things in this game and then this is an error. If it gets fixed in a later patch, then yes, I think this was a bug. This was not meant to happen. And if he does stay there, he's dead. He's not alive. But now we can move along and away from him and finally find Zeno and Grace in the center room, which contains Elpis itself.
Grace, this is where we are. The world is under threat. The technology to control another's will already exists, but it's not efficient at infecting others. I believe Spencer solved that with Elpis. The connection sealed Raccoon City to save it for themselves, and it's been waiting here ever since. This is as far as we could get. If the wrong password is entered, the Ark will be destroyed and Elpis will be lost forever. So tell me, Grace, what's the password?
I don't know.
Of course you do. You're the...
Leon!
Don't embarrass yourself, Mr. Kennedy. You can't beat me.
Aren't we fancy?
Well, seems Leon might be a little bit overpowered by Zeno here. Again, he seems to have very similar powers to Wesker.
Don't move! Oh, wait! You still need me, right?
But Grace's quick thinking allows for her and Leon to escape from Xeno by risking it all, and I don't understand what is with Leon and falling down these massive facility chasms.
Come on! Grab tight! I got you.
But now Grace and Leon find themselves in a moment of safety.
Are you okay?
Me? I feel like $1 million.
Where does this take us?
Your guess is as good as mine. Time to get off. Come on.
And we move on to the next section of God knows where we are, which is still in the Ark somehow. But now with Leon as he...
What now? Leon. Leon!
decides he's had enough and wants to go for a kip, we skip forward a few hours and we switch to Grace as we now watch Leon wake up.
Leon, are you okay?
How long was that out?
I don't know. A while. Those marks.
It's T-virus. Stage 3 infection.
If you're so sick, why would you come here?
This place. Raccoon City was where it all began for me. Where it all happened, I couldn't make a difference. So I am here now.
We can't stop Xeno.
He said something about you having a password. What was he talking about?
I don't know. I'm sorry. Hey, here.
I'm going back. I'm gonna destroy Elvis.
I'm coming with you.
No, you're not.
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
If anything happens to me, you promise you'll end this.
I promise.
Leon's condition is worsening significantly and at a rapid rate now. It's clear that he is running out of time very quickly. But Leon spells out the reason he is doing all of this. He is haunted by what happened in Raccoon City. His inability to actually make a difference to most of the people he met and the people that died on his watch is making him feel the desire to come here and try and make a change. Like I said, he believes that he needs to make a big change and change the world and save it. And he believes destroying Elpis will do that. And he initially tries to push Grace away and tries to keep her safe by making sure she doesn't get involved, but he doesn't let her come along because I think he knows that he can't actually destroy Elpis. So he makes her promise him that if he dies, she will destroy Elpis. I think Leon sees himself in Grace a lot, that same rookie with the desire to make a change and a desire to help out in any way that they can. And I think this is Leon basically giving advice to his older self. Make sure that you destroy everything. You don't let anything survive. But now with Leon, we move further into the facility with him boosting us up so we can clear the path for him, separating the characters once again. But at this point, I think I need to comment on one final thing. Obviously, Leon has been reflecting a lot and looking back to the events in the past games, and a lot of complaints I've seen online is that people just ask, why doesn't Leon think about anyone else? He only has thought about Marvin, Kendo, and his daughter. Why doesn't he think of Ada or Claire or Sherry or have flashbacks to all these other characters he met? Well, it's pretty obvious. Leon didn't fail any of them. They're all still alive. He isn't haunted by their memories because they're all still in his life. Why would he think about Claire and Ada and Sherry when they're all still around? For fuck's sake, Sherry is his handler. This isn't a memory that haunts him. People also state that he shouldn't feel like a failure for Raccoon City because he saved Sherry and he took care of Sherry after the fact. No, he didn't. Sherry was saved by Claire. Yes, Leon did help cure her, but Claire at the end of the day did save her. And I've also been seeing a lot of people say that Leon was the legal guardian of Sherry. I think there's a lot of confusion about what is canon and what isn't canon now. Resident Evil 3, the original one, not the remake, had post-credits like cards that would explain what the characters did after the game. And I think a lot of this information from these older games is not usable now because the writers have changed, the story directions have changed so much. And I think the story was confirmed to be varied. So what actually happened after RE2? I think we need to explain that. So the three of them were obviously leaving Raccoon City, but Claire still needed to find her brother. So they probably agreed to meet up again at some point, and Claire went off to find Chris because it's the reason she went to Raccoon City. Eventually, at some point, the US government found Leon and Sherry and then captured them. They then forced Leon into working for them, and the trade was basically, we will keep Sherry safe as long as you work for us and you train to become someone that deals with future bioweapon threats. Hiding the fact that they're probably going to do experimentations on her because she, of course, was injected by Birkin and whatever virus he injected into her. I think it might have been the G virus. I could be wrong. That's why Leon did the assignment in RE4, is because he was still basically under the control of the US government. Sherry for many years was missing and Leon never got to see her again. It's not that Leon was her like adopted father. They got split very quickly and she was most likely experimented on, and then in RE6 we saw them finally reunite years later. And this is kind of a big problem that RE has, as a lot of these events are very different. Yes, in RE3 the notes still do make sense, but the way people frame them, I think, are very disingenuous. Also, the characters of Leon, Claire in those games are way different than they are now. Some of the writing in that just does not feel like Leon at all. Leon almost judging Claire for wanting to find her brother makes no sense. Leon was someone that understands how important it is to try to save people and find them. So Claire wanting to find Chris, why would Leon judge her for that? Leon knows he can take care of Sherry, but unfortunately, they almost got forced into a very bad situation. Of course, eventually, hopefully with a Code Veronica remake, we will see more of the story get filled in with Claire and Chris returning. But again, he didn't fail these people. He's not haunted by their memories because they're still there. He doesn't need to think about Claire and Ada because they don't matter to his story now. That's not the point of this game. Ada was important in RE4. She needed to be in that game and expand the story and make Leon reflect on what happened and show that not everyone's as truthful and as trustworthy as he wants them to believe. He can't be the Boy Scout and trust everyone. He needs to be a bit more, let's say, on edge. But man, I swear, some people just can't follow a story and they just want the fucking game to be like Avengers Endgame final battle with like someone saying on your left and all the characters appear for like one final fight. It's like, why? It's like, no, Jill and Chris and all of them, they don't need to be in this game. That's not the point. But now with Grace, we can get to enter the facility proper, with us facing off against the Lickers in all of their blind glory, leading to quite a fun stealth section. Now you can just avoid them entirely, or you can kill them via shooting them, or throwing a new type of item, the acid bottle, at them, which will burn them and kill them instantly in one go. Also, there's these like white boys, which I thought were going to be kind of like a regenerator zombie, but they're not. They're just the basic Zeds, but just naked and white. This section is very simple overall. You got to run around, you find a key, which then unlocks the path for Leon, and then you go back with a new key and you grab 2 orbs, which then allow you to unlock this door. But in here, we can find some key notes that we need to now talk about. So first of all, we need to mention here is that we can find that Z was in communication with the state, which is obviously the United States government. and the state that the BSAA are fully under their control, telling us that the BSAA are just another form of the US government, and almost explains why the BSAA was starting to use bio-soldiers, as I'll call them, in RE8. The government is just as corrupt as Umbrella, Connections, whatever, and the fact that they're in bed with the Connections tells us how corrupt they actually are. Another note is also between the Ministry of Defense, and KD, which we don't know who a KD is, about the Raccoon City outbreak and the subsequent bombing of it, with them talking about the Ark being secured and that they can bomb it to cover up the outbreak and the government's involvement in the outbreak. But who is KD? I did try to research this and figure it out. KD is very clearly either initials or a code name. Who are these initials and who do they belong to? I don't know. I could not figure it out. At the top of my head is Kevin Dooley, the pilot of the RPD, but he died in the Raccoon City incident. That's probably not him. So who could it be? Well, there isn't really a clear answer. There could be. I'm sure there's going to be someone in the comments that will tell me a very niche character in a note in like RE4 or RE2 or like Resident Evil Outbreak that I completely forgot about that links to this note and explains it. But what I think it's going to be is KD is going to be the next big new bad character in the Resident Evil franchise. The Connections is a massive company and we almost know nothing about them. They were the main villains in RE7 and 8, but we still barely know anything about them. We don't know who actually is the head of the Connections. They can acquire all their assets and have all this money and power, but we don't know anything about them. So I personally think KD will start to become a much bigger character in future games, either with him or her being a high-ranking member of the Connections, or who knows, maybe the head of the Connections. It's my guess and it could work, and I think it's a good setup that teases the potential future because the Connections are very clearly being set up as the future of Resident Evil. Or, you know, it could be another plot point that just goes absolutely nowhere, like the RE8 ending and parts of RE7 and 6 and 5 and 4. You get the point. RE has so many plot points that are put out there and then never touched again. This could be one of them, or it might be something that actually leads somewhere. Who knows? But obtaining the second orb, we can now enter this room and find a console in it, and on the screen we see a photo of Grace. And once interacting with it, a mini-disc pops out, and Grace remembers that her mother also left a mini-disc in that file that we found. And inserting the mini-disc, it contains all of the answers that Grace was looking for, with all of these video files all having interesting titles, and one of them labeled The Creator. Clicking on it, we find a video of Alyssa having an interview with Oswald E. Spencer.
Shutting yourself away in a dark room like this is quite the change for you, after the life you've led.
Life takes unexpected turns, don't you think?
Looking back, do you feel that the choices you've made have contributed to your present circumstances?
Of course. What you sow, you reap. Isn't that the natural order?
So, tell me, Lord Spencer, what would you like the world to know?
The truth. But a short break before we begin, Miss Ashcroft. I'm not a young man. I don't have the energy I once did.
Spencer, if you don't know, is a founding member and one of the main heads behind Umbrella. And interestingly enough, it seems Alyssa had some form of interaction and connection somehow with Spencer. But one file after watching the Creator one catches Grace's attention, one simply labelled Grace. But before we can watch it, we join back with Leon, who is definitely getting too old for this shit. But he is determined to save the day and thus pushes forward into the facility to try destroy Elpis. And this is a slightly longer section with Leon slowly making his way all the way back, all while the virus in his body is slowly starting to take over. With him now starting to have blurred vision, which leads to you losing slight vision and your aim being messed with and your movement being slowed significantly. And all the while this is happening, you have to fight off a bunch of lickers and zombies. But after fighting through all of them and one short elevator ride later and a short stroll down this hallway, we make it to a very interesting room, and before Leon can actually open the door to reach Elpis, we now switch back to Grace, now watching the file labelled Grace.
What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind?
My research opened Pandora's box, unleashing disaster upon the world.
Except Elpis, the goddess of hope? Or so the myth goes.
A blind hope.
What do you mean?
Humans cannot predict when death will come for them. This is why they have hope. I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt. Happiness cannot be achieved at the expense of others. I think that's enough for today.
Why did you accept my request for an interview? Who is that? Is that one of your subjects?
Of course not. She was alone in the world. I took her in to make amends.
Is she
perfectly normal? Just an average child needing a home. She is my hope. Aren't you beautiful? Would you like to hold her?
Oh, okay. She's adorable. What's her name?
Grace.
Grace. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
I've said my piece. I only hope it serves as a requiem for those who have passed.
Spencer, towards the latter years of his life, realised all of his research, which was all at the start in order to try push humanity further forward, realised that he opened Pandora's box and basically led humanity into a arms race of bioweapons. I'm sure Spencer started his research to try improve humanity in some way, but it led to him just being basically a merchant of death. He let chaos out upon the world after he made his first strain of the virus, his first bioweapon. And now, as an old, cold, bitter old man, he knows that he caused a lot of death and he regrets it greatly. But now at the end of his life, he has one final hope. One life that he saved and has been raising with love, that being this small child. A hope for a future he hopes that this little girl can either live a better life or can make something positive happen in the world. Unlike he did, his life and legacy will always be remembered as the man that started the bioweapon race and killed millions. But he hopes that this one girl can lead to some form of hope and maybe change being enacted on the world. And all that he leaves the world with now is a requiem, something that he hopes will make the sins of his past slightly better. He knows that he cannot fix or ever be forgiven for what he did, but he knows that he can still try to make some form of positive change in some way. Even if that positive change doesn't come from him, he knows that he was the one that pushed the first domino down that started and caused the rest of them to fall, which would lead to a more positive change. And that little girl, of course, is Grace. This is a very big moment, and I think it's a really interesting moment because I was fully expecting Grace to be revealed as a genetic creation, a genetic clone or something that has the key within her, but Spencer calls her a perfectly normal child. I think he just found her. I think he found a girl in an orphanage that desperately needed a home, and with all the money he made, he adopted her and was going to give her the best life possible. But I think towards the end of his life, he realized that a child needs parents, and he chose Alyssa for some reason. We don't really know why, but I think he knew Alyssa would keep her safe and was able to record and pass on these messages from him to Grace. And I think that's why he chose her. I think a lot of it is just chance. And I think that makes a lot of sense. A lot of these people are just normal people to start with. Leon was a normal guy to start with. Claire, everyone, they were all normal. And Grace was as well. She was just a normal child until she was thrown into a different world. But still, despite her being so normal, just painfully normal, she can still make great change. She still can make a huge difference in the world. But now Grace sees that Leon has passed out and is struggling. Now moving through the office of Spencer, we can head down and help Leon, with Grace knowing that this is her chance and her time to actually make a difference.
Leon. Oh, hey, it's me. It's Grace. Oh, please wake up. Come on. Wake up, wake up. Hey.
Hey, you. I was just resting my eyes.
You're okay. Oh, let me help you.
Let's do this.
Okay. I don't know the password.
It's okay. Soon left it wide open for us. Any wrong code will do. It'll destroy Elpis.
Let's try.
Grace, whatever it takes. I can buy you some time.
No. No, I have an idea.
I trust you. I trust you.
So, the prodigal daughter returns.
I know the password.
Fulfill your destiny, and all will be forgiven.
Only if you let Leon live.
Very well.
And now we are presented with one final choice. Release Elpis on the world, or destroy it completely. Now, what is the correct choice here? Because spoilers, there is a correct choice. Think about what Grace represents and the words that Alyssa and Spencer kept stating. That some people need to have blind hope. You sometimes need to trust that maybe the best thing and the good thing can happen.
Please know that you are my hope.
She is my hope. A blind hope.
Okay.
Spencer said he left one thing that he hoped will give all of the victims of what happened some form of requiem for what they lost. A almost final act of sorry in a way to the people so that they can keep remembering those that they lost. All we need to do is trust him, give him blind hope that bad people can change and everyone is capable of doing something good. And that's the answer for this question. And what Grace here needs to give others. Hope. Spoilers, destroying Elpis is the wrong thing. It repeats the cycle. We reject Spencer because of the sins of his past. We go against him and destroy everything because we can't believe that he can do something good. And in the end, we become just as destructive as Spencer. Grace's action of destroying Elpis will lead many others to die, including Leon himself. Insert Leon dying. But that's a fake ending. Even Capcom will give you a second chance to choose the other ending. So what happens if we choose to release Elpis?
What are you doing, Grace?
Spencer regretted what he did.
Well done.
You promised.
Yes, that I would let him live. Mr. Kennedy, I give you the honor of experiencing my power firsthand.
I'm not sure Elpis is what you think it is. There's nothing special about me. I was never any key. Spencer wanted to make amends.
But you released Elpis. What is it? Tell me!
Leon!
Why? My powers!
Elpis is Spencer's atonement. It's an antiviral.
Amazing. I am humbled by my master's genius.
Your research was wrong. Elpis wasn't a weapon. There was never a key.
Spencer's paper was obviously incomplete. There was no connection between Grace and Emily.
Do you know how much time and money I wasted on this?
Don't you see the genius? With Elpis, all virus-based weapons are useless. The world order will be thrown into chaos.
We wanted a weapon.
Instead, Spencer gave us anarchy. I will carry his torch and bring his vision to life.
You? You and Spencer were a means to an end.
Yet he outwitted you all.
Spencer defied us and paid the price with his life. He was nothing.
You are nothing but an imitation.
It's over, Victor. The Connections is done with you!
We can't let him have it.
Your ignorance is staggering.
Leon, it's a cure. Oh, it's working. Leon, it's working. Wake up.
Now, let it all come down. All of it.
Grace, what happened?
It's gonna go! Grab something!
Grace.
Grace!
Time to bury Umbrella's last skeleton.
Now with Grace curing Leon, we enter the final boss fight with Gideon, who is a Nemesis class enemy. Also, Zeno, fun character. He is a replica, I think, of Wesker. I think he was a genetic replica of Wesker, and it explains his T-virus condition. But when he cured himself, he lost the T-virus in him, which led to him losing his powers and dying easily. A lot of people are disappointed with us not being able to fight Zeno. I think we're going to fight Zeno in the future, because I think there's going to be another Zeno. I think Zeno is going to be like a Agent Smith type character. I think he's going to pop up again and again and again, because there's loads of them. Cloning has been shown to be effective. It does work with the little girls, but also the little girls, speaking of them, they're not related to Grace at all. They're a red herring. They're not meant to be linked at all to her. The reason that Spencer was doing this genetic cloning experiment was because he was trying to figure out a way to transfer his consciousness into them. Why was he making them little girls? I ain't got a clue for you there, lad. But it explains why they were discarding of them, why they were destroying them. It's very clear they were merged and mutated with either the T Veronica, whatever virus it was that they were using, or even maybe another thing, the mold, the plagus, whatever it was. They were trying to manipulate them genetically to allow for consciousness transfers to work, which even was too much for Spencer. But why don't we fight Zeno? Well, Zeno is meant to be a replica of Wesker and nothing but a imitation. It's why Gideon kills him so easily, because he's not the real thing, and I think that's going to be what Zeno is in the future. I think he's going to pop up again and again, and we're going to kill him again and again, because he's not the real Wesker. Maybe one day Wesker will somehow return, but I actually did not want Zeno to be a boss fight. I think he's a cool design, and I love his voice actor, by the way, who voiced Wesker in the RE4 remake, but I did not want him to be the final boss fight. Gideon works way more as the final boss fight for this game. Zeno represents the future, Gideon represents the end of Umbrella. Gideon is like the last Umbrella scientist that is still around, and he was a student of Oswald Spencer. He believed so much that he could continue Spencer's legacy that he tried to find Albus. He tried to figure out the link between Grace and the little girls, even though there was no link. He basically just made it up. But Gideon's lines about Spencer creating a cure to cause anarchy is the wrong interpretation. I think he did it because he actually wanted to save people, and some people state this doesn't make sense because in RE5, Spencer said that he wanted to be a god, and that's why he created all the viruses and everything. Isn't it still within a god's abilities to be the savior of the people? Still makes sense, still means that he could be a god if he could save everyone. But I think he just kind of wanted to fix all the problems that he made in his life. It wasn't because he wanted to cause anarchy, but it does cause anarchy if it falls into the wrong hands. If the connections or Gideon here get a hold of it, they can now sell it off to the highest bidder, a cure to the enemy combatants' bioweapons. Basically, it would be like a nuclear war, but one side could turn off the nukes on the other side. But now Gideon starts the self-destruct sequence on the facility, and we have to have a scrap with him as Leon, and Leon has now returned to his full fit prime, having been cured of the T-virus. And I really like this final fight with Gideon. It's a two-stage boss fight, and again, he is the last student of Spencer, the last of the Umbrella scientists. It makes a lot of sense, even Leon saying that this is the last skeleton that he needs to deal with to completely rid Umbrella from the world. It makes sense thematically, and it makes sense story-wise that Gideon is the last one. I think if they didn't kill Spencer in 5, this would be where he would be the final boss, and it would make perfect sense. But because they did that, make the student of Spencer, the one that could represent the recovery and next generation of Umbrella, the one that could bring it back and rebuild it, kill him, and you stop Umbrella in its tracks completely. Because as long as he lives, Umbrella still lives. Now this boss fight, of course, is a lot of shooting, but it's not too bad. It's actually quite fun, and you can parry him, which is pretty crazy, and on Insanity, you need to parry him. But shooting him enough, and eventually he will die.
This time, you ain't getting back up.
Grace, where are you?
Sherry. Sherry, come in. Sherry. Shit. Grace! Grace, hang on.
Also, isn't it cool that he uses the Requiem revolver to kill Gideon, put the final bullet in his head? It's almost like it's a full circle moment, him using all the memories and the experiences of his past to get that strength once again to fight against these insane odds. It's almost like it's some form of metaphor, if you will, or symbolism.
Grace.
Leon.
We need to get you out of here. Come on. Let's get you out.
Leon and Grace reunite, realizing that they are trapped down here with no chance of escape, and they are most likely going to die.
There's no way out, is there?
Well, I'm not going to leave your side. I'm going to sit right here with you.
And with the lights slowly flickering out, representing their hope of survival, slowly but surely dying, it completely cuts to black.
I guess this is it then.
But sometimes, having some blind hope can lead to miracles occurring. And in come the Wolfhounds, and where the Wolfhounds go, a certain boulder-punching man commands them.
Leon S. Kennedy?
Depends who's asking.
Alpha, you read me, sir? Yeah, they're safe. I got them. Yes, sir. Mr. Kennedy, I have a message from Captain Redfield.
Chris Redfield, like the past 3 games, is always late to the action and is no help whatsoever. I'm only joking. But Leon and Grace are saved by Chris and his boys, and we can see the cleanup crew for what has now happened in the fight that we just had.
I'll be damned. Can't believe that antiviral actually worked. Feel better than I have in ages.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad you're okay.
We got a dose with your name on it. We'll be back in action in no time.
Thank you, Leon.
Would have been a lot smoother if Chris hadn't been so late to the party.
Where is Chris, anyway?
No idea. I'm sure I'll run into him at some point. Yeah, I'll call you back.
But also, Elpis is being handed over to the correct people who will be able to develop a cure and distribute it to all those suffering with the T-virus.
Elpis really was our last hope.
Oh, let's pray Umbrella hasn't left us any more nasty surprises.
I wish we could have saved Emily.
Grace, I didn't hit any of her vitals. She could still be alive.
What are you saying?
Maybe we can save her.
Now Leon gives Grace one last bit of blind hope, a hope that maybe Emily could still be saved from what happened to her. And also, Leon puts on his wedding ring. Someone married this man. Good on them, and my god, the community arguments for this is fucking insane. It's probably Ada. It just is. And after the final cutscene, it reveals that yes indeed, Emily was indeed still within the massive blob of flesh, thus ending Resident Evil Requiem with a bit of hope in the end.
Damn! It's good. It's really fucking good, man. Holy shit.
But we got one more final post-credit scene. Back in the FBI office where Grace has returned to work, it reveals that yes, she and Emily are now doing really good, they're living a good life, and that Leon and Sherry are also doing as well, both of them having been cured of their infections completely. But now Grace, just like her mother all those years back, she took in an orphan and is now raising her just like one of her own, fully evolving as a character and becoming just like her mother, someone that is standing up to and making sure that things like this can't go unpunished. But with this one final happy scene, we of course need to be brought back and shown that this world is a dark place. We cut back to the fight we had with Gideon and we see that there are more connection soldiers returning and having killed and wiped out the BSAA and retrieving some object, whatever that may be.
Remaining BSAA forces have been neutralized. Retrieving the objective before they send in the wolves.
A sample of Gideon, maybe a bit of Elpis, some item from Xeno, God knows what it is. But something was retrieved and it teases, of course, that while today might be bright, tomorrow will be dark. And of course, sets us up for Resident Evil 10, or a Chris DLC, whatever that might be. But that is all of Resident Evil 9. And yes, I know there is another ending I could dive into, but I'm not going to. I don't think it works for the game's story, and I think it is just a fake out ending. But now, what do I actually think of Resident Evil 9? If it wasn't obvious by this whole video, I fucking love this game. All of it. Even the parts which I highlighted as maybe being problems and I bitched about a bit, talking like game design problems I have with it, I still love it. All in that one 10-hour sitting, I loved it all the way through. It has been a while since I actually sat down and fully beat a game in one go without feeling annoyed, bored, or just a bit miffed by it. I love this game so much, I've actually struggled to sit down and write the script for this video because I just kept wanting to replay it and do all the achievements, and now I've 100%ed the game. I've done Insanity, Speedrun, no blood, no heal, everything. I've used every weapon, upgraded them fully. I've done everything. I've played in both first and third person, and I keep playing it and I keep wanting to play it. Even now, having 100%ed it, I still want to play it. I want to play like the sections I really enjoyed again, and I'm desperate for a mercenaries mode. I just want to immerse myself way more in this game, and again, it reminds me how good Resident Evil games can be. If I had to rank Resident Evil 9 in like my Resident Evil rankings, which are completely outdated because I haven't played a lot of the games in years, for me it's always been RE2R as my favourite and then RE4. But I think RE9 might take over RE4 as my second favourite game. And that's kind of crazy for me to state, considering how good RE4 is. I think RE9 is just perfect for me. I love RE4, but the main problem I have with it is they don't focus on the horror enough. I do think they have some good like body horror moments, but I love that horror that's in RE2R, RE7, and RE8, but RE9 to me is the one that I think is the most scary Resident Evil game. I actually think it tops 7 in terms of its general fear factor, especially in certain Grace sections. But not only that, the game has such interesting environments to explore and a world that has such interesting lore, and while I love RE4's areas and the whole country, village, and the castle and everything, it's just not as interesting to me as somewhere like the RPD or the medical center or even the whole of Raccoon City or the 2 science facilities we explore in those games. RE9 is very similar to 2, and I love it for that, but that is a big complaint I have seen from people, is that RE9 doesn't feel like something new. It feels like almost a copy of RE2 that just changed bits. Kind of think Star Wars Episode 7 to Episode 4. They're different films, don't get me wrong, but they're very similar in the cadence and what happens in them. And I'd argue that it's not, or if it, I would say that yes, there is very strong similarities, but I'd say it's purposeful in a way. Requiem, again, is looking back at the franchise. It's honouring all of them and pulling strings from all over the franchise. And unfortunately, RE2R, I think, is when Resident Evil fully got back on the horse. Resident Evil 7, don't get me wrong, revived the franchise and got a lot of the general gaming community more interested in it again. But RE2R, I think, was really when the franchise started hitting hard again. And I think that's why they made it similar to RE2. It's why they pulled from a lot of the story in RE2, because they knew that that was one of the ones that most people played and enjoyed the most. To me, it does pull from everywhere, but it does pull from RE2 the most. Clearly it does. But to me, that makes it still good. It's still a great game on its own and can stand on its own. Is it the best horror game I've ever played? Fuck no. It's nowhere near the best horror game I've played. Is it the best RE action game I've ever played? No. I think RE4 has better combat and you get to do it throughout the entire game, bar the one Ashley section. But to me, what it is it fully blends and is the best blend that we have ever gotten for an RE game. It has the perfect amount of horror action gameplay. It has a really interesting world and lore that it's building up and starting to set up new threads that the future games can go into. And it has the best horror sections, in my opinion, and it also has some decent new survival horror mechanics with the new blood collector. To me, it is the best RE game ever made. It doesn't lack or overplay a certain aspect of the franchise. It is truly the perfect blend of the franchise. It fully honors every game, every type of game, and remembers each game. The good, the bad, and even the ugly ones in the franchise. While some of the games do get more love than others, all of them are just as important to the story of this franchise and understanding what makes it so special. So, my closing thoughts on the game. What was the story as a whole? What did it represent to me? In my previous RE7 video, I actually said it was leaked that Leon was going to be in the game, and in Requiem, I hoped that they didn't use him too much, and that's not because I don't like Leon, and it's not that I don't like the action side of RE. It's more the fact that I didn't think Capcom could actually do the balancing act with Leon and Grace. I thought one of them was going to be shoehorned in or just feel unnecessary. Basically, I thought they were going to do RE8 again, have Chris just shoehorned in at the end and just not fun to play as. Chris's appearance in that game, by the way, I think has done so much more damage to his character and his perception amongst the fanbase that it's actually insane than him just not being there. That's mainly due to the game's writing. RE8 does have fairly bad writing at times, and Chris is probably one of the worst offenders of it. But if you want to learn more about that, you can go watch my RE8 video, which dives into that whole issue and my problems of RE8, but also why I love RE8. The reason I said that, but I didn't want Leon to be a big part, it's because I really wanted Grace to get the opportunity to be a good character. I was terrified they were going to do the thing of introduce a new character and then just have Leon overshadow her. Just completely block her out and move her to the side once he gets introduced. And I was scared that they weren't going to be able to do this, that Capcom weren't capable of writing a good story with two characters at the helm. It just felt like their past examples of when they'd done this with RE8 mainly, they just were not good at it. I feel like my fear was justified in a way, but fuck me, I'll throw my hands up and admit I was wrong. Capcom pulled it off and to me made one of the best RE games in terms of its story and character writing. Is it perfect? No. No game is ever perfect. It has its issues, of course, do not get me wrong. And I'm sure people don't like aspects of this game, which I love. But to me, it is really what I envisioned a game with two protagonists that are completely separate should be. It lived up to my expectations and at times, honestly, exceeded it. I had very high expectations for Requiem, kind of like my high expectations for Village, and it completely overshadowed them. To me, it represents what the future of the franchise is, and it's a much brighter future than I think this franchise has ever had. I've stated many times I have wanted RE to move on from the legacy characters. I love them as much as anyone else, but many RE characters were one and dones. A couple of them got 2 or 3 appearances. Jill, Chris, Leon, Claire. The main dogs, but the others, they only get 1 appearance mainly. Carlos, Rebecca, Billy, all these other characters, they're only meant to be one and dones and people are now asking for them to return. They're missing the point. These characters shouldn't return. They should be one and dones. They should be small characters in a much wider story. Yes, you have your main protagonists, but you still need the smaller dogs to fill in the cast. Not everyone can be the main character. Some people have to be smaller side characters. To me, RE games have always been about the horror and gameplay first. Lore itself has always been a second thing. Yes, build up stories in the world, but the games themselves need to be good. And with RE9, they went back to focus on that, making a good horror game. RE8, I felt them tilting away from that aspect of focusing on the gameplay, horror, and everything first. It felt like more that they wanted to build up the world and story with that game than do the gameplay part, which is why at the time when RE8 came out, I was a bit disappointed with it. RE9 is definitely pulling away even more from that. I can definitely see that it's starting to lean way more into needing to know the lore, you need to know the story, you need to know all this shit. And I do think that is a problem that the next game needs to go back from. But the advantage of RE9 is its gameplay is really good. If you want my opinion, I think RE10 should be the last game we get with legacy characters. I do not want 5 more games following these guys. Like, I don't want a game following Jill, then Claire, then Chris again, then Rebecca, then Leon again, then Ada. RE shouldn't turn into just a cameo slop franchise where characters are just shoehorned into games for no real reason. Leon's story, in my eyes, should end here. Will it end here? Of course not. But to me, it should. I don't want him to return. If he returns for a DLC, fine. But he's probably going to return in 10 with Chris. In my eyes, I think RE10 should have Jill and Chris, and that should be it for the entire OG cast. We don't need them again. Again, we need new characters for a new era, for a new set of RE games. We don't need to keep reusing the same characters. They can play supporting roles, don't get me wrong, but I do not want them as the main characters in games. But it's not even that. If you keep bringing back the old characters, you don't give the chance to build up and create new interesting characters. Grace and Ethan, in my eyes, have been some of the best characters in RE. I've been seeing a lot of the Ethan slander recently, and I'm very surprised that people do not like him that much. I've explained my reasons for that happening, I think, in RE8. Like, a lot of people's problem about him not being a very well written character because Capcom wouldn't commit to actually making him a full-blown character, but keeping him sort of as a half character insert, half actual character. If you want more about that, go watch the RE8 video and even the RE7 video, because I do touch on it in that video as well. But I think that's kind of my point. These 2 last main pro tags have been so good. Grace being probably, in my eyes, one of the best, does show that Capcom is able to write really interesting characters, and I want them to. I want them to write new characters. I want them to build up a new Leon Chris level character, someone who is as strong and can lead into the future games, because we can't rely on these characters going into the 30th year to then the 40th and then the 50th year. We need new characters to help expand the games in some way. But let's return to Requiem now, and my final thoughts on the game. What does it all actually mean in my eyes? Well, Requiem, again, an act or token of remembrance. And when you think about it, that is not just about remembering the past or mourning people who are no longer there, but trying to understand what those memories actually represent and mean to you as a person, and what they are going to push you to become and do going forward. Because memories, good or bad, are always going to stay with you no matter how much time passes and no matter how far you move forward in life from those events, those experiences, and those people. They become a part of you in many different ways, no matter how far you try to push them. They will shape you into the person you will eventually grow into, and you cannot erase them. You cannot go back and change these things that happened. No matter how much you might wish you could, they will always be there. And that is something that every character in Requiem is forced to confront throughout this story. Grace obviously cannot undo what happened to her mother. She cannot erase the pain and loss that was left behind once she was killed. Leon cannot go back to Raccoon City and save the people he lost. He cannot go back and change the past and make an actual difference. He's had to carry the guilt and survivor's guilt he's felt for all these decades now. Spencer himself as well cannot undo the suffering that he has caused the entire world, chasing a vision of power, godlike influence that ultimately led to him destroying millions of lives throughout the world. Those things happened and they will never be able to change that. But what these characters can do is decide what those memories are going to mean to them moving forward, what they will allow them to do and push and create in the future. That pain can either completely consume them, or whether they let those painful experiences and memories change them and turn them into something else that might allow them to actually help someone else, make a difference going forward. Because sometimes it's the people who have seen the darkest parts of the world, the ones who have been exposed to such traumatic events, they understand how important it is to do these small acts of kindness or to try give hope to others. Grace's story begins as someone who feels trapped by her past. She feels like everything around her is trying to kill her at some point, and maybe her life is falling apart. The world has been far crueler to her than almost anyone else, and it's been unforgiving in a way. But by the end of the story, she chooses to keep moving forward, not because the pain suddenly disappeared, but because the memories she had stopped hurting as much. She started using those memories to make a difference. She wanted to give hope to others, and now she's helping to give a life to a young girl who desperately needed it. She's using her pain to allow her to make something more beautiful. And Leon is very much the same way. He has spent decades carrying the weight of his past on his shoulders, fighting battles that most people will never even know about. I'm sure most people don't even know what happened in RE4 in that universe, but he still keeps going, and he still keeps putting himself in danger again and again and again, not because he believes he can actually fix everything, but because he knows that if he doesn't, no one else will. He is one of the only people that might be able to make a difference in this world, and if he does keep trying, he might be able to stop the same tragedy that happened all the way back in RE2. And I think that is the idea of where RE Requiem becomes more than just another survival horror game in the Resident Evil franchise. Because once you remove all the elements from the game, the horror, the monsters, everything else, it's just a story that is about people trying to live with their past and trying to figure out how to move on and build themselves up again, despite feeling so deeply hurt. And that is something that feels incredibly real. I'm sure many of you feel that way. How do you carry on after such painful memories? How do you move on from grief? Everyone in life carries something with them. Memories they wish that they could forget, moments they regret, losses that never fully stop hurting, and experiences that change the way they see the world forever. But those memories do not define you in any real way. You should never want to forget and want to move away from painful memories. Some of them, yes, you might want to forget and just move on from, but I still think you should be able to use all these memories and painful experiences to maybe make some form of difference. Sometimes those same memories that you have that just haunt you can be the reason that you choose to be kinder to others, the reason that someone decides to help someone else who is in that same situation. They see they're in the same place. And also they can be a reason that someone refuses to let the world become a colder and darker place. They try to make a difference. Sometimes the people who have experienced the most pain are the ones who end up bringing the most hope to others. They know how it feels to be that low, and they choose to keep fighting. And that, to me, is what Resident Evil Requiem is trying to say by the end of its story. The past will always be there, and memories will always remain and haunt you. The people you lost will always exist in moments that you shared with them. But what truly matters is what you choose to do with these memories. Whether we allow them to trap us in darkness forever, or whether we carry them with us and try to use them to focus us and push us forward to make the world just a little bit better for someone else. Hope doesn't come from something big or dramatic. Sometimes it simply comes from someone choosing to keep moving forward even when things are painful, even when the world feels cold and the weight of it all just feels impossible to carry. That is what Requiem is about. Not just remembering the past, but continuing to live in a way that prove those memories meant something. Hello lads and lasses, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, subscribe, do all that if you enjoyed it. I haven't actually got a lot to say today because I don't know, I don't think a lot's changed, and I've actually done this video pretty quick considering the length of it. But next video will be Dishonored. That was the game that was voted for. If you didn't realize there was a poll going on, join the Discord because I might start doing them there more often. I might do one more on YouTube, but after that I think it'll be mainly Discord because I want to use the Discord a bit more for the stuff that I intended to use it for. But channel members, thank you to all channel members, including Chelsea and Tyler, Gator, Darren76, It's Bert, Carter Phillips, Corrego, Zaralino, Kento, Ermin the Turk, Ashley, Seagood, Not Saber, Jane Caliber, Jamie Barrett, Juniper LP, Dam Larat, Straight Gin, Synapse, Lolink 12, Mr. Disappear, Shaku, Yagito, Daft Punk 58, Yavion Hammond, Corazonter, Tyler Reeves, Saint CL, Camden Shepherd, Zartane FF14, Vyif, and Sailor Peach. Thank you everyone for your support. It is greatly appreciated. But yeah, I don't have a lot to add. Yeah, thank you for the support on the Darkwood video despite all its issues. I know the video has a lot of mistakes in it. But even with this video, with how long it is, my computer is starting to struggle. So I'm actually going to have to spend some money to upgrade my computer a bit so it can actually dealing with a lot of these bigger files. But yeah, that's for tomorrow, me. But anyway, that's certainly enough waffling from me. See you around. Crocodile.